Welcome to Sleep Stories for Grown-Ups, the channel where we explore the mysterious, the hidden, and the stories that leave us questioning everything we thought we knew. Our today's story, The Whispering Apartment. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from, and what time is it right now? It's incredible how stories like these can connect us across time zones and places. And if you enjoy unraveling the mysteries of history in a calm and thought-provoking way, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Stories for Grown-Ups. Now, find a comfortable spot, close your eyes, and let's begin tonight's story. John had always appreciated the simplicity of his life. His small apartment was his sanctuary, the only place that felt truly like home. It was tucked in the corner of a modest building, away from the hustle of the city. Each day followed a predictable rhythm. Wake up, have coffee, go to work, come home, repeat. He liked it that way. Life was quieter here. Routine was reliable, and he enjoyed the comfort of knowing exactly what to expect from his day. He wasn't a social man. His friends were few, and most of his conversations with neighbors consisted of brief exchanges in the hallway. He'd never been one to seek out human connection. His solitude was enough for him. He found peace in the quiet of his small space, surrounded by the hum of the city just beyond his door. On the surface, John's life seemed almost too perfect. No disruptions, no drama, just an ordinary existence in a world that felt far too loud and chaotic for him to engage with. He didn't mind the occasional glimpse of life in the building, like the old woman who lived on the third floor or the young couple across the hall. They were simply part of the background noise that helped maintain the calm he so deeply valued. But all of that would change one evening when he came home from work to find something unexpected. A note slipped under his door. It was small, folded neatly, and it looked as though it had been placed there with intent. No envelope, no address, just a plain sheet of paper, its edges curling slightly at the corners. John felt a pang of curiosity as he bent down to retrieve it, his hand almost reluctant to touch the paper. He knew something was off immediately. The note didn't feel like it belonged here, in this quiet building, in his quiet life. He opened it slowly, his fingers brushing the paper as he unfolded it, unsure of what he would find. The note was brief, almost too brief. They're watching you. John stood frozen for a moment, staring at the words, his mind trying to make sense of them. Who could possibly be watching him? He was just a regular man, living a quiet life. The idea was absurd, and yet the words felt real, too real. His gaze shifted to the hallway, expecting someone to be standing there, watching him. But the hallway was empty, silent. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Perhaps it was some kind of joke. Maybe one of the neighbors had decided to play a prank on him. But the more he thought about it, the less it seemed like a joke. The words had been too deliberate, too direct, and there was something about the note that made his skin crawl. John glanced around the apartment, his senses heightened. Everything seemed exactly as he'd left it. The familiar hum of the refrigerator, the soft glow of the evening light spilling through the window. Nothing was out of place. Yet, the note lingered in his mind, like a seed of unease slowly growing. He set the note on the kitchen table and paced around the apartment, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. It was ridiculous, of course. Who would care enough about his life to watch him? But there it was, the gnawing sensation that something wasn't quite right. The evening wore on, and John tried to settle into his usual routine. He made dinner, ate in silence, and settled on the couch with a book. But the words from the note kept replaying in his mind. They're watching you. After a while, he tried to ignore the feeling, to push it to the back of his mind. But as he lay in bed that night, the darkness pressing in around him, he couldn't shake the thought that someone, somewhere, was observing his every move. And just as sleep began to overtake him, a small noise in the hallway, a creak of the floorboards, made his heart skip a beat. Was it just the building settling? Or was someone out there? The noise in the hallway was gone almost as quickly as it had come. John sat up in bed, straining his ears to listen. But all he heard was the faint hum of the city far below. For a long moment, he waited, expecting another sound, some clue that would explain what he had heard. But there was nothing, just the stillness of his apartment, the same stillness that had comforted him for years. His heart slowly settled into its usual rhythm, but the unease remained, like a shadow following him. He lay back down, pulling the covers tighter around his body, though the night felt colder than usual. Sleep refused to come easily. Every creak of the building seemed amplified in the silence. Every flicker of light through the blinds felt too deliberate. He had lived in this apartment for over 5 years, and in all that time, the building had been quiet, predictable. The residents kept to themselves, the walls thick enough to keep out the noise of the outside world. It was, in every sense, a perfect place for someone like him, someone who valued peace and order above all else. But now, that peace had been shattered, and it wasn't just the note that disturbed him. It was the sensation that something had changed, that the ordinary rhythms of his life had been broken by something unseen, something lurking just out of view. His thoughts kept returning to the note, to the ominous words that seemed to promise danger, though it was hard to say why. It could have been a mistake, a simple mix-up. Maybe someone had meant to deliver it to the neighbor next door. But as he lay there, staring at the ceiling, his mind kept circling back to the same question. Who would write a note like that, and why? In the morning, when the sunlight began to creep in through the blinds, John pushed the unease to the back of his mind. It was another day, and he had to go to work. His routine was waiting for him, and he clung to it like a lifeline. There was no room in his life for paranoia, no place for distractions. But even as he sat at his desk, sipping his coffee and scanning through emails, his mind kept wandering back to the note. The cryptic warning seemed to have taken root in his thoughts, no matter how hard he tried to focus on the task at hand. He kept glancing over his shoulder, half expecting someone to be watching him. It was ridiculous, he knew that, but he couldn't help himself. By mid-afternoon, he had almost convinced himself to forget about it. It had been a strange, unsettling event, yes, but life would go on. He would continue with his routine. Yet, just as he was about to leave the office, his phone buzzed with an unexpected message. It was from his neighbor, Sarah, who lived upstairs. "Hi, John. I noticed something strange this morning. Is everything okay with you? I've been hearing some odd noises in the hallway. Let me know if you need anything." John frowned at the message. He hadn't spoken to Sarah in months, not since she had moved into the apartment. She was one of those neighbors he barely knew, always polite but distant. But her message, though polite, gave him a strange feeling. Was it just a coincidence that she had also sensed something unusual in the building? He quickly typed a response, reassuring her that everything was fine, just the usual building noises. But as he hit send, he couldn't help but wonder, had she been hearing something? Or had she sent the message because she was just as unsettled by the strange feeling in the building as he was? As he returned to his apartment that evening, the familiar sights of his home seemed less comforting. The hallway lights flickered again as he passed, casting long shadows across the floor. He couldn't shake the feeling that the building itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. And then, as he reached his door, he saw something that made his stomach drop. A small envelope was wedged under his door. It was identical to the note he had received the night before. He bent down and picked it up, his hands trembling slightly. This wasn't a coincidence. Whoever had written the first note had known he would be here, in this very spot. And now, the message was being delivered again, with no explanation, no context, just the same cryptic words. "They're watching you." John's mind raced as he opened the envelope. There was no message this time, just a simple, empty slip of paper. It felt wrong, like a piece of the puzzle was missing. What did it all mean? And why him? He stared at the empty slip for a long time, feeling the weight of its silence. For the first time in years, John felt a flicker of fear in his chest. A fear that he couldn't explain, a fear that seemed to come from deep inside the walls of his building. John stood frozen for a moment, the slip of paper still clutched in his hand. His heart pounded in his chest, a rhythmic thud that echoed in the quiet apartment. The empty slip seemed almost to mock him, its blankness too deliberate, too unsettling. Whoever was behind this, whoever had been leaving the notes, was clearly watching him, waiting for him to react. He set the paper down on his kitchen table and sat down across from it, staring at the empty white space. It felt wrong to be sitting here, alone with the silence. The walls of his apartment, once so comforting, now seemed to close in on him, heavy with the weight of something unseen. What did it mean? Was this a game? A prank? His mind searched for answers, but none seemed to make sense. He had never been a man to overthink things, to let his imagination run wild. His life had always been simple and straightforward. But now, everything felt distorted, like a small crack had appeared in the fabric of his quiet existence, and it was slowly widening. John took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe it was just some odd, harmless event that would soon be forgotten. But as he glanced around the room, his eyes falling on the note again, he realized he couldn't ignore it. He couldn't just pretend it hadn't happened. A sudden sound in the hallway broke his train of thought. A faint tapping, like footsteps, followed by the soft scrape of a door opening. John's head snapped toward the hallway, his muscles tensing instinctively. It was probably just one of the neighbors, maybe the elderly woman on the third floor, who always seemed to shuffle around at odd hours. But there was something in the sound that made him pause. The footsteps stopped. John's mind raced, but he forced himself to breathe, to stay calm. It was ridiculous to think that someone might be watching him from the hallway. The building was quiet, too quiet. The stillness made everything feel strange. And yet, as he sat there in his apartment, he couldn't shake the feeling that the world outside had changed. That something was different now. He rose from the table, his feet moving almost on their own accord. His hand brushed against the doorknob, his fingers cold as they wrapped around it. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should just lock the door, retreat into his apartment, and forget about the notes. But his curiosity, his need for answers, pulled him forward. John opened the door slowly, his eyes scanning the hallway for any sign of movement. The hallway was dim, the lights flickering intermittently, casting long, jagged shadows on the floor. But there was no one there. No sign of the person whose footsteps he had heard. He stepped out into the hallway, cautiously looking both ways. The building was eerily quiet. No sounds of laughter or conversation, no murmurs of life. Just the quiet hum of the old lights above. Everything seemed ordinary, too ordinary. John felt an odd sense of unease, like something was hiding just beneath the surface. He closed the door behind him and made his way down the hallway, his footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. As he passed the other doors, he couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were watching him. The buildings were never silent like this. There was always some noise, the shuffle of feet, the murmur of voices, the hum of television sets. But tonight, it was as if the building had gone still. John reached the stairs at the end of the hallway, his mind racing. Should he go up to Sarah's apartment and ask her about the strange noises? Should he confront the person who had left the notes? But no, that seemed foolish. There were no answers here, not in this empty hallway, not in the silence that surrounded him. He turned to head back to his apartment. His steps hurried now, his heartbeat quickening in his chest. As he reached for the doorknob, something caught his eye, a small movement in the corner of the hallway, a flicker of light. He froze. It was a shadow, long and thin, stretching across the floor from beneath the door. John's heart stopped for a moment. His breath caught in his throat. The door at the end of the hallway was slightly ajar, just enough for a sliver of light to spill out. It was the door to Sarah's apartment. He had never noticed it before, but now, standing in the hallway, John couldn't help but wonder. Was she inside? Was she the one leaving the notes? The idea seemed absurd, but the curiosity gnawed at him. He knew it wasn't normal for someone to leave a door open like that, especially at this hour. Most of the residents in the building kept their doors closed tightly, locked up and secure. But this was different. This wasn't the quiet, routine building he had known for years. Something was happening here, something that John couldn't explain. Slowly, almost cautiously, he took a step towards Sarah's door. He didn't know why he was doing it. Maybe it was the note. Maybe it was the strange feeling that had settled in his chest, the feeling that there was something important he was missing. But as he approached the door, he heard it again, the sound of footsteps. This time, it was more distinct. They were coming toward him. The footsteps grew louder as they approached, each step deliberate and measured. John's heart raced, his muscles tightening in instinctive alarm. He froze, pressing his back against the cool wall as the sound grew nearer. It was impossible to ignore now. The rhythmic tap of footsteps echoed in the hallway, but there was no one in sight. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the dim corridor, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. The light from Sarah's partially open door flickered again, casting faint shadows across the floor. It was unnerving, the way the hallway seemed to pulse with a life of its own, like it was holding its breath. John's hand instinctively reached for the door handle of Sarah's apartment, but he stopped himself just as quickly. What was he thinking? He didn't know what was happening here, but he knew one thing for sure. He shouldn't get involved. This was just a building, just a series of strange events that didn't need to be his problem. He needed to go back to his apartment, lock the door, and forget all about the notes and the shadows. But then the door to Sarah's apartment opened wider, just a crack more. A figure stepped into view, someone he didn't immediately recognize. John's breath caught in his throat. The man who stood there was tall, dressed in dark clothes that seemed to blend with the shadows, his face obscured by the low light. He wasn't someone John had seen in the building before. He didn't belong here. He wasn't one of the tenants. That much was clear. But as John stared at the man, something in his gut told him he was somehow connected to the mystery that was unfolding. The figure's eyes locked onto John's. For a moment, neither of them moved. The hallway was thick with tension, the silence amplifying the unsettling feeling that had settled in John's chest. Then, without a word, the man took a step back, disappearing into the shadows of the apartment. John didn't wait to see what would happen next. The sense of urgency that had gripped him moments before intensified. He had to act. He turned swiftly and hurried back to his apartment, feeling the cold air press against his skin as he rushed to the door. His hands fumbled with the lock, but he finally got it open and stepped inside, slamming the door behind him. Once the door clicked shut, the silence in his apartment was deafening. He stood there, his back pressed against the door, trying to steady his breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The figure, the open door, everything felt wrong. It was like the world had shifted without his knowing, and now he was standing in the middle of something he couldn't understand. John took a moment to gather his thoughts, leaning against the door, his mind racing. Should he go back out there? Should he confront the man in Sarah's apartment? What was he even supposed to say? He walked toward his desk, where the note was still lying. It was the second one he'd received in as many days. He had no idea what it meant, but the urgency it had instilled in him was undeniable. The man at Sarah's door wasn't an accident. The note, the cryptic warning, the strange figure in the hallway, all of it was connected. But to what? John sank into the chair at his desk, staring at the blank slip of paper. He needed answers, but he knew he couldn't get them by staying here, by locking himself away in his apartment. He had to find out more. He had to know who the man was, why Sarah's door had been left open, and why this building suddenly felt like a maze of secrets. The sound of his phone vibrating on the table snapped him out of his thoughts. He glanced at it, half expecting it to be another message from Sarah. But it wasn't. Instead, it was a call from the building's landlord, Mr. Holloway. John hesitated before answering. Mr. Holloway wasn't someone he spoke to often. The landlord was a distant figure, always polite, but largely absent from the tenants' daily lives. They exchanged pleasantries when they crossed paths, but there had never been any real reason to talk. "Hello," John answered cautiously. "John," Mr. Holloway's voice came through the receiver, its gravelly tone echoing in the quiet room. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I just wanted to let you know that I've received a report about some strange happenings in the building recently. A couple of tenants have mentioned odd noises and other disturbances. I just wanted to check in and make sure you're all right." John felt a chill run down his spine. The landlord knew, and somehow that made it all the more real. Whatever was happening in the building wasn't just in his head. Others had noticed it too. "I'm fine," John replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "I haven't heard anything out of the ordinary." There was a brief silence on the other end before Mr. Holloway spoke again, his voice lowering. "Well, if you hear anything strange, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll be keeping an eye on things. And, John, don't go poking around where you don't belong, all right? Some things are better left alone." The warning was clear, but it only made John more suspicious. He knew Mr. Holloway's tone well enough to sense that there was more to this than he was letting on. He had said something about strange disturbances. But what did that mean? What had Mr. Holloway heard, or perhaps seen? Before John could respond, the line went dead. Mr. Holloway had hung up. John sat there, the phone still pressed to his ear, staring at the wall. The conversation lingered in the air, like the echo of something that had yet to be fully understood. It was clear now that Mr. Holloway knew more than he was letting on. But the question remained, what was he hiding? John placed the phone down on the desk, his fingers brushing over the cold surface as his mind worked furiously. The more he thought about Mr. Holloway's cryptic warning, the more the pieces began to fall into place, or perhaps scatter further into chaos. Something was happening in this building. There was no doubt in his mind anymore. The strange note, the unsettling events, the missing neighbor, and now this eerie phone call from the landlord. His thoughts swirled like a storm, and the calm, predictable life he had always known felt like a distant memory. He hadn't been looking for trouble. He hadn't wanted any of this. But now, it was impossible to ignore. The question that lingered was why. Why was he being drawn into this web of mystery? And more importantly, what was it about Sarah's disappearance that had sparked this deep sense of urgency in him? A sudden noise from outside his apartment door startled him out of his reverie. John tensed, his pulse quickening. He hadn't heard any footsteps approaching, no knocks on his door. It wasn't unusual for the building to creak and groan with the wind, but this sound, this sharp, distinct rapping, was unlike anything he'd heard before. John rose from his desk, his movements slow, deliberate. He stood still for a moment, listening. The sound came again, soft yet insistent. His heart pounded in his chest. Was it someone at the door? He hadn't expected any visitors. No one ever knocked on his door, except for the occasional delivery or when the building management needed to perform routine maintenance. But tonight was different. Everything felt different. He crossed the room cautiously, each step bringing him closer to the door. He paused just in front of it, his ear pressed to the cool wood. The sound was still there, faint, but undeniably there. A soft tapping, like a series of urgent knocks that were meant to be heard but not acknowledged. John hesitated. Should he open the door? Should he ignore it? Every instinct told him to retreat, to stay hidden behind the safety of his apartment. But a part of him, the same part that had driven him to investigate Sarah's disappearance, urged him to act. With a deep breath, he grasped the doorknob and turned it. As the door creaked open, the hall outside appeared as quiet as ever. No one was there. Just the dim flicker of lights from the neighboring apartments, casting long shadows on the floor. Confused, John stepped out into the hallway, his eyes scanning the space. But there was no one in sight. The hallway was empty, still, as though frozen in time. Yet the tension in the air remained, thick and unsettling. He stepped further into the hallway, his senses alert to every creak and groan of the building. A faint draft brushed against his skin, and for a moment, he could have sworn he heard soft whispers. But when he looked around, no one was there. The sensation was fleeting, like a shadow that disappears in the blink of an eye. John's mind raced. Was he imagining things? The events of the day were starting to blur together, each moment feeding into the next, creating a tapestry of uncertainty and fear. The cryptic note, the strange footsteps, the eerie phone call. Everything seemed connected, but how? His gaze drifted to the door of Sarah's apartment. It was still slightly ajar. He couldn't resist. He had to know what was inside. The overwhelming sense of curiosity, and perhaps fear, pulled him forward, step by step, until he was standing just in front of her door. His hand hovered over the handle, his heart beating in his throat. Should he go in? With a shaky breath, he turned the knob and pushed the door open. The apartment was dark, the air thick with dust and the scent of something stale. The faint hum of the refrigerator was the only sound that broke the silence. Everything looked undisturbed, too undisturbed. There was no sign of a struggle, no indication that anything had been amiss before Sarah had disappeared. But something about the stillness of the place felt wrong, as though it had been frozen in time, caught between the moments of her sudden absence. John stepped inside, his shoes making soft thuds on the hardwood floor. He glanced around, searching for anything that might offer a clue to what had happened. His eyes landed on the table near the window, where a stack of papers sat, half missing some important document. As he walked closer, something caught his eye, a small notebook, half hidden beneath a pile of papers. His pulse quickened. The notebook seemed out of place, too important to be left behind so carelessly. He reached for it, his fingers trembling slightly as he picked it up. The cover was plain, leather-bound and unmarked. It felt heavy in his hands, as though it held more than just words. He opened it, and as he flipped through the pages, his heart skipped a beat. Inside, there were sketches, disturbing sketches, diagrams of the apartment building, sketches of hidden passages, and symbols that John couldn't quite decipher. But what caught his attention most was a list of names he didn't recognize. And beneath each name, there were small notes, jotted down in a hurried, almost frantic script. The words "Whisper Network" appeared several times, but the meaning was elusive. John closed the notebook with a snap. He felt a cold shiver run down his spine. This wasn't just a missing persons case. This was something bigger. Sarah had been onto something that reached far beyond the walls of this building. And now, it seemed, it was his turn to uncover the truth. John spent the next few days in a daze, unable to shake the feeling that the walls of his apartment were closing in. The notebook from Sarah's apartment sat on his desk, its contents gnawing at him, demanding answers. He couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of responsibility to uncover what had happened to her. The small, cryptic details she had left behind hinted at something far darker than just a woman's disappearance. The days blurred into one another, each moment feeding into the next as John tried to go about his routine. But it was impossible to focus on anything else. The missing woman, Sarah, haunted his every thought. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how little he had known about her. They'd exchanged pleasantries in the hallway a few times, but beyond that, there had been no real connection. Sarah had kept to herself, and so had he. But now, with her gone, he couldn't help but feel responsible for not having paid more attention. It was late one evening when John finally decided to confront the building's landlord, Mr. Holloway. The phone call he had received a few days ago still echoed in his mind. The landlord's warning to stay away from Sarah's apartment, to not get involved. But something about the way Holloway had said it, the hint of nervousness, the urgency in his voice, made John more suspicious than ever. Mr. Holloway had always been a quiet, unassuming man. He'd lived in the building for years, and though his interactions with the tenants were brief and formal, there had always been a sense of stability when it came to him. He was the kind of landlord who took care of things and kept to himself. But now, John couldn't shake the feeling that Holloway knew more than he was letting on, and he was going to find out what that was. John stood outside Holloway's office, a small, dimly lit space at the end of the hall. He hesitated for a moment, taking in the sight of the landlord's door, its brass nameplate gleaming under the soft hallway light. It was quiet, too quiet. The air felt thick with tension, and John's nerves started to fray. But he steeled himself. There was no turning back now. He knocked twice, the sound echoing in the narrow hallway. A moment later, the door creaked open. Mr. Holloway stood in the doorway, his expression neutral but his eyes sharp, as though he had been expecting this visit for some time. "Mr. Holloway," John began, trying to sound casual, though his voice betrayed him with a slight tremor. "I need to talk to you about Sarah, the woman who lived in apartment 3B. She's missing." The landlord's face didn't change, but John could see the subtle shift in his demeanor, the way his shoulders tensed, his jaw tightening. It was only a slight change, but it was enough. Mr. Holloway stepped aside and motioned for John to come in. "Come in," he said, his voice steady but tinged with an edge. "We'll talk." John entered the small office, which was dimly lit by a desk lamp. The room smelled of stale paper and dust, with old filing cabinets lining the walls. The landlord's desk was cluttered with paperwork, some of it stacked in neat piles, others in chaotic disarray. It was a far cry from the orderly facade Mr. Holloway usually presented. "Please, have a seat." Holloway gestured toward a chair opposite his desk. "What is it that you want to know?" John hesitated before sitting down, his mind racing. "I know this is going to sound strange," he said slowly, choosing his words carefully. "But I think there's something more going on with Sarah's disappearance. I found a notebook in her apartment. It has strange sketches and references to something called a whisper network. Do you know what that is?" Holloway's eyes flickered for just a second, but he quickly masked his reaction. He leaned back in his chair, folding his hands together on the desk. "I'm afraid I don't know anything about that," he said, his voice smooth and controlled. "As I said, Sarah kept to herself. We never had much contact. John studied him closely, looking for any sign of a lie, any crack in his composure. But Holloway's face remained unreadable. "You're sure about that?" John pressed. "You've lived here a long time, Mr. Holloway. You must have noticed something strange about her behavior. I mean, she's just gone without a trace." The landlord's expression tightened, just for a moment, and then softened again. "Look," Holloway said, his voice lowering, "I understand your concern, but I really don't know anything. People come and go all the time. Sometimes they leave without saying a word, and there's nothing we can do about it. I wish I could help you, but I can't." John didn't believe him. He could feel it in his gut. There was more to Holloway's story than he was letting on. But there was no use pressing him further. Not yet. He needed more information, and he needed to be careful. "I see," John said slowly, standing up. "Well, if you do remember anything, please let me know. I just want to make sure Sarah is okay." Mr. Holloway didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gave a curt nod, his eyes lingering on John for a moment longer than necessary. "I'll let you know if anything comes up," he said, his voice low, almost too calm. John left the office, the door clicking shut behind him. As he walked back down the hallway, the weight of the conversation hung heavy on his shoulders. Mr. Holloway knew something. There was no doubt in his mind about that. But what? And why was he lying? As John reached his apartment, his thoughts remained clouded. The pieces were still out of place, and he wasn't sure how they fit together. But one thing was becoming clear. He was not going to rest until he uncovered the truth. And no matter how dangerous it became, he couldn't back down now. The next few days felt like a blur, a mix of mundane routines interrupted by the increasing pull of Sarah's disappearance. John's thoughts kept drifting back to the notebook, the cryptic sketches, the bizarre mentions of the Whisper Network. Despite Mr. Holloway's assurances, John couldn't shake the feeling that the landlord was hiding something. He needed to know more, and he needed to be careful. That evening, as he returned from a quiet walk through the neighborhood, something caught his attention, an odd, half-hidden detail in the hallway. A piece of paper stuck under the edge of the stairwell railing, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. It was folded neatly, the edges creased from wear, but something about it made John pause. He picked it up, his heart thumping in his chest as he unfolded it. It was another note, but this one was different from the first. Unlike the cryptic, typed letter that had slipped under his door days ago, this one was handwritten in a hurried, almost frantic scrawl. "Don't trust Holloway. They're watching. The walls have ears." John's breath caught in his throat. His hand trembled as he read the message again, trying to make sense of it. The note seemed to confirm his suspicion. Something about the landlord didn't add up. Was Holloway really the person behind Sarah's disappearance? Or was he just another piece in a much larger puzzle? He tucked the note into his pocket, glancing around the hallway to make sure no one had seen him. The hallway was empty, the low hum of fluorescent lights above the only sound. But as John made his way back to his apartment, the familiar surroundings of the building began to feel foreign, as though the walls themselves were closing in. John returned to his apartment and sat at his desk, the weight of the new information sinking in. He had no idea who had left the note, but one thing was certain: it was a warning. The walls had ears. Someone was listening, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily become the next person to disappear. It was hard to shake the feeling that every moment spent in the apartment building brought him closer to a dangerous secret. The feeling of being watched was unsettling, and he couldn't escape the sense that he was walking in someone else's footsteps, someone who had gotten too close to something they shouldn't have. John decided to take a more direct approach. He needed to speak with the other tenants in the building, those who might have seen something, or at the very least, knew something. If Holloway was involved in this mystery, then maybe someone else had noticed something unusual, something that might connect the dots. He started with Mrs. Templeton, an elderly woman who lived on the ground floor. Mrs. Templeton had lived in the building for decades and was known for her nosy nature. She knew everyone's business, whether they liked it or not. John figured she might have seen or overheard something useful. When he knocked on her door, Mrs. Templeton's voice answered from inside, crackling through the intercom. "Who is it?" "It's John from upstairs," he said, trying to sound casual. "I wanted to check in on you. I was wondering if you've noticed anything unusual lately. I'm concerned about Sarah. She hasn't been around, and I'm starting to get worried." There was a long pause, and then the door opened, revealing Mrs. Templeton, who was as tall as she was wide, her graying hair in a tight bun. She looked at him through her thick glasses, her face a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "Sarah?" she repeated. "What do you mean, not around?" John leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "She's missing. No one's seen her for days. I was hoping you might have noticed something strange." Mrs. Templeton blinked, clearly caught off guard. "Strange? What do you mean strange?" John hesitated for a moment, wondering how much to reveal. He couldn't exactly tell her about the notebook or the cryptic notes. Not yet. But he needed her help, or at least her insight. Just anything unusual. Maybe she was acting differently, or maybe you overheard something. I don't know. It's just strange that no one seems to know where she's gone. Mrs. Templeton frowned, her brow furrowing. She seemed to be mulling over the question, her eyes darting back and forth as though searching her memory. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice lower than usual. "Well," she said slowly, "now that you mention it, I did notice something odd a few days ago. I saw Sarah in the hallway. Well, I think it was her, talking to someone. But it wasn't the usual sort of conversation. It looked like she was arguing, but I couldn't make out the words. It was late at night, and I was in bed, so I didn't think much of it. But it's been bothering me ever since." John's heart raced. Who was she arguing with? Mrs. Templeton shook her head. "I couldn't tell. The person was wearing a hood, and they were standing in the shadows. It wasn't until they turned to leave that I saw them clearly, but by then it was too late. They were gone. Did you see where they went? John asked, his pulse quickening. No, I didn't, she replied, a little more firmly now. But I'm sure it was strange. If you ask me, something's not right with that woman, Sarah. She was always the little too quiet. You know, a little too strange for my taste. John was silent for a moment, taking it all in. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together, but just barely. An argument in the hallway. A mysterious figure. It was clear now that Sarah had been involved in something. Something that had led her down a dangerous path. And that path had somehow brought her to the very same building where John now lived. Well, thank you, Mrs. Templeton, he said, his voice steady, though his mind was racing. I appreciate you sharing that with me. You're welcome, she replied, giving him a knowing look before closing the door. John stood in the hallway for a long moment, his mind whirling with the new information. He had to follow the trail. Sarah had known something, and whoever she had been speaking to, they weren't going to stop until they made sure she couldn't reveal it. John spent the rest of the evening in a state of quiet tension. He replayed Mrs. Templeton's words in his mind over and over. The mysterious figure with the hood, the argument, the sudden disappearance. It was all too strange to be a coincidence. But who could it be? And why had Sarah been so involved with someone that even Mrs. Templeton couldn't identify them? That night, he couldn't sleep. His mind kept spinning, unable to settle on a single theory. Was the argument an isolated incident, or did it have something to do with her disappearance? And if it did, what could Sarah have known that was so important it had put her in danger? Around 2 a.m, John gave up on trying to sleep. He grabbed his jacket, his heart still racing with questions, and stepped out into the hallway. There was no clear plan in mind, just an overwhelming need to keep moving, to find something, anything, that might help him make sense of the chaos surrounding him. He took the stairs up to Sarah's apartment, his footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. The building felt eerily quiet at this hour, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. When he reached the 3rd floor, he stopped outside Sarah's door, his hand hovering over the handle. The note in his pocket weighed heavily, a constant reminder that things weren't as they seemed. John hesitated for only a moment before quietly turning the knob and stepping inside. The door creaked, but there was no sound from within. The apartment was dark, save for the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the windows. The silence in the apartment was deafening. The air felt thick, almost oppressive, as though something or someone was still lingering in the space. John's breath was shallow, and he found himself moving cautiously through the rooms, trying not to disturb anything. He had no idea what he was looking for, but something about the emptiness made him feel like a trespasser in his own investigation. He moved past the living room, glancing at the shelves filled with books and trinkets that spoke of a quiet, solitary life. There were no signs of a struggle, no broken items, just the lingering scent of something different. A faint perfume, perhaps. Or maybe it was just the weight of the mystery itself settling in. John approached the small desk near the window, the surface cluttered with papers and half-finished projects. His eyes scanned the papers for anything unusual, anything that might explain Sarah's disappearance, but it was all ordinary. Notes, receipts, lists. It wasn't until he looked down at the corner of the desk that he saw it. A small, worn leather notebook, almost hidden beneath a pile of papers. His heart skipped a beat. The notebook. He reached for it, his fingers trembling slightly as he opened the cover. It was filled with strange sketches, symbols that seemed both familiar and foreign at once. Some pages were covered in names, jotted down quickly, as if Sarah had been in a rush to record them. There were several names listed with odd dates and places, but what caught his attention was the phrase repeated at the bottom of one page. The Whisper Network cannot be ignored. John felt a chill crawl up his spine as he read the words. The Whisper Network. It was the same phrase from the earlier note, the one that had warned him about the walls having ears. Sarah had been tracking something that went far beyond her own disappearance. But what was it? He flipped through the pages, skimming over sketches of buildings, maps of the city, and notes that didn't make much sense to him. But then, at the very back of the notebook, he found something that made his stomach twist in knots. A map of the apartment building. But it wasn't just any map. It was a blueprint, one that showed hidden compartments, secret rooms. The floor plan was marked with small red X's, indicating places Sarah had explored. One of those X's was right in the building's basement, near the old laundry room, a place John had always thought was just a storage area for forgotten appliances. The notebook fell silent in his hands, as if the air had shifted. John stared at the blueprint, his mind racing. Could there really be hidden rooms in the building? And if so, what had Sarah discovered in them? He quickly stuffed the notebook into his jacket pocket, his heart pounding as he glanced around the apartment once more. Something felt wrong, as if the entire space was holding its breath, waiting for him to make the next move. John needed to act fast. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever Sarah had uncovered in this building, it was something dangerous. And now, he was tangled up in it too. He stepped back into the hallway, shutting the door behind him as quietly as possible. The building was still eerily silent, but he could feel the weight of the mystery pressing down on him with every step he took. John's footsteps echoed down the dimly lit hallway as he walked back toward his own apartment. The notebook weighed heavily in his jacket pocket, the faint rustle of its pages a constant reminder of the unsettling discovery he had just made. His mind raced, each thought more chaotic than the last. What was the Whisper Network? What had Sarah uncovered? And why had she kept it hidden in her apartment, in a place so easy to find? His own apartment door felt almost too familiar when he reached it. It had always been his safe haven, his quiet place where nothing ever seemed to change. But tonight, it felt like a prison. The four walls seemed to close in on him as he stepped inside. The hum of the refrigerator the only sound in the otherwise silent room. John set the notebook down on his kitchen table and sat down across from it. He stared at it for several minutes, not knowing where to begin. The sketches were strange and cryptic, the names on the list foreign to him. But there was one thing he did recognize. He recognized the building's blueprint. He had lived here long enough to know the layout by heart, but he had never seen anything like the map Sarah had drawn. Hidden rooms, secret compartments. It was all too much for him to process. He ran a hand through his hair, frustration mounting. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something important, something crucial to understanding what had happened to Sarah. He had to find answers. But where could he look next? His thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. John froze, his pulse quickening. Who could it be at this hour? He rose from the table and walked cautiously to the door, his hand hovering over the handle. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he peered through the peephole. To his surprise, it was Mrs. Templeton, the elderly woman from down the hall. John hesitated for a moment before opening the door, his heart still racing from the tension of the night. Mrs. Templeton stood there, her face pale and her hands trembling slightly. "Mr. Hawkins," she said in a whisper, glancing nervously over her shoulder. I need to speak with you. It's about Sarah." John's stomach dropped. He stepped aside, motioning for her to come in. Mrs. Templeton entered quickly, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting someone to be following her. She closed the door behind her and lowered her voice to a near whisper. "I didn't want to involve you, but I think you deserve to know what I've seen. What I know." John's heart raced, his thoughts scattered. "What is it?" he asked, trying to steady his voice. The older woman took a deep breath, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. "It's about the building. There's something wrong with it. I've seen things, heard things I shouldn't have." John felt a chill run through him. "What do you mean? What have you seen?" Mrs. Templeton hesitated, her gaze shifting to the window as though she were afraid someone might be watching. "I've heard voices," she whispered. "At night. Quiet, soft voices, like they're speaking to each other, but in a language I don't understand. And there's something else." She looked down at her hands, her voice faltering. "I've seen people come and go from the basement. They don't live here, Mr. Hawkins. I know the tenants of this building, and these people, these aren't normal tenants." John felt his breath catch in his throat. The basement. He had already noticed the strange markings on the map in Sarah's notebook, and now Mrs. Templeton's words seemed to confirm something he had been afraid to acknowledge. There was something hidden beneath the building, something connected to the disappearances. "I think," Mrs. Templeton continued, "I think Sarah was onto something. She was asking questions, looking into things she shouldn't have. I saw her once, sneaking into the basement late at night. And that was the last time I saw her. John's pulse quickened. He took a step closer to her. When was that? When did you see her? About a week before she vanished, Mrs. Templeton replied, her voice barely audible. I tried to talk to her, but she seemed distracted, like she was in a hurry. She just kept saying she needed to find something. She was scared, Mr. Hawkins. I could see it in her eyes. John's mind raced. Sarah had been looking for something in the basement. Had she found it? Was that what had led to her disappearance? I don't know what's going on here, Mrs. Templeton said, shaking her head. But I think you need to be careful. Whoever, or whatever, is behind all this, they don't want anyone getting too close. I've heard things in the walls. I've seen things I can't explain. John's hands clenched into fists as he absorbed her words. This was bigger than anything he had imagined. The whispers, the strange disappearances, the hidden rooms, it was all connected. He stood up straighter, determination settling in his chest. I'm not stopping, Mrs. Templeton. If Sarah was onto something, I'm going to find out what it is. I'll find her. The old woman gave him a worried look, but nodded. Be careful, Mr. Hawkins. These walls have ears. John stood in the quiet of his apartment, the weight of Mrs. Templeton's words heavy in the air. He could feel the tension tightening around him like a coil, each second more oppressive than the last. The idea that there was something in the building, something that no one was talking about, had grown from a nagging suspicion to a certainty. Whatever had happened to Sarah, it wasn't an isolated incident. It was part of something much bigger, something that went back long before she had disappeared. He glanced at the notebook on the table again, the cryptic sketches and names staring up at him. He had to keep going. He had to dig deeper, even if it meant risking his own safety. Because in the back of his mind, John knew that Sarah's disappearance wasn't just about her. It was about everyone who had ever lived in this building, everyone who had ever vanished without a trace. He was jolted from his thoughts by a sudden, sharp knock at the door. His heart raced. Was it Mrs. Templeton again? Or someone else? Someone who knew too much? John moved cautiously toward the door and peered through the peephole. His eyes narrowed when he saw who was standing outside. Officer Harris, the young police officer who had helped him with a minor issue a few months ago. The officer didn't seem to be in a hurry, but his presence in the hallway felt out of place. Taking a deep breath, John opened the door. Mr. Hawkins. Officer Harris greeted him, his tone polite, but carrying an undercurrent of something John couldn't quite place. Can I come in for a moment? Of course, John replied, stepping aside to let the officer in. Is something wrong? Harris looked around, his eyes scanning the apartment as if he were checking for something. I was just doing a routine check around the building, making sure everything is all right. I've noticed some strange things happening lately, and I wanted to check in with the tenants, especially you. John's stomach tightened. He forced a neutral expression, trying not to show his growing unease. What kind of strange things? Well, Harris began, shifting uncomfortably. I've heard rumors. People have been saying they've seen you asking about Sarah, your neighbor who's gone missing. He paused, as if waiting for John to deny it. When John didn't respond, The officer's expression grew more serious. "I don't want to make any assumptions, but I think you should be careful. The building's a bit more complicated than it seems, and people are starting to notice your questions." John's heart skipped a beat. He could feel the walls closing in on him. This was it, the moment when everything could unravel. "I'm just concerned," he said, keeping his voice calm. "I haven't heard from Sarah in days. I think she's in trouble." "I understand," Harris said, nodding slowly. "But you need to understand something about this building, Mr. Hawkins. Not everything is as it seems. There are things here that you don't know about. Things you don't want to know." John's breath hitched. "What are you talking about?" Harris hesitated, glancing over his shoulder as if checking for anyone listening. "I can't say too much," he said in a low voice. "But you need to stay away from certain people here, especially in the basement. It's not a place you want to go." The officer's warning sent a shiver down John's spine. "Why? What's in the basement?" "I can't say," Harris replied, his face grim. "Just trust me, stay away from it. The more you ask, the more danger you put yourself in. People don't disappear for no reason." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. John had always thought of Officer Harris as a decent man, but now, in this moment, he was beginning to wonder if he could trust him at all. The officer was too vague, too evasive. And why was he warning him so strongly to stay away? Before John could ask any more questions, Harris turned toward the door. "Take care of yourself, Mr. Hawkins. I'd hate to see anything happen to you." With that, the officer left, closing the door behind him with a soft click. John stood in silence for a long moment, the weight of the conversation pressing on his chest. He had been right all along. There was something hidden in this building, something dangerous. But what? What had Sarah uncovered? And why was Harris so insistent that he stop looking? His eyes flicked toward the notebook on the table. It was a puzzle he couldn't solve alone. The cryptic sketches, the list of names, the strange markings on the blueprint. None of it made sense, and yet it felt like the only way forward. John grabbed his jacket and the notebook. If he was going to get answers, he had to go deeper. He had to take the next step, whatever the cost. As he stepped out into the hallway, the silence of the building pressed in around him. It was as if the walls themselves were watching him, waiting for him to make the wrong move. But John couldn't back down now, not when he was so close. He turned toward the basement door. John's footsteps echoed down the hallway as he made his way toward the staircase. The building was quiet, too quiet. The usual hum of life that had once surrounded him in this place seemed to have vanished, replaced by an oppressive stillness. It was as though the entire building had exhaled and now held its breath, waiting for something to happen. He paused at the foot of the stairs, looking up toward the second floor. Sarah's apartment was at the very top, in a corner tucked away from the rest of the tenants. It was a quiet, private space, perfect for someone like her, someone who had kept to herself. But now, that silence had taken on a more sinister tone. Sarah hadn't been seen in days, and yet, every time John came to check, her apartment remained eerily untouched. A sense of urgency tugged at him. What if she was still up there, trapped in some way? What if she had left behind clues, things she hadn't been able to share? He couldn't let this go. He couldn't stop looking, not now. He turned and made his way toward the narrow hallway that led to the basement door. Officer Harris's warning still hung in the air, but the more John thought about it, the more it seemed like a challenge rather than a deterrent. If there was something hidden in this building, something worth finding, then he needed to know what it was. The basement had always felt off to him, even when he first moved in. It was cold and damp, the air thick with the smell of old wood and mildew. The doors were always locked, and the only time anyone ventured down there was to retrieve forgotten boxes or fix the plumbing. But if there was something down there, something that had been kept hidden for all these years, he needed to see it for himself. As John stood in front of the basement door, his fingers hovered over the old brass handle. The silence pressed in on him, as if the building itself were urging him to turn back. But he had come too far to stop now. He twisted the handle and pushed the door open. The basement was even colder than he remembered, the dim light bulbs hanging from the ceiling casting weak, flickering shadows across the cracked concrete floor. Boxes and old furniture were piled haphazardly along the walls, dust and cobwebs coating every surface. The only sound was the faint drip of water somewhere in the corner, echoing through the emptiness. John stepped inside, his breath misting in the frigid air. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, waiting for him to make a move. He walked slowly, careful not to disturb anything. The basement was a labyrinth of forgotten items, a place where people stashed their old belongings and memories. But it was also a place that seemed to hold secrets that no one wanted to acknowledge. His eyes scanned the room, searching for anything out of place. There, in the far corner, a small door caught his attention. It was partially obscured by a stack of old crates, and it looked as though it hadn't been opened in years. His curiosity piqued. John approached the door and gently pushed the crates aside. The door was old, the wood warped and weathered. It looked like it had once been part of the building's original structure, perhaps a storage room or a utility closet. But now, it was locked with a rusted padlock, the metal tarnished with age. John ran his fingers along the cold surface, feeling the weight of the lock in his hands. There was something unsettling about this door, something that made his heart race with anticipation. He could almost hear a faint whisper, as if the walls themselves were murmuring secrets to him. His mind raced with possibilities. Was this where Sarah had gone? Had she discovered this hidden room and been locked inside? Or was there something more to this, something far darker, that no one had been willing to face? He took a step back, eyeing the lock warily. This wasn't something he could force open, not without drawing attention. He needed a key, or at least a way to get past the rusted metal. John's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. He froze, holding his breath. Someone was coming down the stairs, He quickly backed away from the door and pressed himself into the shadows, hoping to remain unseen. The footsteps grew louder, and then a figure appeared at the top of the stairs. It was Mrs. Templeton, her frail figure framed by the dim light from above. She glanced down the hallway, her eyes scanning the space as if searching for something. John held still, barely daring to breathe. She didn't notice him. Mrs. Templeton shuffled past the basement door, muttering softly to herself. John could just make out the words she was speaking. Something about the building and how it had always been this way. How it had always kept its secrets. A chill ran down John's spine. The old woman was talking as if she knew something, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. Her words seemed to hang in the air long after she had disappeared back into the shadows. John's mind raced. There was more to this building than he had realized. More to the missing woman. More to the whispers that had started to fill the silence. He had to keep going. John returned to his apartment later that evening. The basement door and Mrs. Templeton's muttering heavy on his mind. The silence of his own space felt suffocating now, the four walls pressing in as though they too were waiting for something. He set his bag down on the kitchen table and ran a hand through his hair, trying to shake off the tension. His eyes wandered toward the window, and he noticed the dim glow of the streetlights below. The world outside seemed calm, unaware of the storm that had started to stir within him. But something was wrong. He could feel it deep in his bones. He had stepped into a web, and now there was no turning back. The cryptic note from earlier kept echoing in his mind. Don't trust the walls. It was as though Sarah had known something he didn't, something that had sent her into hiding, or worse, had gotten her caught in the trap that had been set long ago. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded note. The paper was still warm from the night it had been slipped under his door. He unfolded it carefully, reading the words once again, letting the message sink deeper into his thoughts. Don't trust the walls. It was simple, cryptic, yet somehow ominous. What did it mean? The walls of the building? The walls within the apartments? Or perhaps it was referring to the very fabric of the place, the secrets it hid beneath the surface? John turned the note over in his hands, his eyes scanning every inch. There was nothing else, no other message, no signature, just those few words, written in a hurried hand that suggested fear or urgency. Whoever had written it had wanted to get the message to him, but not too clearly. They had left just enough room for him to wonder, to question, to keep searching. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft meow from the hallway. He turned toward the door, his heart skipping a beat. It was the sound of Sarah's cat, the one that had been wandering the building lately. The cat had been out of place, always lingering in the hallways, scratching at doors, as if it was looking for something or someone. John rose from his chair, his pulse quickening. The cat had appeared again, and it wasn't the first time. In fact, every time he had checked the building over the past few days, He had seen the cat wandering aimlessly, as if it were waiting for Sarah to return. He opened the door cautiously and peered into the hallway. The cat was sitting at the far end of the corridor, staring at the door to Sarah's apartment. Its wide, unblinking eyes seemed to glow in the dim light, an unnatural stillness about it that sent a shiver down his spine. The cat didn't move. It simply watched him, its gaze unyielding, as though it were silently urging him to approach, to do something. John's heart raced. There was no logical explanation for it, but there it was, a small, peculiar moment that seemed to carry the weight of something much larger. He stepped into the hallway, his shoes muffled by the worn carpet. As he walked closer to Sarah's door, the cat turned and padded silently in the opposite direction, vanishing into the shadows of the building. John hesitated, watching the empty space where the cat had just been, before he turned his attention back to the door. Something was happening, something that was slowly revealing itself in fragments, each piece more bizarre than the last. And the more John dug, the more he realized that the walls of the building weren't just silent, they were hiding something. He reached for the door handle and tested it. To his surprise, it gave slightly. It wasn't locked. His heart pounded in his chest. This was it. He could finally see what was behind Sarah's door. Could it be that she had left in a hurry? Had she been locked in, or was something more sinister going on? With a deep breath, John pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the hall as if protesting the intrusion. He stepped inside, his eyes adjusting to the dim light that filtered through the curtained windows. The apartment was just as it had been when he last saw it. Quiet, undisturbed. The same worn furniture, the same slightly crooked picture frames on the walls. But there was something different. The air felt thick, as if it had been holding its breath for days, waiting for him to arrive. John scanned the room carefully, his eyes moving from corner to corner. There, on the small table near the window, he spotted something odd. A notebook. It was lying open, the pages scattered as if someone had been looking through it in a hurry. He crossed the room and picked it up, feeling the weight of it in his hands. The cover was worn, the edges frayed from use. He flipped through the pages, scanning the hurried notes and sketches that filled the book. There were names, locations, and dates, strange connections that made no sense to him at first. But there was one phrase that caught his eye, scrawled in a shaky hand near the back of the notebook. The Whisper Network will know. The words sent a chill through him, as if the notebook itself were alive with secrets waiting to be uncovered. He closed the book, his mind racing with questions. The Whisper Network? What did that mean? Was Sarah part of something larger? And if so, how far did it go? Before he could process any more, the sound of footsteps in the hallway interrupted his thoughts. Someone was coming. John froze, the notebook still clutched tightly in his hand. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, echoing through the quiet hallway outside. His heart skipped a beat. He hadn't heard anyone approach. It was almost as if the person had known exactly when to arrive, as though they had been watching him. He quickly placed the notebook back on the table and moved quietly to the door, trying to peer through the small crack. He could see the shadow of a figure moving outside, but no details, just a tall, indistinct silhouette. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence. John held his breath, wondering if the person would move on. But then the figure stepped closer, and John's pulse quickened. The faint sound of breathing reached his ears. Whoever it was had stopped right outside Sarah's apartment door. He couldn't just sit there. His curiosity was too strong, and he had come this far. But he had to be careful. Whoever was outside could be anyone, a neighbor, a stranger, or someone with far more sinister intentions. He glanced around quickly, searching for a place to hide. The small apartment offered little in the way of cover, but the shadows in the corner by the window could work. He slid quietly into the darkness, hoping to remain unseen. The footsteps outside continued, now closer, and then nothing. The quiet stretched for what felt like an eternity. He leaned forward, trying to catch any sound, but all he heard was his own rapid breathing. Suddenly, the door handle turned. The sound of it twisting was loud in the stillness of the apartment. John's heart hammered in his chest, and he instinctively crouched lower, keeping himself hidden from view. The door creaked open slightly. John's breath caught in his throat. The person on the other side hadn't bothered knocking. They just opened the door. For a few tense moments, there was no movement. John could hear the faint rustle of clothing, the soft shuffle of footsteps on the worn carpet, but there was no sound of a person coming inside. They were just standing there, outside the door. John dared a glance from his hiding spot. The figure was still visible in the faint light from the hallway. He couldn't make out much, a tall, broad-shouldered individual, but their face was hidden by the darkness. Was it someone searching for Sarah? Someone who had been watching him? Or had Sarah been the one to leave the door unlocked, expecting someone to enter? Before he could come to any conclusion, the figure shifted and began to retreat. The footsteps grew fainter, moving back down the hallway. John didn't wait. He stood up swiftly, not bothering to be quiet this time. His instincts screamed at him to follow. Whoever that was, they weren't just looking for Sarah. They were looking for something, and he needed to know what. He moved to the door and cautiously cracked it open, peering into the hallway. The figure was just rounding the corner, their silhouette still visible as they moved toward the stairs. John's heart raced again as he followed, keeping his footsteps as quiet as possible. The building was quiet, its usual creaks and groans now seeming ominous in the dark. The figure moved swiftly, disappearing around the corner of the staircase, and John quickened his pace, careful not to lose sight of them. He reached the stairs and cautiously ascended, making sure not to alert anyone that he was following. The figure was ahead, still unaware of his presence. They reached the top floor, the final landing of the building, and John stopped, keeping himself hidden in the shadows. The figure paused in front of an apartment door. It was one he had seen before, a door that looked almost identical to Sarah's, but the nameplate was slightly different. It read C. Edwards. John's breath caught. It was one of the neighbors he had spoken to earlier, Charles Edwards, the man who lived on the top floor, always quiet, always watching. The figure knocked twice, a quick, sharp rap that echoed in the still air. John held his breath, watching as the door slowly creaked open, revealing another shadowy figure on the other side. He couldn't see the person's face, but he could make out the tall, lean build. Whoever this was, they were tall enough to be the same person who had entered Sarah's apartment earlier, or at least someone of similar stature. The door closed behind them, and John was left standing on the stairs, staring at the now closed door. His mind raced. What was going on here? What was this connection between Sarah, Charles, and the mysterious figure? For a long moment, John stood frozen, processing what he had just witnessed. This wasn't a random sequence of events. This was coordinated, and someone who lived in this building was involved. John retreated back to his apartment, his thoughts spinning. He needed to think. He needed to make sense of what he had just seen. The walls of the building were closing in, and the silence that had once comforted him now seemed like a trap. The mystery was deepening, and John could feel himself being drawn further into its web. John barely slept that night. His mind raced with the images of the figure outside Sarah's door and the strange interaction between Charles Edwards and the mysterious person. He had always considered himself a level-headed man, someone who preferred facts over speculation, but now he was consumed by the enigma unfolding around him. The next morning, he paced around his apartment, trying to organize his thoughts. The cryptic note, the oddities he had noticed in Sarah's apartment, the mysterious figure, it was all too much to be coincidental. Something was happening in this building, and John was determined to uncover the truth. He began by reviewing the notebook. He sat at his kitchen table, flipping through the pages, looking for anything he might have missed. There were lists of names, some of which seemed oddly familiar, but it was the term Whisper Network that kept tugging at his mind. It was mentioned several times, but never explained. Was it a group? A code? A reference to something larger? Whatever it was, it seemed connected to the disappearances that had plagued this building. John scribbled down the names he recognized, hoping that they might lead him to something concrete. He knew that he couldn't just sit around waiting for answers to come to him. He needed to act, to dig deeper into the people and events surrounding the mystery. But where to begin? He decided to start with Charles Edwards. If anyone knew something about what was going on, it would be him. The man was a regular in the building, and John had noticed him lingering around the hallways before, his eyes always darting as if he were waiting for something, or someone. Perhaps he had been more involved with Sarah than he had let on. John grabbed his jacket and made his way out the door. He didn't know what he would say to Charles, but he knew he had to try. The feeling of being watched was growing stronger with each passing day, and John had the sinking suspicion that time was running out. He knocked on the door of Charles's apartment, trying to keep his voice steady as he did. After a long moment, the door opened, and Charles's face appeared in the crack. "John?" he asked, his tone neutral, but his eyes narrowing slightly. "What's this about?" "I need to ask you something," John replied, forcing himself to appear calm despite the storm of questions in his mind. "It's about Sarah. I think you might know something." Charles stepped back, a flash of uncertainty crossing his face. For a moment, there was silence, and John could hear the faint sound of breathing from inside the apartment. "What about Sarah?" Charles asked cautiously. "I don't know what you think you've seen, but it's best you stay out of this." John's heart skipped a beat. The way Charles spoke, his defensive tone, it was too deliberate. He was hiding something. "I've seen things," John pressed, his voice quiet but firm. "I've seen someone following me, someone connected to her. And I know this building has been involved in some strange disappearances in the past. You must know something about it." Charles stiffened, his eyes darting to the side. The door creaked as if it was about to close, but John quickly stepped forward, blocking the entrance. "Look, I'm not here to accuse you," John said, his tone softer now. "I just want to know the truth. We're all in this together, and if you know anything, you need to tell me. I'm not leaving until we talk." For a moment, Charles didn't say anything. Then, with a resigned sigh, he stepped back, allowing John to enter the apartment. The room was dimly lit, and the smell of stale coffee lingered in the air. It was sparse, like most of the apartments in the building, with only a few pieces of furniture and clutter scattered around. Charles motioned for John to sit, and he did, his eyes never leaving the man in front of him. "I didn't want anyone to get involved," Charles began slowly, his voice low. "But I guess it's too late for that now." John leaned forward, listening intently as Charles continued. "You're right," he said, his voice tense. "This building has a history, a dark one. Sarah was digging into something she shouldn't have, and now she's gone. I don't know what happened to her, but I know she was close to uncovering something big." John felt a chill run down his spine. What was she uncovering? Charles hesitated, his eyes flicking nervously around the room. "It's called the Whisper Network. It's not something you can just walk into and expect to understand. It's secret, dangerous, and Sarah had gotten too close. She wasn't the first either. There have been others who've disappeared, people who were looking into the same thing." John's mind was racing. This was the confirmation he had been hoping for, but it only raised more questions. What exactly is the Whisper Network? And why are people disappearing? Charles leaned forward, his voice barely a whisper. "It's a group, but not like any group you've ever heard of. It's more like a shadow organization, pulling strings behind the scenes. They've been involved with the building for decades. People who get too close to the truth, people like Sarah, they vanish. And the network goes on, unscathed. John's heart pounded in his chest. This was bigger than he had imagined. There was something deeply sinister at play in this building, and now he was in the middle of it. John sat in stunned silence, the weight of Charles's words sinking in. A shadow organization, a network pulling strings in the background. It was all too much to process. He'd thought he was just unraveling the mystery of a missing neighbor, but now it seemed like he had stumbled into something far darker. Charles's eyes darted nervously around the room, as if he were waiting for someone to burst through the door. The atmosphere in the small apartment grew tense, and John could almost feel the danger creeping closer. He couldn't back out now. He was in too deep. "So what do I do now?" John asked, his voice hoarse. "How do I stop this?" Charles shook his head. "I don't know if you can stop it. It's too powerful, too well hidden. All I can tell you is to be careful. If they think you're a threat, they won't hesitate to silence you, just like they did with Sarah." John's mind spun as he processed this information. It was hard to believe that a place like this, his quiet, routine apartment building, could be at the center of such a complex and dangerous conspiracy. He had lived here for years, never suspecting that anything out of the ordinary was happening behind closed doors. Charles stood up abruptly, cutting the conversation short. "I'm done talking," he said, his tone final. "I've said too much already. You need to leave." John didn't argue. He stood up and walked toward the door, his heart racing in his chest. As he stepped outside, he couldn't help but feel the weight of the decision he had just made. He was no longer just an observer. He was part of this, whether he wanted to be or not. As he walked back down the hallway toward his own apartment, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. He kept his pace steady, his eyes scanning the surroundings, but saw no one. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he reached his door. He quickly fumbled with his keys, eager to get inside. Once he was safely inside, he locked the door behind him and collapsed onto the couch, his mind still reeling from the conversation. The pieces were slowly starting to fall into place, but they only led to more questions. The whisper network, disappearances, shadowy figures lurking in the background. Sarah's disappearance was just the beginning. John had always considered himself an ordinary man. A quiet, routine-driven life had suited him. But now, everything had changed. He had become entangled in something he couldn't ignore. The deeper he dug, the more he felt like he was being pulled into a web of secrets and lies. And the worst part? He didn't know who, if anyone, he could trust. He stood up, pacing around the apartment, trying to think through his next move. The notebook. He needed to go back through it, see if there were any more clues he had missed. There had to be something, some way to make sense of the chaos. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, and he felt the old, familiar weight of isolation creeping back in. He was alone in this. No one would understand what was happening, and no one would help him. He couldn't even trust the people in his own building. Just then, his phone buzzed on the coffee table, breaking his train of thought. John picked it up and saw that it was an unknown number. He stared at it for a moment, his stomach tightening. He hesitated before answering. "Hello." A low voice came through the line, distorted and crackling. "Stop looking, John. You don't know what you're dealing with." John's heart skipped a beat. He gripped the phone tighter, trying to steady his breathing. "Who is this?" he asked, his voice shaky. The voice on the other end paused before responding, its tone cold and threatening. "You've been warned. Leave it alone." The line went dead. John sat there in stunned silence, the phone still pressed to his ear. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Someone knew he was onto them. They were watching him, just as Charles had warned. It was no longer just about Sarah's disappearance. It was about protecting himself now. He had crossed a line, and there was no turning back. He stared at the phone in his hand, his thoughts racing. Who had called? And why had they warned him to stop? John knew that whatever had started with a cryptic note under his door had now escalated into something far more dangerous. He wasn't going to back down, not after everything he had uncovered. But he also knew that he couldn't face this alone. He needed to find answers, and he needed help before it was too late. The following days felt heavier than usual. John couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on him, even though he couldn't see anyone watching. Each time he passed a neighbor in the hallway, a subtle tension hung between them. Were they looking at him differently now? Did they know he was investigating Sarah's disappearance? Were they involved? The weight of the unknown gnawed at him, and he couldn't seem to escape it. He had taken Charles's warning seriously. For the most part, he kept to himself, sticking to his usual routine: work, eat, sleep, and repeat. But he couldn't help it. His mind was consumed by the missing woman, by the cryptic notebook, and the eerie threats that had started to appear. He hadn't spoken to anyone else in the building about Sarah's disappearance yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he wasn't sure who he could trust. Some of the neighbors had lived in the building longer than he had, but that only made him more suspicious. Were they hiding something? Was it possible that some of them knew more than they were letting on? John had to start asking questions, but he knew that he couldn't approach everyone at once. He would have to be careful, strategic. If he was too obvious, he might tip them off, or worse, make them think he was a threat. And that was the last thing he wanted. He was already in over his head. If he started causing a scene, he could end up disappearing too. The first person he decided to talk to was Mrs. Walters, the elderly woman who lived in the apartment 2 doors down from him. She'd been there longer than anyone else, and she often sat by the window, watching the comings and goings of everyone in the building. It was hard to imagine she didn't know something, whether she was willing to share it. However, was another question entirely. John waited for a quiet evening, when he knew she would be at home. He knocked on her door, trying to keep his nerves under control. When she answered, he smiled, doing his best to sound casual. "Good evening," Mrs. Walters, I hope I'm not disturbing you." She looked him up and down, as though sizing him up before answering. "Not at all, John. Come in, come in. What's on your mind?" Her apartment was warm and smelled faintly of lavender, the scent of a woman who had lived alone for many years. Her walls were lined with old photographs, and in the corner stood a dusty bookcase filled with yellowed novels. It was the kind of home you'd expect from a woman who had spent decades in the same place. Quiet, steady, and filled with memories. "I was just wondering," John began, keeping his voice steady, "if you've seen Sarah lately? My upstairs neighbor." Mrs. Walters's expression didn't change, but John noticed her eyes flicker toward the window, a quick glance that seemed almost too intentional. "Sarah?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "No, I haven't seen her in a few days. She's a quiet girl, kept to herself, mostly. I'm sure she's just busy with something." John didn't believe her for a second. The way she hesitated, the way her eyes darted away, it didn't seem like a simple case of not seeing someone for a few days. There was something she wasn't telling him, but he wasn't sure if she was hiding it out of fear or because she genuinely didn't know anything. "Do you know if she had any family or friends?" he pressed, trying to keep his voice neutral. "Or, well, any acquaintances in the building?" Mrs. Walters shifted in her chair, tapping her fingers together in a nervous rhythm. "I don't know much about her personal life. She didn't really interact with anyone around here, except to pay her rent on time and pick up her mail. She was a quiet one, always keeping to herself." She paused, her eyes clouding over. "Though, there was something strange about her, now that I think about it. She would sometimes stand by her window, staring out, almost as if she were waiting for someone. It wasn't like her. Waiting for someone. That was interesting." John made a mental note of it. "Did you ever talk to her about it? Ask her what she was waiting for?" Mrs. Walters shook her head. "No, she always kept to herself. But I do remember her mentioning something about going out of town one day. But that was weeks ago, and she never did. Perhaps she just got busy, you know?" John's heart sank. "Out of town. Mrs. Walters said, tapping her fingers on her chair. "But it's been a while. She never came back, though, so I'm not sure what to make of it." John's mind raced. Out of town? That didn't sound right. And if Sarah had mentioned it, why hadn't anyone else in the building noticed? Was she really gone, or was something else going on? Was someone waiting for her to return? Before he could ask more questions, Mrs. Walters smiled warmly, as though the conversation was over. "Well, I hope that answers your questions, dear. I'm sure she'll turn up soon." But John knew something wasn't right. He had to dig deeper. The encounter with Mrs. Walters left John feeling both unsettled and more determined. Something about her story didn't sit right with him. Her casual dismissal of Sarah's disappearance, the vague mention of going out of town, and her quick shift to end the conversation all seemed too rehearsed. It was as if she was protecting something or someone. But who? John couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting closer to something. Every small piece of information seemed to hint at a bigger puzzle, one that he wasn't sure he was ready to solve. But he couldn't stop now. He had to keep going. The next day, John decided to speak with more people, but this time, he needed to be more strategic. He couldn't afford to make anyone suspicious. The building wasn't large, and word traveled fast. If he poked around too openly, he risked stirring up more questions than answers. He started with Mr. Hughes, the building's handyman. Mr. Hughes was always tinkering with something, fixing a pipe, adjusting the heating, or sweeping up the courtyard. He had been in and out of the building for years, and though he wasn't the most social person, John had seen him more than a few times. If anyone knew about the comings and goings of the residents, it was probably him. John caught him in the hallway, carrying a toolbox. He offered a casual greeting, then fell into step beside him. "Hey, Mr. Hughes, I've been meaning to ask, have you seen Sarah around lately? My upstairs neighbor." Mr. Hughes didn't break stride. He merely grunted in response, eyes trained ahead of him. "Sarah? Yeah, I've seen her." "What?" John's curiosity piqued. "I haven't seen her in a while. Have you noticed anything unusual, anything out of the ordinary?" The handyman paused for a moment, lowering his toolbox to the floor with a heavy thud. His eyes darted around, as if making sure no one else was nearby. John instinctively leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Unusual? You could say that," Mr. Hughes muttered, casting a wary glance down the hall. "I don't like to gossip, but there were some strange things happening around her apartment right before she disappeared." John's pulse quickened. "What kind of strange things?" Mr. Hughes shifted uncomfortably, his fingers tapping against the edge of his toolbox. "I don't know if it's anything, but a few days before she went missing, I heard voices in her apartment. Soft whispers. Thought she was having someone over. But when I went upstairs to fix a leak, I didn't see anyone. Just her, sitting by the window, staring out like usual. But there was something different about her that day. She looked nervous, fidgety, and there was this strange hum in the air, like someone was talking to her, even though there was no one else around." John's heart skipped a beat. A hum? Whispers? This wasn't the first time he'd heard about strange occurrences in the building, but the idea that Sarah had been hearing voices, had been talking to someone, struck him as odd. It was too specific to ignore. Did she say anything? Was she acting like she was waiting for someone? John asked, trying to keep his tone casual, though his mind raced. Mr. Hughes hesitated, then gave a slow nod. She didn't say much, but the last time I was in there, I noticed something strange on the counter. A piece of paper, just a small note. It wasn't there when I first arrived. I think she was trying to hide it when I came in. It was crumpled, like she had just written it down. John's interest peaked even further. Did you read it? Do you know what it said? Mr. Hughes shook his head. No, I didn't want to invade her privacy. But when I saw it, I thought it looked like a message. A warning, Maybe. I didn't ask about it, but it was odd, you know. Could you show me where it was? John asked, his voice barely a whisper. The handyman glanced around again, as if weighing the consequences of his words. Finally, he nodded. I'll take you there, but I won't be part of this if it gets messy. You understand. John agreed, trying to hide the excitement creeping up his spine. If he could see this note, perhaps it would provide the missing link, the final piece of the puzzle he'd been searching for. Mr. Hughes led him up the stairs to the second floor, his footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway. When they reached Sarah's door, Mr. Hughes looked at John one last time, his expression a mixture of caution and concern. This is it, he said, his voice low. But remember what I said. This is as far as I go. John nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. The moment of truth was finally here. The hallway was eerily quiet as they stood outside Sarah's apartment door. John's breath was shallow, his mind racing with questions. He glanced at Mr. Hughes, whose hands were trembling slightly as he reached for the door handle. There was a heavy tension in the air, as though something was about to happen, something important. Mr. Hughes paused, his gaze flicking nervously down the hall once more. With a quick glance back at John, he pushed the door open just enough to slip inside. John followed closely behind, trying to suppress the growing sense of dread in his chest. The apartment was still in disarray, though not in the way John had expected. The furniture was minimal, just a small couch, a chair by the window, and a coffee table cluttered with books and papers. The soft afternoon light filtered in through the blinds, casting long shadows across the room. But it wasn't the furniture that caught John's attention. It was the stillness, the silence that seemed to hang in the air, almost like a presence in itself. There was no sign of Sarah, no clue as to where she had gone. Mr. Hughes gestured to the counter in the small kitchen nook, his eyes darting nervously. There, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. That's where I saw it. John's eyes followed the man's pointing finger, settling on the counter. There, in the middle of the mess of papers and empty cups, was a crumpled piece of paper. It seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. John moved forward, his heart thudding in his chest. As he reached for the note, a chill ran down his spine. He unfolded it carefully, as if the paper itself might hold some kind of secret, a clue that would unlock the mystery of Sarah's disappearance. The handwriting was erratic, rushed, and almost illegible in places, but a few words stood out clearly. The whispering circle. The rest of the note was a jumble of phrases, disjointed, cryptic. John scanned it, trying to make sense of it. Find the source. They can hear you. Don't trust anyone. The walls have ears. John's mind raced. What was this? Who had written it? Was this Sarah's handwriting, or was it someone else's? The mention of the walls echoed in his thoughts. It was as though the very building itself was involved in whatever had happened to her. Do you think this was hers? John asked, looking up at Mr. Hughes. The handyman shifted uneasily, his eyes flicking to the note. "I can't be sure, but it seems like it. She was acting strange right before she disappeared, like she was afraid of something. I've never seen her like that before." John's thoughts were in overdrive. A whispering circle? Walls with ears. It all sounded like something out of a conspiracy theorist's notebook, but the urgency of the message couldn't be ignored. Whoever had written this knew something, something that was deeply tied to the building itself. He scanned the apartment again, his gaze lingering on the window. The blinds were half drawn, but there was something about the angle of the light that made it seem like the apartment had been abandoned in a hurry. Papers scattered across the table, a book left open on the chair. These were signs of someone who had left abruptly, without preparing to go. "I don't like it," Mr. Hughes muttered, glancing nervously around the room. "There's something wrong with this place. You should leave it alone, John." But John couldn't. Not now. The note, the mention of a circle and walls with ears, it was all too specific to ignore. Whoever had left it wanted him to find it. They wanted him to understand that there was something more to this building, to Sarah's disappearance, than anyone was willing to admit. "I can't stop now," John replied, his voice firm, though his hands trembled as he folded the note carefully. "This is just the beginning." He turned to Mr. Hughes, his decision made. "Do you know anything about a group called the Whispering Circle?" The handyman shook his head slowly, his face pale. "I've heard whispers, yes. People talk, but I don't know who or what they are. Just rumors, nothing solid." John's stomach tightened. The Whispering Circle. It sounded like a secret society, or worse, something much darker. The mention of the walls seemed to suggest that whatever was happening here, it was embedded in the very fabric of the building. But what was the connection? And why had Sarah gotten involved? "I need to talk to the others," John said, his voice more resolute than ever. "I need to know what they know." He glanced once more at the note, folding it neatly and slipping it into his pocket. This was just one clue, but it was a start. The next step was to find out who else had been involved, who else knew about the Whispering Circle, and why they were trying so hard to keep it a secret. Mr. Hughes didn't look convinced, but he said nothing more. He stood silently by the door as John made his way out of the apartment, the weight of the note pressing heavily in his pocket. This was no longer just about Sarah. It was about something much bigger, something that was hidden behind the walls of the building, and something that was waiting for him to uncover. John stepped into the dimly lit hallway, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the old carpeting. His heart beat faster with each step he took, his mind spinning with questions he hadn't even begun to answer. The note in his pocket felt like a weight, as though it carried the answers to all the strange occurrences in the building, but he wasn't sure where to go next. As he walked toward the stairwell, he glanced at the door to the apartment next door, where Mrs. Lambert, the elderly woman who lived beside Sarah, always sat by her window in the afternoons. The old woman was a fixture of the building, someone who knew everyone's business, and John had a feeling she knew more than she let on. He had to talk to her. He knocked gently on her door, the soft rapping echoing through the hallway. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing Mrs. Lambert's kindly face framed by silver curls. "Oh, Mr. John, dear," she said, her voice soft and raspy. "What brings you to my door?" "I was hoping to ask you about Sarah," John replied, trying to keep his tone casual, though he could feel the tension in his shoulders. "Have you seen her recently?" The old woman's eyes narrowed slightly, as if weighing whether to answer him. She glanced over her shoulder into the dim apartment before stepping into the hallway, closing the door behind her. "Sarah, you say?" Mrs. Lambert murmured, her wrinkled hands clutching the shawl around her shoulders. "I haven't seen her for a few days. Strange that. She always keeps to herself, but she never went off for this long." John took a cautious step forward, lowering his voice. "Did she mention anything to you? About anything unusual?" Mrs. Lambert hesitated. For a moment, John thought she might brush him off, but then her gaze softened, and she leaned in a little closer. "I don't like to gossip," she said in a hushed tone. "But I did hear things, yes. Not from Sarah herself, mind you, but people. You see, dear, there's been talk around here about the building, about the people who live in it." John felt his stomach tighten. This was it. He was about to learn something crucial, something that might bring him closer to understanding Sarah's disappearance. "Talk?" he asked, urging her to continue. Mrs. Lambert glanced around again, her voice dropping to a whisper. "There's a group, people who come and go in the building, always at night. They're quiet, always whispering to each other, but not like normal people. It's more like they're in on something secret." John's pulse quickened. This was the second time he had heard the term whispering connected to the building, and it made his skin prickle with unease. "What kind of secret?" he asked, his voice barely audible. She shook her head, her expression troubled. "I don't know, Mr. John. I've never seen them up close. But I know they're always here, always talking in the hallways, and sometimes I hear them in the walls. Late at night, when the building is quiet, the whispers." John's breath caught in his throat. The walls. Mrs. Lambert wasn't the first person to mention strange noises in the building, but hearing her speak about it so openly made everything feel more real. This wasn't just some coincidence. Whatever was going on here, whatever had happened to Sarah, it was tied to something larger, something dark that was buried in the building's past. "You've heard them in the walls?" John repeated, trying to process her words. Mrs. Lambert nodded slowly, her face growing pale. "Yes, sometimes it's just a murmur, but other times it's like the walls are talking. I'm not crazy, mind you," she added quickly, as if trying to reassure herself. "I know what I heard." John's mind was reeling. A whispering circle, voices in the walls, strange people coming and going at night. He had been right to trust his instincts. There was something going on in this building, something he needed to uncover. "Do you think these people have anything to do with Sarah's disappearance?" he asked, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts in his head. Mrs. Lambert hesitated before nodding slowly. "It's possible. Sarah wasn't the same before she left. She got more withdrawn, more nervous. I think she knew something about them, or maybe she was trying to find out what they were up to. I saw her one night, walking around the hall, looking over her shoulder like she was expecting someone." John's stomach churned. He had thought Sarah's disappearance was the result of a random event, but now it seemed connected to something far more sinister. "Do you know where I could find these people?" he asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Mrs. Lambert shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. "No, I don't want to get involved with them, Mr. John. I've lived here for years, and I know what kind of things go on in this building. But you should be careful. You're digging into something dangerous." John nodded, his resolve hardening. "I have to find out the truth. For Sarah." As he turned to leave, Mrs. Lambert called after him softly, "Be careful, Mr. John. The walls listen." The words echoed in John's mind as he walked back down the hallway. The walls listen. What did Mrs. Lambert mean by that? He could hardly shake the feeling that something larger, something far more sinister, was at play here in the building. Every passing moment felt like it was leading him closer to some dark truth, but the pieces of the puzzle remained stubbornly out of reach. He arrived back at his own apartment and sank into the worn armchair by the window, staring out at the street below, the buildings around him looming like silent witnesses. The city hummed with life, yet in this building, a suffocating stillness clung to the air. It was a quiet, old place, with its creaking floors and thick walls that seemed to carry the secrets of generations. For the first time, John wondered how many of those secrets were still buried inside it. His mind returned to the cryptic note that had started all of this. He pulled it from his pocket, unfolding the fragile paper carefully, as if it might shatter if handled too roughly. The neat handwriting was still vivid, the words as unsettling as the first time he had read them. "They're coming for you. Stay quiet. Listen to the walls." What did it mean? Who had written it? And why had they singled him out? The answers felt just beyond his grasp, like something that was always present but never fully revealed. He placed the note on the table and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. His thoughts were a tangled web of speculation. The strange happenings in the building, the whispers in the walls, the mysterious disappearances. None of it made sense on its own. But together, it formed a pattern, one that was starting to feel more like a trap than a mystery. A knock at the door broke his reverie. John froze, his heart skipping a beat. Who could it be at this hour? He rose from the chair slowly, his mind racing. The building was small, and he knew almost everyone who lived here. It was strange for anyone to visit him unannounced. He glanced at the clock. It was well past 10 o'clock. "John?" came a voice from the other side of the door. It was soft but unmistakable, It was Mrs. Lambert. John exhaled in relief. He swung open the door, and the elderly woman stood in the hallway, her hand resting on her cane, her eyes wide with urgency. "Mr. John, I need to speak with you," she said in a hushed tone, glancing around as if she feared being seen. "It's about the whispers and the people I told you about." His stomach clenched. "What is it?" he asked, stepping aside to let her in. She shuffled past him quickly, closing the door behind her. "I didn't want to say anything before, but I think it's time you knew." She paused, then leaned in close. "I think Sarah found something she wasn't supposed to. Something that's hidden in the building. And it's connected to those people, the ones who come at night." John's pulse quickened. He motioned for her to sit, then took a seat opposite her, waiting for her to continue. "I overheard something just the other day. A conversation late at night. They were talking about Sarah, about what she had discovered." Mrs. Lambert whispered, her voice trembling. "They said she was getting too close to the truth. They didn't want her to uncover what was hidden." "What truth?" John asked, leaning forward, his eyes locked on hers. Mrs. Lambert's face tightened with fear. "I don't know exactly, but I heard enough. They mentioned a room, a hidden room, deep within the building. It's been there for years, maybe decades. And Sarah, she was looking for it. They were watching her, Mr. John, watching her closely." John's mind raced. A hidden room? The building was old, but he had never heard of any secret rooms, at least not in this part of the building. Could it be the same room he had felt something strange about earlier? The room he couldn't quite place, the one that had made him feel like someone was watching him? "I don't know where it is," Mrs. Lambert continued, her voice cracking. "But I'm afraid they might already be on to you, Mr. John. You've been asking too many questions. They'll be watching you now, too." John felt a chill settle over him. "They're watching you." The words from the note echoed once more, clearer than ever. He had walked right into something dangerous, something that had been lurking in the shadows for far longer than he realized. "I have to find out what happened to Sarah," he said firmly, though the doubt lingered in the back of his mind. The stakes were higher now, and the danger more real than ever. Mrs. Lambert shook her head slowly. "Be careful, Mr. John. Please, be careful. There are things in this building, things you don't understand." With that, she turned and left, her footsteps echoing faintly in the hallway as she disappeared into the night. John closed the door, the weight of her words pressing heavily on his chest. Whatever Sarah had uncovered, whatever secret she had gotten too close to, it was buried somewhere in this building, and it was up to him to find it before it was too late. John spent the next few days walking through the building, but it wasn't the same. The silence felt deeper now, as if the walls themselves had become aware of his investigation. Every creak of the floorboards, every soft rustle from behind closed doors, sent a jolt of tension through him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, something that knew he was getting too close. He had thought about Mrs. Lambert's words, the idea of a hidden room, something concealed deep within the building, beyond what anyone had ever talked about. He couldn't stop wondering what it might be. What was locked away in this place? And why had it remained a secret for so long? That night, as he sat in his apartment staring at the note that had started it all, John made a decision. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to act. He slipped on his coat, grabbed a flashlight from his kitchen drawer, and left his apartment quietly. The hallway was as dimly lit as always, the light flickering occasionally. The building seemed like it was alive with the sounds of creaking beams and the shuffle of neighbors behind their doors. John's footsteps echoed unnervingly as he walked toward the stairwell. His destination was clear, the top floor of the building, where the locked door he had never been able to open stood. The door to the mysterious apartment that no one seemed to talk about. No one except Mrs. Lambert, who had hinted at its significance. She had said that Sarah had been looking for something. Could it be that Sarah had found the key to it all? Perhaps, in that hidden room, he would uncover the truth. The stairwell creaked as John ascended, his breath shallow and his heartbeat loud in his ears. He had lived in the building for years, but tonight it felt entirely different. The walls seemed to hold secrets, and he was about to uncover them. When he reached the top floor, John walked down the narrow corridor that led to the locked door. The air felt colder here, and he noticed that the flickering light from the hallway didn't quite reach the far end of the passage. The shadows seemed deeper there, more oppressive. He stood in front of the door for a long moment, running his fingers along the frame. It was strange. He had never paid much attention to it before, but now he couldn't help but feel that it was watching him back, daring him to open it. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and tried the handle. It didn't budge. Locked, just as it always had been. He looked down at the flashlight in his hand, its beam cutting through the darkness. His mind raced with possibilities. There had to be a way in. There was always a way. The sound of his own breathing filled the hallway as he knelt down, examining the lock. It wasn't anything special, just a simple deadbolt, but there had to be something about it that he was missing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small metal pick he had used to open his own apartment door when the lock jammed a few weeks ago. It wasn't the best tool, but it would have to do. With careful hands, he worked the pick into the keyhole, feeling the familiar tension of the lock as he twisted. It clicked just a little. He paused, heart pounding. Was he getting closer? Another twist, and then a loud click. The lock released, and the door creaked open just a few inches. John held his breath as he pushed the door open slowly, the hinges groaning in protest. The room beyond was pitch black, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. This was it. The room he had only heard whispered about, the one no one had dared enter for years. He stepped inside, the flashlight beam illuminating the room in eerie streaks. Dust clung to everything. The floor, the walls, the furniture. Yet there was a strange sense of neglect here, as if someone had purposely left it to decay. The air smelled musty and stale, the scent of something long forgotten. John's eyes swept across the room, taking in the faded wallpaper, the neglected furniture, the small window covered by thick curtains. But it was what he saw near the back wall that made his breath catch in his throat. There, partially hidden beneath an old rug, was a small trapdoor. His heart skipped a beat. This was it, the hidden room he had been searching for. It wasn't much, but it was enough. A secret compartment beneath the floorboards, buried away for who knows how long. John knelt down and carefully pulled at the rug, revealing the trapdoor in full. He ran his fingers over the edges, feeling the rough wood. There was no lock, no obvious way to open it. But that didn't matter. He wasn't leaving without knowing what lay beneath. He gripped the edges of the trapdoor and pulled with all his strength. Slowly, it began to lift, creaking in protest. With one final heave, it gave way, and John's flashlight beam cut through the dark, revealing a small set of stairs that descended into an even darker space below. John hesitated for only a moment. The darkness below seemed to beckon, pulling him deeper into the mystery that had been consuming his thoughts for days. With one last glance at the eerie quiet of the room above, he took a deep breath and stepped down into the unknown. The stairs creaked under his weight, but the sound was drowned out by the growing pounding of his heart. The air grew colder as he descended, the musty smell of old wood and dampness wrapping around him. The flashlight's beam illuminated just enough to show the worn edges of the steps, the dust thickening with each step he took. At the bottom of the stairs, the flashlight's beam faltered for a moment as if hesitant to reveal what lay ahead. The small space was dimly lit by a weak bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long, unsettling shadows. The walls were bare, except for a few old, peeling papers scattered on the ground, as though something had been hastily thrown aside. John stepped forward, his shoes muffled by the thick carpet of dust. His eyes darted around, scanning the space. The room felt wrong, out of place in a building that had long since been sealed off from the world. At first glance, there didn't seem to be much, just empty shelves, a single metal filing cabinet pushed against the far wall, and a couple of overturned chairs. But as his flashlight moved across the space, he noticed something odd. There was a table in the center of the room, its surface covered in papers, but the papers weren't the usual sort. They were drawings, sketches, mostly, some crude, some detailed. A series of strange symbols and patterns that seemed completely unrelated to anything he had seen before. He approached the table cautiously, his hands trembling. The drawings were chaotic, almost as though someone had tried to make sense of a puzzle that had no answers. The symbols didn't appear to have any real meaning at first glance, but something about them made his skin crawl. They seemed familiar, like a memory just out of reach. John turned his attention to the filing cabinet next. The drawer was slightly ajar, and when he pulled it open, A rustling sound echoed through the room. Inside, he found a collection of notebooks, all filled with the same disjointed sketches, as well as pages of notes that were hastily written in a frantic scrawl. He flipped through the pages, each one revealing more of the same: symbols, patterns, and names written with a sense of urgency. One name stood out to him: Sarah. It was mentioned frequently in the notes, almost as though the writer was trying to keep track of her movements, her discoveries. But why? Why had Sarah been so interested in these strange patterns and symbols? And what did they mean? John sat down at the table, his fingers tracing the sketches. He could feel the weight of the mystery pressing down on him. The more he uncovered, the more questions seemed to arise. Was this the work of Sarah herself? Had she been trying to unravel something dangerous? Was she involved in something that went far beyond what he had imagined? As he stared at the papers, his mind racing, he noticed something that made his heart skip a beat. On one of the pages was a detailed map of the building, but it wasn't the building he knew. The layout was different, altered, even. There were sections that didn't exist in the real building, rooms that had never been on any of the blueprints. John's pulse quickened as he looked closer. There, marked with a red X, was the very room he was standing in, the hidden room. But it wasn't labeled as storage or maintenance, as it should have been. It was labeled Phase 3, the network. What network? And why had Sarah been trying to uncover it? Suddenly, a noise from above made him freeze in his tracks. A faint thud, like a door closing. His first instinct was to hide, but there was nowhere to go. His mind raced, and his heart began to beat faster. Someone was upstairs, or perhaps someone was already in the building. He stood up quickly, shoving the map and papers into his coat pocket as he moved toward the stairs. He didn't have much time. He had to get out before he was caught. As he ascended the stairs, he heard another sound, closer this time. It was a whisper, a low murmur, barely audible, but unmistakable. Get out. Now. The voice was cold, distant, but urgent. John's heart dropped into his stomach, and for the first time since this investigation began, he felt a wave of genuine fear. Someone else knew about the hidden room. Someone who didn't want him to discover the truth. John's breath caught in his throat as he paused, halfway up the stairs. The whisper had been so faint, almost drowned out by the creaking of the building itself, but it was clear enough to send a shiver down his spine. He glanced back over his shoulder toward the dimly lit room below, feeling the weight of the secret he had just uncovered pressing against him. For a long moment, he stood there, listening intently for any further sound. The air was thick with silence, so thick it felt suffocating. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he slowly continued to climb the stairs, the sense of being watched creeping over him like a heavy fog. Reaching the top of the stairs, John moved quickly, but carefully, back toward his apartment. The soft click of his door opening felt strangely loud in the quiet building, and he winced at the sound. He stepped inside, locking the door behind him with a firm turn of the handle. Once inside, he sank onto the couch, his mind spinning. His fingers traced the outline of the map in his coat pocket, the inked red X burning in his memory. The network. What did it all mean? And who had been watching him? John's thoughts raced back to Sarah. She had been onto something that had clearly put her in danger. He had always assumed she was just a quiet, reclusive woman, someone who kept to herself, but now he realized she had been far more than that. She had known something, and now it seemed that knowledge had cost her everything. The whisper still echoed in his ears, growing louder, more insistent. Get out. Now. It wasn't just a warning, it was a threat. He stood abruptly, feeling the need to move, to do something, anything to make sense of the chaos that was unraveling around him. But his mind kept coming back to that map, to the hidden room. He knew he had to go back. He had to find out what Sarah had discovered, even if it meant putting himself in harm's way. As he grabbed his coat and reached for his keys, a sound at the door made him freeze. He wasn't alone. A knock. Soft, but deliberate. 3 quick raps. John's pulse quickened. He pressed his back against the door, holding his breath. The silence that followed felt unbearable. The knock came again, louder this time. 3 more raps, each one more urgent than the last. The tension in the air was palpable. Who was it? And why had they come? He debated for a moment whether to answer. His mind flickered to the warning, to the whisper. Whoever was at the door could be the one responsible for the strange events unfolding. But then again, it could be someone who knew more, someone who could help him understand the mystery. He took a deep breath and slowly approached the door, his hand hovering over the handle. Every instinct screamed at him to retreat, to lock the door and stay hidden. But the part of him that was consumed by curiosity, by the need to uncover the truth, couldn't let this moment pass without seeing who was behind the door. John turned the handle slowly, cautiously, and cracked the door open just wide enough to peek through. Standing on the other side was a woman. She looked familiar, though John couldn't place her face. She was tall, with dark hair pulled back into a neat ponytail, wearing a beige trench coat that seemed out of place in the otherwise dreary hallway. "Can I help you?" John asked, trying to keep his voice steady, though it trembled slightly despite his best efforts. The woman smiled, but there was something unsettling about it. It didn't quite reach her eyes, which were sharp, calculating. She spoke in a low voice that sent another chill down his spine. "I'm looking for Sarah," she said simply, her gaze never leaving his. "I think you know where she is." John felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He had expected the world to unravel around him, but not like this. Not with someone at his door, asking questions he didn't have the answers to. I don't know where she is," he replied, though his voice faltered. His mind raced to piece together what was happening. Was she another part of the mystery? Someone else investigating Sarah's disappearance? The woman's eyes narrowed, studying him carefully, as though weighing his every word. I think you do, she said. I think you've already found something you shouldn't have. John felt his heart beat faster. I don't understand. Who are you? The woman hesitated for a moment before answering. My name is Evelyn. I was close to Sarah. We were both looking into the same thing, but it seems she got too close. Now I'm trying to finish what she started. John felt a rush of confusion. Another person involved in this strange web of secrets? And why had she come to him? Evelyn took a step forward, her gaze shifting to the side, as if watching for something or someone. Can we talk? Somewhere more private? She asked. His mind raced. This was the moment when everything could change, when the story could unfold in ways he never anticipated. He wasn't sure if he could trust her, but the feeling of being drawn into something larger, something dangerous, was growing stronger with each passing second. I don't know if that's a good idea, John said, instinctively taking a step back. Before he could finish, the woman's expression changed. It was quick, almost imperceptible, but John saw it, like a flash of something desperate, a flicker of fear in her eyes. You don't know who's listening, she said urgently. Please, let me in. Her words hung in the air like a threat, and for the first time, John understood the true danger of the situation he had found himself in. John hesitated for a moment, his fingers still wrapped around the door handle. Evelyn's urgency was palpable, and something about her demeanor told him she wasn't lying. She knew something about Sarah's disappearance, something he needed to hear. He stepped aside, letting her in. As Evelyn crossed the threshold, she quickly scanned the room, her sharp eyes missing nothing. She didn't waste any time with pleasantries. We don't have much time, she said, her voice low but firm. They're watching, and if they realize we're speaking to each other, it could be over for both of us. John closed the door softly behind her, his mind spinning. The weight of her words was sinking in. Who's watching? Who are they? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Evelyn moved swiftly to the small table by the window, where a stack of papers and books lay. She didn't sit down, but instead began pacing the room. There's a group, she began, glancing out the window as if she expected someone to be lurking in the shadows. They've been operating under the radar for years, and they've got eyes everywhere. Anyone who gets too close to the truth is erased. Sarah, she was getting too close, and now she's disappeared. I don't know if she's still alive. John felt a chill in the air, and despite the warmth of the apartment, he suddenly shivered. His mind raced with 1,000 questions, but the most pressing one was clear. What did Sarah know? What truth? He asked, his voice edged with frustration. What was she looking into? And what does this have to do with me? Evelyn stopped pacing, her gaze locking onto his. She seemed to consider his question carefully before answering. It's the network, she said, her voice hushed. The Whisper Network. Sarah had discovered that people, innocent people, had gone missing for years, and every time, this very building has been involved. It's as if it's a central point, a meeting place for something much larger, something hidden. John's mind was reeling. His stomach turned as he recalled his own observations, the strange happenings, the unsettling sense that something was wrong in the building. "What do you mean by whisper network? Is it a group? An organization?" he asked. Evelyn nodded, her expression grim. "It's more than just an organization. It's a system, like a web of influence, pulling the strings behind the scenes. The people who disappear, they're part of something bigger. But I don't think anyone realizes how deep it goes, not even Sarah. She thought she could uncover the truth, but I'm afraid she bit off more than she could chew." The weight of her words pressed down on him, and John struggled to process it all. The missing people, the whispers, the building. What kind of secrets had Sarah uncovered? Suddenly, Evelyn's eyes widened in alarm. She took a step toward the door, but before she could reach it, the faintest sound echoed from the hallway. A creak, then another. The unmistakable sound of someone approaching. Evelyn froze, her hand resting on the door handle. She motioned for John to stay quiet, her eyes wide with fear. "They're here," she whispered, barely audible. "We've been found." John's heart raced in his chest as panic set in. His first instinct was to bolt, to run, but Evelyn's calm, focused demeanor kept him rooted in place. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice shaking. Evelyn didn't answer immediately. Instead, she moved swiftly toward the bookshelf, her fingers gliding over the spines of books before stopping at an old, leather-bound volume. She tugged it out, and with a sharp click, the shelf gave way, revealing a narrow passageway behind it. John stared in disbelief. "A secret passage? Quick!" Evelyn urged, pulling him toward the hidden door. "We don't have much time." They squeezed through the narrow opening, Evelyn leading the way into the darkened passage. The moment the passage closed behind them, a muffled knock echoed from the apartment door. It was followed by a voice, low and gruff. "John." The voice was familiar, one of his neighbors, a man who lived 2 floors down. "Are you home?" John's pulse quickened. He recognized the voice, but couldn't place it. It was too late to hide now. Evelyn's hand shot out, gripping his arm. "Stay quiet," she warned, her voice barely a whisper. "We need to get out of here before they come looking." The passage was cold, the air stale with the scent of dust and decay. They moved quickly, the only sound the soft shuffle of their footsteps on the stone floor. John's mind was reeling with questions, but he couldn't afford to voice them. The danger felt too immediate now, too real. Whoever was looking for him, or for Evelyn, was close. As they reached the end of the passage, Evelyn stopped and glanced over her shoulder. "We can't go back. Not yet. But if you want to understand what's really going on, you'll have to follow me." John nodded, his heart racing, and stepped into the unknown. Every instinct told him to turn back, but the pull of the mystery, the need for answers, was too strong. The deeper he went, the further he was pulled into the web Sarah had started to uncover. Evelyn led him through a series of hidden hallways, each one darker and more claustrophobic than the last. Finally, they emerged into what appeared to be a forgotten part of the building, an old storage room filled with boxes, old furniture, and stacks of papers. It looked abandoned, but something about the space felt alive, as if it had been waiting for them. "This is where it all connects," Evelyn said, her voice echoing in the silence. "But you need to see it for yourself." John nodded, his thoughts consumed by the truth he had yet to uncover. Everything he had thought he knew was slipping away, replaced by a new reality, one where secrets were hidden behind every door and every whisper. Evelyn motioned toward a stack of papers on a nearby table, and John approached slowly, his mind still trying to catch up. She handed him a file, its contents yellowed with age. "This is Sarah's research," she said, her voice steady but filled with urgency. "Everything she uncovered. And now it's yours." John sat cross-legged on the dusty wooden floor, the file Evelyn had handed him spread out in front of him. The paper crackled faintly beneath his fingertips, brittle with age and marked with scribbled notes, dates, and symbols he didn't immediately understand. Names were circled, locations underlined. In the top corner of one page was a small sketch, a floor plan that looked eerily familiar. His own apartment building. Evelyn knelt beside him, pointing to a faded section of the drawing. "These apartments, yours, Sarah's, mine, they're all part of the original structure. Everything else, the new wings and floors, came later. But this core was built with something else in mind. Something hidden." John's brow furrowed. "Hidden how?" She tapped the center of the floor plan. "There are rooms that don't exist on modern blueprints. Hallways that loop back. Doors that appear and vanish." Sarah believed the building was designed to confuse, to obscure certain paths, like it was meant to protect something or conceal it. John ran a hand through his hair, his brain overwhelmed by the sheer strangeness of it all. The building had always felt slightly off to him, but he'd chalked it up to age or his own overactive imagination. Now he wasn't so sure. Why would someone go to such lengths? What's the purpose of all this? Evelyn looked at him, eyes shadowed with a quiet dread. Because knowledge is power, and some knowledge, when found, becomes dangerous in the wrong hands. She stood and walked over to a tall cabinet in the back of the room. With a rusty creak, she opened it and pulled out a thick leather notebook, its pages frayed and stained. This belonged to the man who first designed the building. His name was Elias Brand. He was an architect, but also a recluse. The last known drawing in this book is a doorway. She opened it to a final page, where a doorway was sketched in dark, heavy strokes. But what chilled John most was the single line beneath it. written in shaky handwriting. They listened through the walls. John exhaled sharply. Sarah mentioned something about that in her notebook. Whispering. Sounds behind the plaster. But I thought she was paranoid. She wasn't, Evelyn said softly. And now they know you're looking, too. The silence stretched for a beat too long, thick with unspoken questions. Then Evelyn straightened. We can't stay here. They'll search the apartment again, and if they find the passage open, they'll know someone's been inside. We have to leave tonight. John felt a weight settle over his chest. His life had been simple, quiet, predictable. Now, in a matter of days, it had unraveled into a mystery laced with danger, and the only way forward was through shadows. Where will we go? He asked. There's a place Sarah was planning to visit. A cafe on the east side of the city. It's not what it seems. It's where she made contact with people who called themselves the listeners. She never told me much about them, only that they helped her find truth others couldn't. John nodded slowly. The name sounded more like a rumor than a real organization, but nothing felt impossible anymore. And if we find them? Evelyn gave a faint smile. Then maybe we find Sarah, or at least the truth she was chasing. The two of them packed what little they could carry. John tucked the notebooks into a backpack, along with a flashlight and a few bottles of water Evelyn handed him. The dusty room was left as they had found it, except for one small change. The cabinet door remained ajar, the sketch of the listening doorway now permanently etched into John's memory. As they stepped back into the hidden passage, Evelyn paused and looked back. Once we leave, we can't return. Not until we're sure it's safe. If they catch on to us. I understand, John said. He didn't like it, but he understood. They moved quietly through the narrow tunnel, emerging several floors below in an old laundry room that hadn't been used in decades. From there, they exited through a forgotten service door that led into the alley. Outside, the city was a different world. Night had fallen, and everything seemed sharper, louder. Evelyn pulled her coat tighter around her and motioned for John to follow. They walked in silence, blending into the quiet rhythm of the city's nocturnal heartbeat. Each step felt like a farewell to the life John had once known. He didn't know what waited for him at the cafe or who the listeners were, but he knew this much. Something inside the walls of his apartment building was whispering, and now he was finally listening. The cafe didn't look like much from the outside. It sat on the far eastern side of the city, tucked between a pawn shop with a flickering neon sign and a boarded-up antique store. The sign above the cafe read simply, Elm and Ash. Its windows were steamed from within, casting the warm golden hue of low lighting and quiet music into the damp night air. A wind chime jingled softly each time the door opened, though there was no breeze. John stood at the curb, his hood pulled low, backpack pressing against his shoulders, staring at the entrance. He had passed it twice already, each time circling the block like a moth unsure whether to touch the flame. Evelyn stood beside him, calm as ever, though he noticed the tightness in her jaw. "You're sure this is the place?" he asked, his voice low. "She wrote about it in her notebook," Evelyn replied. Elmandash said it was where she heard the whispers turn to voices, where she met someone named Lynn. Lynn, first name only. Sarah didn't say much more than that. Just that Lynn knew things. About the building. About disappearances that never made the news. John looked back at the cafe. Through the foggy glass, he could see a few silhouettes. People hunched over mugs, others reading alone. It looked ordinary. Safe, even. But then again, so had his apartment building. He pulled the door open. The wind chime announced them with a gentle ring. Warmth enveloped them instantly, the smell of coffee and cinnamon hanging in the air. Wooden beams stretched across the low ceiling. Shelves crammed with books lined the walls, and cozy lamps glowed at every table. A woman behind the counter, wearing a green scarf and thick-rimmed glasses, looked up with a smile. "Welcome to Elmandash," she said. "Seat yourselves." Evelyn nodded politely and led John to a booth near the back, partially shielded by a tall bookshelf. As they sat, John noticed something odd. On the shelf were books with no titles, just rows of plain, leather-bound spines. Some had symbols drawn faintly on them, others small stickers with handwritten numbers. "Not your usual cafe decor," he murmured. "It's a message," Evelyn replied quietly. "These aren't for reading. They're for knowing who's paying attention." A waiter approached. He was tall and slim, with a warm expression that seemed oddly practiced. He placed 2 menus on the table, but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he glanced at Evelyn, then at John, and said, "First time?" They both nodded. He leaned in just slightly. "If you're looking for something deeper, ask for the second blend." And with that, he straightened, took their drink orders, 2 coffees, nothing more, and disappeared toward the counter. John looked at Evelyn. "Second blend." She shook her head. "I don't know, but it sounds like a code." Their drinks arrived minutes later, rich and dark, served in heavy ceramic mugs. The cafe buzzed quietly around them. John observed the other patrons now with sharper attention. A man in a fedora typing on a laptop. A woman knitting in silence while mouthing words to herself. 2 teenagers scribbling furiously in notebooks. Not a phone in sight. What exactly did Sarah think she'd find here? John asked, stirring his coffee slowly. Evelyn reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a slip of paper. It was worn and creased, and in Sarah's neat, angular handwriting was written. Elmandash, Tuesdays after 8 p.m. Lynn always shows. Sit under the moth light. Don't speak first. John glanced up at the ceiling. There were several warm pendant lights, but one, slightly to the left of the booth, had a small carved moth design etched into its shade. It cast delicate winged shadows onto the table. 8:15, Evelyn murmured, checking her watch. John's heartbeat ticked up a notch. He wasn't used to this kind of anticipation. In the past, his biggest decisions had involved which book to reread or whether to rearrange the apartment's furniture. Now, he was waiting in a coded cafe for a shadowy informant connected to a missing woman in a whispering apartment building. He sipped his coffee and tried to act natural. 10 minutes passed, then 15. A new figure entered the cafe, moving with a sense of quiet purpose. They wore a charcoal gray coat and had a closely cropped haircut. Gender was difficult to determine, and perhaps that was intentional. The person made no eye contact, but walked straight to the back, sliding into the booth directly across from John and Evelyn. Lynn, they said. Their voice was soft, almost androgynous. Not high, not low. Clear, deliberate. John hesitated. I know who you are, Mr. Renton, Lynn said, interrupting gently. And I know who she is. I also know why you're here. Evelyn's hand tightened slightly around her mug. We're looking for Sarah, John said. She's gone missing. We think she was. He paused, unsure of the right word. Taken. Lynn nodded once. The building took her. John blinked. What do you mean? Lynn leaned forward. There are places in this city, old places designed to hold secrets. But they're more than just old walls. They're living histories. They adapt, whisper things, shift when watched. Sarah believed your apartment building was one of them. She wrote about a whisper network, John said, about people listening through the walls. Secret passages. She was right, Lynn said. Your building is one of 7 across the city, all constructed by the same architect, Elias Brand. Each one has a different purpose. Yours is a resonator. John stared. What? Lynn took a slow sip of their coffee. It amplifies thought, sound, emotion. Over time, people start to feel as though the walls are listening, because they are. Not in the way machines do, but in the way that memory listens. Brand believed buildings could store memory like fossils of thought. Sarah tapped into that. She got too close. Where is she now? Evelyn asked. Lynn shook their head. I don't know, but she left something with me. Said it might help if someone ever came looking. They reached into their coat and pulled out a small, folded envelope. On it was written in Sarah's handwriting, for the one who listens. John opened it carefully. Inside was a map, not of the city, but of the building, his building. A detailed floor plan, including areas he had never seen. Below the basement, behind the boiler room, shafts and stairways not listed on any blueprint. One was marked in red, root channel. What is the root channel? He asked. Lynn's eyes met his. It's where all the memory sinks, the heart of the building. Sarah believed that if you could reach it, you could find the truth. Or disappear. Evelyn leaned in. How do we get to it? You can't just walk there, Lynn said. It responds to attention, to thought. The more you focus on it, the more it hides. You have to forget what you're looking for and let the building show you. That's insane, John muttered. Lynn's expression didn't change. So is the world you've stepped into. They stood and slid out of the booth. If you want to find her, go back tonight. Use the map. But be careful. The building is awake now, and it remembers. They walked away without another word, disappearing out the door into the night. John stared at the envelope, then at Evelyn. You still think we're just looking for a missing neighbor? He asked, his voice hollow. Evelyn shook her head. I think we're standing at the edge of something bigger than either of us. They left the cafe without finishing their coffee. Outside, the city was wrapped in fog. Streetlights flickered like half-remembered dreams. And somewhere, behind them, the faint sound of a chime whispered through the mist. The fog clung to John's coat like a second skin as he and Evelyn stepped away from elm and ash. The street was hushed, muffled by the thick gray air, as though the entire city had momentarily paused to listen. Every footstep felt too loud, every passing shadow a little too long. John tucked the envelope inside his jacket pocket and looked up at the faint outline of the moon above the rooftops. Neither of them spoke as they walked. There was too much to process. The map, Lynn, the building being alive. By the time they reached the subway entrance, Evelyn finally broke the silence. Do you believe them? John considered it. I don't know. I want to say it sounds crazy, but after the last few days, I can't be sure of anything anymore. They rode the near-empty train in silence, Evelyn tracing invisible lines on the seat cushion beside her, perhaps mapping out the building again in her mind. John stared out the window at the tunnel walls racing past, wondering how deep the roots of this mystery truly went. Back at the apartment building, the air felt heavier. The street lights were dimmer here, flickering against the brick facade as though unsure whether to stay on. The building loomed over them, motionless but far from still. John swore he could hear a low hum vibrating through the bricks, a subtle frequency that tickled the edges of his awareness. As they entered the front lobby, Mrs. Delaney was sitting on the couch by the mailboxes, a crocheted shawl draped over her shoulders. She looked up from her knitting, her eyes catching John's with unusual intensity. You were out late, she said. John offered a polite nod. Just getting some air. She smiled thinly. The air out there doesn't suit everyone. Sometimes it stirs things up. John nodded again, unsure how to respond. Evelyn gave a soft good evening, and they walked past. But as they reached the stairwell, Mrs. Delaney added, Careful with what you find in the dark, Mr. Renton. Not everything likes to be seen. Her voice followed them like a cold draft up the stairs. In John's apartment, the air was still, too still. He closed the door behind them and immediately locked it out of habit, though now he wondered what use the lock truly was. He flicked on a lamp. The light stuttered, hesitated, then stabilized. They moved to the kitchen table and laid out the map under the glow of a single bulb. It's detailed, Evelyn said, pointing to the different levels, and accurate. Here's your unit, here's the stairwell, the elevator shaft, and here. She tapped a box section marked with a symbol like a spiral. This must be the root channel Lynn mentioned. Look at this, John said, tracing a fine line that wound from a closet in the maintenance room in the basement all the way to that same spiral. It looks like a passage. A hidden one, Evelyn murmured. Probably old service tunnels. They wouldn't be on any public record. They both studied it in silence for a moment. John finally spoke. We should go now. Evelyn raised her eyes. Are you sure? He nodded. We've come this far. If Sarah's in there, or if there's something we need to see, we can't wait. They packed flashlights, a bottle of water, and John tucked a pocket knife into his coat. More for comfort than utility. Just knowing it was there made him feel a little less powerless. The basement was colder than he remembered. The cement walls were damp, glistening faintly in their flashlight beams. Pipes groaned somewhere above, and the hum of the building's internal machinery echoed like distant breathing. They made their way past the laundry room, through a rusted door labeled maintenance, staff only. Inside was a cluttered space filled with tools, wires, shelves of light bulbs, and forgotten paint cans. Here, John said. He pointed to a narrow, floor-to-ceiling cabinet in the corner. It looked ordinary, harmless, but on the map, this was the entry point. He opened the cabinet door. Behind the clutter of wires and cleaning supplies was a false wall. A faint seam ran down its center, almost invisible. Evelyn pushed gently on it. It swung inward with a soft creak, revealing a narrow tunnel lit only by their flashlights. The air inside was musty, filled with the scent of aged wood and dust long undisturbed. They exchanged a glance. Then John stepped in. The passage narrowed quickly, forcing them to move single file. Their footsteps echoed in muffled thumps, and cobwebs brushed against their shoulders. Occasionally, they passed side doors, sealed tight, some with old metal plates etched with numbers or symbols neither of them recognized. Feels like we're inside the building's bones, Evelyn whispered. John nodded, though he wasn't sure she could see the gesture. The further they went, the more disoriented he felt. The air changed subtly, warmer in places, colder in others. Their flashlights flickered for no reason, and once he thought he heard a voice, a faint murmur behind the wall, as though someone were speaking directly into the plaster. After several minutes, the tunnel opened into a larger space, a chamber of sorts, roughly circular, with a domed ceiling. The walls were lined with panels of strange material, dark, almost metallic, but not quite. In the center stood a pedestal. John approached slowly. On the pedestal was a small device, something between a speaker and a sculpture. It was shaped like a conch shell, but made of polished stone and embedded with copper veins. Is this the resonator? He asked. Evelyn circled the room, examining the walls. Could be. Or maybe it's just the beginning. Suddenly, the flashlight in John's hand blinked twice and died. So did Evelyn's. They stood in total darkness, and then, without warning, a soft voice filled the chamber. "You have come to listen." The voice was not human, not mechanical. It was something in between, a vibration more than a sound. It resonated through their bones rather than their ears. "You carry memory," it continued. "Echo, thought, fear, purpose." John tried to speak, but his throat was dry, his voice stolen by the presence around them. "We remember the woman," the voice said. "She listened too deeply. She saw the buried thread. She walked past forgetting." Evelyn managed to whisper, "Where is she?" The voice paused, as if in thought. "She is not lost. She is held between what was and what is." John stepped forward blindly, hands outstretched. "Please, let us find her." A low tone filled the room, like the tolling of a great, distant bell. Then silence, a faint click, and then the lights, dim amber bulbs embedded in the chamber walls, flickered on. The pedestal was empty now. In its place sat another envelope. John stepped forward and opened it with trembling hands. Inside, a key, a brass key with a tiny moth engraved at the head. Along with it, a note in Sarah's handwriting. "If you're reading this, I'm still somewhere in the silence. Find the door with no handle. The key will know where it fits. Don't trust the walls, but let them guide you. I'm not gone yet." John clutched the key tightly. They weren't done. Not yet. Somewhere in this building, Sarah was waiting, and the walls were listening. Back in John's apartment, the key sat between them on the coffee table like an artifact dug from a myth. It didn't belong to their world, not really. The brass was smooth, unweathered by time, yet it held an energy neither John nor Evelyn could explain. They hadn't spoken much since returning from the secret chamber. The weight of what they'd experienced lingered in the air like incense after a vigil. John leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the small moth carved into the head of the key. "She's alive," he said, as if repeating it aloud would make it more real. "Somehow she's still here." Evelyn nodded. "But held between what was and what is. What does that even mean?" John thought about the resonating voice, the way it had spoken in riddles that felt ancient and yet oddly personal. "I don't think we're dealing with just people anymore. There's something deeper in this place, something conscious." She looked around the apartment as if suddenly aware that the walls themselves might be listening. "The door with no handle." That's what the note said. John's eyes narrowed. That sounds familiar. They moved quickly through the building, not bothering to hide their urgency. The hallways were quiet, almost respectfully so, like the silence of a church after service. As they climbed to the third floor, John paused by a forgotten corridor, one that veered behind the stairwell and led to a storage area no one ever seemed to use. At the end of the corridor stood a single door, featureless, no handle, no number, no peephole. John pointed. There. Evelyn approached and ran her fingers along the smooth wood. No hinges either, almost like it's part of the wall. John pulled the key from his pocket. He didn't see a keyhole, yet as he pressed the moth-shaped head toward the center of the door, a slot shimmered into view, like mist condensing into metal. He inserted the key. A click, a pulse beneath their feet, then silence. The door swung inward, slowly, soundlessly, revealing a stairwell descending into warm golden light. John and Evelyn exchanged a breath. Then they stepped inside. The air changed immediately. It was warmer, yes, but also denser, like walking through liquid thought. The stairwell was narrow and spiraled downward farther than the building should have allowed. The walls were made of a stone-like material that pulsed faintly, as if lit from within. They descended for what felt like minutes, though neither had a watch to track the time. The deeper they went, the more they became aware of a distant sound, something between a hum and a whisper, like voices at the edge of perception. At last, the staircase ended at a wide chamber, a room unlike any they'd seen before. It looked like a library, but not any ordinary library. The shelves were made of dark stone, lined with scrolls and bound books whose covers shimmered between languages. Symbols carved into the floor radiated gentle heat. A tall, arched window let in soft light from nowhere. There was no sky, no sun, yet the light fell in perfect angles across the chamber. In the center of the room stood a desk. Behind it, a woman. "Sarah," John breathed. She looked up. It was her. Hair shorter, face paler, but the same steady gaze. The same quiet determination that had flickered across her face the few times they passed in the hallway. She smiled faintly. "Took you long enough." John rushed forward, stopping just short of the desk. "You're okay?" Sarah nodded. "More or less. This place kept me. It's hard to explain. I found something I wasn't supposed to see. They didn't hurt me. They just held me here." "Who's they?" Evelyn asked from behind John. Sarah gestured to the room. "The building. The ones who built it. The ones who came before." She stood and walked slowly around the desk. "This place isn't just apartments and floorboards. It was built on top of something ancient, something alive. Not in a body sense, but in memory. It remembers everything that happens inside it. Whispers carry through the pipes. Secrets become part of the plaster." John swallowed hard. "And you found a way into it." "I followed the clues. Like you did. I asked too many questions, found the old maps, the old blueprints. And then I found this room." She looked around with something like reverence. "It's called the archive." Evelyn stepped beside John. "Why keep you here?" Sarah tilted her head. "Not as punishment. I think it wanted me to understand. To listen. Most people ignore the whispers. The ones who hear them, they're marked. Chosen, maybe. Or warned." John glanced around. "Is this what happened to the others? The disappearances?" Sarah nodded. "Some ran. Some were taken in. Some got too close and vanished. Not everyone ends up here. Some just disappear into the silence." Evelyn frowned. "So what now? Do we leave?" can we? Sarah's eyes softened. That's the choice. This place doesn't trap you. Not exactly. It offers something. Knowledge. Purpose. But the longer you stay, the more you forget the outside. John looked at the books lining the shelves. Some had his name on the spine. One had Evelyn's. One was blank, save for the moth symbol. "What is this place really?" he asked. Sarah smiled sadly. "A whisper network. A memory vault. A sanctuary for those who see the threads. It's all of that, and something else. Something older." A low chime sounded like a bell underwater. Sarah turned to them. "If you want to go back, now is the time. The door won't stay open forever." John looked at Evelyn, who gave a slow nod. Then he looked at Sarah. "Are you coming?" She hesitated. "I can't. Not yet. There's more I need to understand. But you can. And you should. The building will let you go now. And maybe one day, you'll come back. If you still hear the whisper." John's throat tightened. "We thought you were dead." "I was just in the silence," she said gently. A breeze stirred through the library. The light shifted. Sarah stepped back. "Go." The stairwell behind them reappeared, bright, solid. John and Evelyn turned and walked toward it, casting one last glance back. Sarah waved once. Then the golden door closed. They emerged into the hallway of the third floor. The door behind them vanished as though it had never been there. The air was still, the light steady. The building felt quieter, but not empty. Something had changed. John looked at the key in his hand. It had turned to dust. He let it fall. As they walked back to his apartment, he heard it, just barely. A whisper in the wall. You listened, and the silence that followed was no longer empty. It was waiting. The next morning dawned gray, filtering through the blinds like a reluctant apology. John sat at his kitchen table, fingers curled around a mug that had long since gone cold. The quiet in his apartment had shifted. It wasn't merely the absence of noise anymore. It was the presence of something felt but unseen, like a breath drawn and held by the building itself. Evelyn sat across from him, sketching absently in a small notebook they had found among Sarah's notes. Moth motifs appeared again and again in the margins, and next to them, curious glyphs they hadn't seen before. The strange symbols matched those in the hidden archive. I don't think it's over, she said quietly. John nodded. No, I don't either. The experience of finding Sarah and the archive had left them both changed in subtle ways. The building no longer seemed like just an aging structure filled with quirky tenants and forgotten corners. Now it pulsed with history, with layers of memory stacked like sediment beneath every stairwell and floorboard. The whispers felt louder now, less metaphor and more invitation. John kept returning to the names he saw in the library. His name, Evelyn's, even Sarah's. What did it mean to be written in a book that lived in a room no one should know existed? Was it faith? Or had they become part of something they still didn't understand? Evelyn closed her notebook. I've been thinking about what Sarah said, about the disappearances. If the building doesn't just trap people, if it offers something, then maybe it's a kind of filter, a place that separates those willing to hear from those who refuse to listen. John considered that, like the building is sentient, not like a person, more like a living archive, maybe even a guardian. He set his mug down. I want to understand how it chooses, who it whispers to. Evelyn leaned forward, her voice dropping. Then we go deeper. We keep listening. Later that day, they visited a shop John remembered from Sarah's notes, a dusty little place nestled between a laundromat and an abandoned bakery. The awning was faded, the name on the window barely legible. Bellwether Books and Ephemera. A bell above the door jingled as they stepped inside, and immediately they were wrapped in the scent of old paper, lavender, and something metallic, iron or ozone. The interior was lit by warm, amber bulbs and floor lamps that leaned like tired sentinels over reading chairs. The shelves were haphazardly organized, and yet nothing felt out of place. Behind the counter stood a tall man with a braided beard and eyes like soot. He glanced at them, then gave a subtle nod, as if he'd been expecting their arrival since the day he opened the store. "You're looking for something," he said, not a question. "We're trying to understand," John replied carefully. The man stepped from behind the counter and moved toward a narrow hallway between shelves. "Follow me." They exchanged a glance before obeying. He led them to a back room where a single table waited, upon which sat a book bound in soft leather, cracked at the corners but unbroken. The cover bore no title, only the symbol of the moth. "She came here too, you know," the man said. "The one you're chasing." "Sarah." John nodded slowly. "She's safe." "I know," the man replied, "but she didn't leave empty-handed." He tapped the book. Evelyn opened it. The pages inside were handwritten, dense with notes, sketches, and cross-reference dates that linked apartment numbers with names. Many of the names were marked with symbols: a spiral, a flame, a moth. A few had been crossed out entirely. "This is a registry," she whispered. "Of the building?" The man chuckled. "Of the building's history, yes. And its inhabitants. The ones who listen. The ones who vanish. The ones who return changed." John felt a chill climb his spine. "So it's all connected." The man's eyes gleamed. "Everything. The architecture. The tenants. The symbols. Even the whispers. It's all part of a larger pattern. And the building? It's just one of many. An outpost." Evelyn looked up. "There are others?" "Scattered throughout the world. Some ancient, some hidden in plain sight. All part of a network that predates language." John whispered, "The Whisper Network." The man inclined his head. "Now you're beginning to hear it." They spent hours in the shop, poring through books and artifacts. The man, who introduced himself only as Silas, explained the basics of what he called pattern resonance, the idea that certain places accumulate memory the way trees accumulate rings. That some buildings, particularly those built on older foundations, become vessels for awareness. Silas spoke of the architects, a nameless, ageless group believed to have encoded knowledge into geometry, symbolism, and echo. He believed the whispering apartment was one such node, built atop a ley line convergence and designed not merely as a place to live, but as a device for preserving esoteric truth. As dusk fell outside, John and Evelyn left the shop carrying copies of key pages from the registry, now certain that Sarah hadn't simply gone missing. She had been called deeper into something ancient, something sacred. Back at the apartment building, the air felt different again. Not hostile, but observant, as if it knew they were beginning to see it for what it truly was. The elevator groaned to life and brought them to the 6th floor, where the hallway lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. A small envelope lay at John's doorstep, sealed with wax bearing the moth imprint. He picked it up, fingers trembling. Inside was a single card. The spiral leads inward. Listen for the midnight knock. No name. No return address. Evelyn looked at him. What does it mean? I don't know, John said, but I think we're being invited. That night, they waited in silence. At precisely midnight, someone knocked. Once, then again, then silence. When John opened the door, no one stood in the hallway, but a faint trail of moths glowed on the floor, leading toward the stairwell. The spiral was calling, and they were ready to follow it. The hallway was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that wasn't just the absence of sound, but the deliberate holding of breath. John and Evelyn stood in the doorway, staring down at the faint trail of moths. They shimmered slightly under the hallway's flickering light, as though they were made of dust and memory rather than flesh and wing. Neither of them spoke as they stepped out into the corridor. The moths didn't move, but the air around them seemed to hum faintly, like the moment just before a song begins. The trail led them past closed doors and locked lives, down the stairs to the 2nd floor, where the hallway curved in a way John had never quite noticed before. It was subtle, just enough to unsettle his sense of direction, like the building had shifted slightly when no one was looking. I don't remember this bend, he murmured. Evelyn glanced at him. Neither do I. They continued, following the faint glow of the moths to a door at the end of the hall. It was unmarked. It looked old, the paint chipped, the wood swollen from time and moisture. But the brass knob gleamed as if recently polished. John hesitated before touching it. This wasn't here before. Or it was, and we never saw it. Evelyn said, voice low. He opened the door. A narrow stairwell wound downward into darkness. The walls were stone now, not drywall, and dampness clung to the air. The temperature dropped as they descended, but not uncomfortably. More like the cool of a library basement, a place where time slowed down. At the bottom, they stepped into a chamber that should not have existed beneath the building. The room was circular, like a well turned inside out. The walls were carved with spirals and glyphs, glowing faintly with phosphorescent paint, or perhaps something older, something alive. In the center stood a pedestal, and upon it another book, smaller than the archive's volumes. Bound in midnight blue, Evelyn approached first, her fingertips brushing the cover. It's warm. John circled the room slowly, eyes drinking in the symbols. They pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. Some of them matched those Sarah had drawn. Others were new. He came to stand beside Evelyn as she opened the book. Inside were names. Hundreds. Thousands. Each one meticulously written in the same looping hand. Some names were familiar. Neighbors, tenants, people who had lived in the building long before John had moved in. Some names bore a mark next to them. A spiral, a triangle, a moth, a closed eye. Near the bottom of the last page, John saw it. John Ellison, spiral. Evelyn Hart, moth. They stared at the page in silence. "Why are we in here?" Evelyn asked softly. John looked up at the symbols on the wall. "Because we heard the whisper." A noise stirred behind them, soft, like fabric brushing stone. They turned quickly. A figure stood in the doorway they'd entered through, silhouetted by the faint light. The figure stepped into the chamber, revealing a tall woman with silver-streaked hair tied back in a low braid. Her face was familiar in a vague, unsettling way, like a dream half remembered. "Welcome," she said. John instinctively stepped in front of Evelyn. "I'm not here to harm you," the woman added gently. "You've come because you were meant to. The building chose you." "Chose us for what?" Evelyn asked. The woman stepped closer, her gaze calm and deep. "To remember, to carry the knowledge forward." John narrowed his eyes. "You're one of them. The Whisper Network. I am its caretaker, like Sarah was becoming, like you might become." "Why us?" he asked. "Why this place?" She gestured to the spirals on the wall. "Because you listened. The whispers are not voices. They are the subtle truths hidden beneath ordinary life. Most ignore them. Some fear them. But a few, a very few, are curious enough to follow." Evelyn stepped forward. "What happens to the others? The ones who vanish?" "They don't vanish," the woman said. "They cross a threshold. Some return, changed. Some remain where the whispers are louder. It is not a punishment. It is a transformation." John's voice was quiet. Sarah crossed. "Yes, but she left a thread behind. For you." Evelyn looked at the pedestal. "What is this book?" "The Registry of the Attuned," the woman said. "Those who hear. It is one of many. The moths led you here because you're ready." John closed the book gently. "And what happens now?" The woman smiled. "Now you choose. Return to your life, knowing this place has a memory, or stay and learn more. The building will guide you. Either path is valid. But if you stay, you must understand that knowledge always comes with a cost." A moment of stillness passed between them. Evelyn glanced at John. "What do you want to do?" He looked around the chamber. Then up at the carved ceiling where stars had been etched like constellations. For the first time in years, he felt awake, present, not just existing, but belonging. "I want to know," he said. Evelyn nodded. "Then we stay?" "For now." The woman stepped back, her expression serene. "Then the building will show you what you're ready to see." She disappeared through a second doorway that neither of them had noticed before. The walls pulsed once more, and the chamber seemed to sigh, as if acknowledging their decision. They left the room in silence, returning to the hallway above. But something had shifted. The building no longer felt like walls and pipes and paint. It felt like pages in a book, waiting to be read. Back in John's apartment, Evelyn settled into a chair with her notebook, already sketching new symbols she had seen. John stood at the window, watching the city lights blink like distant stars. The spiral had led them inward, and the whispers were no longer faint. They were a voice, and it was only just beginning to speak. John Ellison's life had once been defined by quiet repetition, a symphony of small routines and predictable silences. But now, as dawn seeped pale and cautious through the blinds of his apartment, that rhythm felt fractured. The hum of the radiator seemed suspicious, the tick of the kitchen clock unnervingly loud. Even the warmth of his tea felt altered somehow, like the building was subtly reconfiguring the very texture of his existence. He stood at the window, mug in hand, watching as the city slowly came awake. People hurried past below, jackets tugged tight against the chill. Delivery trucks groaned at stoplights. From this high up, the world seemed so small, like a model city behind glass. But he no longer trusted that distance. The ordinary now pulsed with meaning. Patterns once overlooked were now glaring. Beside him on the table lay the strange book from the chamber beneath the building. He hadn't dared take it with him. The silver-haired woman had insisted it must remain where it belonged, but he'd copied down what he could. Names, symbols, a few dates. One of them had been circled in red ink. October 3rd. That was today. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. He hadn't realized. And now, as the weight of the date settled on his shoulders, something deeper stirred in his gut. A quiet warning, like the pressure drop before a storm. There was a knock at the door, not sharp or aggressive, gentle, almost tentative. John froze. He placed the mug down and moved cautiously toward the door. The peephole showed nothing, just the shadow of someone standing too close. His hand hovered over the doorknob, indecisive. Then a voice came through the wood. Female. Familiar. "John? It's me. Evelyn." He opened the door quickly. She stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. Her face flushed from the cold, her expression tight with nerves. "We need to talk," she said. He nodded and closed the door behind her. Evelyn took off her coat and crossed to the table, laying something down. It was a photograph, creased and faded. "I found this slid under my door this morning." John looked closer. It was an old black and white image, grainy and water-streaked, but he recognized the apartment building. The photo was dated in the corner, 1937. A group of people stood in front of the building. Most were smiling stiffly in the manner of old portraits. But at the center, slightly apart from the others, was a woman who looked disturbingly like Evelyn. His breath caught. "Is that?" "I don't know," Evelyn said. "It's not me, but it is me, or someone who could be. And look," she pointed to the lower right corner. Scribbled in faded ink were the words, "The moth returns." John sat down slowly. "Someone wanted you to see this," he said. "Someone who knows what we found." Evelyn nodded. "I think we're being watched." She reached into her bag and pulled out another item, a thin manila envelope. Inside were several sheets of paper, surveillance-style photos taken from across the street. One showed John entering the used bookstore. Another showed Evelyn at the underground cafe. A third depicted them both standing in front of the unmarked door where they'd found the spiral chamber. "Where did you get these?" "They were taped to my bathroom mirror this morning," she said. John stood and moved to the window again, his eyes scanning the rooftops. He felt exposed, like a bug under glass. He wasn't used to being watched, wasn't used to being important enough to matter. "We've stepped into something," Evelyn said, "and now we're being followed." "Tracked? By who?" "The Whisper Network." She shook her head. "I don't think so. I think this is someone else. Someone against the network. Or worse, someone inside it." John turned toward her, his mind working faster than it wanted to. "What do they want?" "I don't know, but I don't think they want us to keep looking." A silence stretched between them. Then John said, "We have to keep going." Evelyn blinked. "Even now, especially now, they're trying to scare us off. That means we're close to something." He crossed the room, opened a drawer, and pulled out a map of the neighborhood. It was one he had started marking up ever since Sarah disappeared, tracking locations, scribbling notes. The bookstore, the cafe, the basement chamber, the moth sightings, and now the date, October 3rd. "We need to go back to the archive," he said. "Today." Evelyn hesitated. "What if we're walking into a trap?" John looked up at her. His face was calm, but resolute. "Then we spring it. Together." They left the apartment just before noon. The city felt different today. The wind had a sharp edge to it, and the sun was struggling to break through heavy clouds. They took a different route than before, more alleyways, more back streets. John checked over his shoulder frequently. Once, he thought he saw a tall man in a dark coat duck into a storefront just as they turned a corner. But when he looked again, no one was there. The archive's door was unlocked. Inside, the shelves seemed taller than before, the rows more labyrinthine. The air smelled of dust and ink, and the soft rustling of pages was the only sound. The woman behind the desk was different this time. Younger, pale-haired. She didn't ask for their names. She simply nodded and handed them a small brass key. "To room 17, she said. "They found it 3 aisles down. A heavy wooden door with a brass handle. The key turned smoothly in the lock. Inside was a smaller room, circular like the chamber beneath the building. A single table stood in the middle, and atop it, a single file folder. Evelyn opened it. Inside were more photos, more names, dates, all connected to their building. Some people had vanished in the 1920s, others in the 70s, a few as recent as 5 years ago. And beside each name, a symbol, spirals, moths, eyes, and now a new one, a blade. John frowned. That's new. Evelyn pointed to the most recent name on the list. Sarah Knowles, spiral, then blade. She changed symbols? Evelyn asked. Or someone marked her, John said quietly. He turned the page and stopped. His own name was there now. John Ellison, spiral. Evelyn Hart, moth. Status, underwatch. His throat tightened. Someone updated this, he said. Evelyn looked at the last entry, handwritten in a different ink. October 3rd, decision point. Observation to continue. Do not intervene unless activation occurs. John's heart pounded. What's activation? He asked. Before Evelyn could answer, the lights flickered. Then the door to room 17 swung slowly shut, and the lock clicked behind them. The click of the door behind them was too deliberate to be accidental. John rushed over and twisted the handle, locked. No give. He pressed his ear to the wood, but the corridor beyond had gone utterly still, as if the entire archive was holding its breath. Evelyn crossed the room slowly, her eyes on the folder still spread across the table. This was a setup, she said. They let us here. John turned to her, voice low. But why? If they wanted to silence us, why the theater? Why leave a breadcrumb trail only to trap us in a reading room? Evelyn stared at the folder, her fingers hovering over the newest entries. This isn't just surveillance, she said. It's a test. The lights flickered again, more violently this time. One of the bulbs in the ceiling popped with a sound like a gunshot, plunging half the room into shadow. John backed away from the table instinctively. The air suddenly felt charged, metallic, like a storm was about to break inside the building. We need to get out of here, he said. He scanned the walls. There were no windows, no secondary exits. Just rows of bookshelves that seemed older than the room itself, carved with faded symbols. Spirals and moths. Eyes and blades. Echoes of what they'd seen before, but more primal. Older. Then Evelyn did something strange. She placed her hand on the table, flat, palm down, exactly at the center. Wait, she whispered. John was about to object when the floor beneath the table gave a low clunk. A narrow drawer, almost invisible, slid open in the wood. Evelyn reached inside and pulled out an envelope, thick, sealed with red wax, and stamped with a mark neither of them had seen before. 2 spirals interlocked. She broke the seal. Inside was a letter, handwritten, ink smudged, but legible. It read, "If you've come this far, you already know too much. But that is not a threat. It is a truth. Those marked with the spiral are chosen not for strength, but for persistence. The moth comes to those who listen. And the eye is always watching. You will soon be contacted. Do not trust the voice that comes first. If you wish to continue, find the last passage. The archive hides many doors. The letter ended without signature. John exhaled slowly. So we're not prisoners. We're being tested. Evelyn nodded and watched. She held up the envelope. Under the flap, another scribble had been etched lightly into the paper. West Wing, Stack 43. Without another word, they returned the drawer to its hidden place, gathered the papers, and approached the locked door. To their surprise, this time when John turned the knob, it opened freely. The hallway outside was as quiet as before, but the lights above had stopped flickering. No one stood at the front desk. The young woman who had handed them the key was gone, as if she'd never existed. They moved cautiously. Stack 43 was deep in the west wing, behind rows of thick, dust-covered volumes. The books here looked untouched by time, spines bound in leather, titles etched in gold that had long since faded into abstraction. A cold draft swept through the corridor, though there was no visible vent or window. And then they saw it, halfway down Stack 43. A break in the bookshelves where a section had been pulled out, revealing a narrow doorway behind it. The entrance was made of stone, arched, unlike the rest of the archive's modern structure. It was clearly older, hidden, forgotten. "This is it," John said. Evelyn hesitated. "You're sure?" "No." But he stepped inside. The passage beyond was lit by flickering sconces, the flames real, not electric. Their shadows danced on the walls, revealing carvings and murals, some of the same symbols from the spiral chamber. The moth, now glowing with golden accents. The spiral, pulsing outward in layers. A new one, unfamiliar, like a key turning inside a lock. The corridor sloped downward gently, the air growing colder with each step. They walked in silence for several minutes before the tunnel opened into a small domed room. At the center stood a pedestal. On it, a box, wood and iron, weathered by time. And beside it, a woman. She was older, maybe in her 70s, with long gray hair and sharp eyes that had clearly seen too much. She wore a navy shawl that shimmered with moth-wing patterns, and her expression as they entered was one of grim patience. "We've been expecting you," she said. Evelyn looked at John. "We?" The woman smiled faintly. "The Keepers. You call it the Whisper Network, but that name came from a pamphlet someone printed in the 70s. We are much older, and far more complicated." John stepped closer. "The people who disappeared, Sarah Knowles, the others, what happened to them?" The woman looked at him. "Some were taken, some ran, some chose to vanish. Why? Because knowledge has a price." She gestured toward the box. "This is yours now. If you take it, you accept the burden. You will learn what Sarah knew. but you will never return to your old life. John hesitated. What if I say no? Then you leave. The memory will blur. The details will fade. You'll wake one day wondering why you stopped caring. That's how it protects itself. Evelyn moved to stand beside him. And if we both take it? She asked. The woman's gaze sharpened. Then you become part of the story. The moth and the spiral walk together, a rare pairing. John looked down at the box. He thought of his old life, the silence, the safety, the routines that now felt so hollow. He thought of Sarah's empty apartment, of the cat that still waited in the hall, of the note slid under his door that had started everything. Without another word, he reached forward and opened the box. Inside was a journal, a new one, blank. The cover was black leather, embossed with the same dual spiral from the letter. Beneath it, tucked carefully beneath the pages, was a single photograph. Sarah, alive, smiling, standing in front of the same stone doorway. And on the back, written in the same careful hand as before, she chose, "Will you?" John looked at Evelyn. Her eyes were wide, but steady. "We're in this now," she said, and the chamber's torches flared brighter in response. They left the underground chamber in silence, the journal clutched tightly in John's hands. The hallway behind them seemed different now, less eerie, more sacred, as though acknowledging that they had passed some invisible test. The older woman remained behind, her expression unreadable, her presence dissolving like mist in memory as they climbed the passageway and re-emerged into the west wing of the city archive. But the world outside hadn't paused while they were away. It was raining when they stepped outside, a soft, persistent drizzle that blurred the edges of the streetlights and turned the pavement slick and black. Evelyn pulled up her hood. John simply tucked the journal into his coat. The city looked unchanged, but something had shifted. He could feel it. The hum of the street, the subtle way the traffic moved, the distant sound of footsteps behind them. It all pressed a little too closely. They walked in silence, turning onto quieter roads, the kind that tourists never found and locals avoided after dark. It was Evelyn who finally broke the silence. "She's alive." John nodded slowly. "She chose to disappear. That's what the photograph means." "She didn't just vanish," Evelyn said. "She joined them, whatever them is." He held the journal closer to his chest, his mind swimming with questions. The blank pages felt heavy, as though waiting to be filled not with ink, but with decisions, with consequences. Back in his apartment, the quiet was almost startling. He hadn't noticed how much he'd grown used to the subtle signs of disturbance. Notes under the door, shifting shadows, unexpected sounds. Now, there was only stillness. He laid the journal on his coffee table. The cat, still waiting for Sarah, curled up by the heater in the hallway as if it had claimed the space as its own. Evelyn paced nearby, her expression tight. "Do you think we're being watched right now?" she asked. John didn't answer immediately. He reached for the lamp and tilted it slightly to reveal the camera he'd hidden beneath the lampshade the week before. It had been running the whole time, capturing every motion, every sound. He clicked through the footage. For the most part, it was mundane. John going about his day, Evelyn visiting, nothing out of the ordinary. But at around 3:12 a.m. on the previous night, something shifted. A frame froze. A figure stood outside his door. The silhouette was tall, still, the face obscured by the grainy lens and shadowed hallway. The figure didn't knock, didn't move. It stood there for exactly 3 minutes and 33 seconds, then turned and vanished into the stairwell. Evelyn leaned in. "You didn't see or hear anything?" "No, I was asleep." She exhaled slowly. "They're not just testing us anymore. They're watching. Closely." John picked up the journal again and turned the cover. The first page, which had been blank before, now held writing in the same looping script as the letter they had found in the archive. "You have accepted the burden. The next key lies in memory. Follow the echoes." There was no signature. John glanced at Evelyn. "Echoes." She paced the room, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Memory," she murmured. "Not just ours. Maybe Sarah's. The names in her notebook, people she met, places she investigated. Maybe we've already seen the next clue and didn't realize it." John opened the notebook they had taken from Sarah's apartment and flipped back to the sketches and lists. One section stood out now more than ever. A drawing of the apartment building, annotated with strange dots and numbers, almost like a schematic. One that was marked with a spiral and circled twice. "Apartment 3C, he said. Evelyn frowned. "Wasn't that vacant?" "Supposedly." He rose to his feet and grabbed his keys. "Let's go." The hallway outside his apartment was quiet, but not silent. The city had a way of settling into its own rhythm after dark, and tonight, it felt like the whole building was listening. They walked slowly, each step echoing slightly more than it should, as though the walls were amplifying their movements. When they reached the 3rd floor, John hesitated outside the door to 3C. The number was missing, just a faint discoloration where the brass digits had once been. He knocked. No answer. He pressed his ear to the wood. No movement. Then, with a quiet glance at Evelyn, he produced the old maintenance key he had found tucked behind the electrical panel 2 weeks earlier. He inserted it carefully. The lock clicked open far too easily. The room beyond was dark. They stepped inside. The apartment was almost entirely empty. No furniture, no signs of recent use. But something about the air felt dense, as if the room had absorbed every whisper and secret it had ever heard. Evelyn moved first, crossing into what must have been the living room. The windows were sealed with blackout curtains, but faint light slipped through the edges. Then they both saw it, scratched into the far wall, behind where a couch might once have been. A spiral, but this one was jagged, as if carved in a hurry. And beneath it, 2 words she heard. John's breath caught. Heard what? As if in answer, a low click echoed from the hallway. They turned, and the door they had entered through began to creak shut. John rushed forward, but the door slammed hard, locked from the outside. He jiggled the handle. Nothing. From behind them came another sound, like static, soft and persistent. Evelyn had found an old radio, its face cracked, its dials half broken. It shouldn't have been working, yet the dial glowed faintly, tuned to an unknown frequency. She twisted the knob. The static faded, replaced by a faint, distorted voice. The moth listens, spiral calls, choose. The voice cut out. John stepped back. This apartment, it's part of it. Like the archive. Like the basement. Evelyn nodded. Like Sarah's room. Every place tied to her has layers. They don't operate by normal rules. She looked at him with a strange intensity. This isn't about hiding secrets. It's about weaving them into the walls. They sat in silence for a moment. The radio dead again, the apartment still. Then Evelyn pulled out her phone and shone the light across the floor. In the center of the room, something caught the light. A hairline seam. She knelt down, brushed away the dust. It was a trapdoor. John stared. Did she escape through here? He asked. Maybe, Evelyn whispered. Or maybe this is where she disappeared. John knelt beside her and placed his hand on the wood. It was cold. We open it. She gave a single nod. Together, they lifted the panel. Darkness, a narrow shaft, and a ladder descending into what looked like complete blackness. At the bottom, another faint spiral, glowing ever so softly. John looked at her, heart pounding. We're not just chasing a missing person anymore. No, Evelyn said. We're following her path. And then, one after the other, they began to climb down into the dark. The descent was slow. Each rung of the narrow ladder creaked under their weight, dust falling into the void beneath them. The light from Evelyn's phone barely cut the darkness. John felt the suffocating press of old stone walls on either side, as if the building itself were narrowing in protest of their intrusion. The silence below was profound, thick and pulsing, like something alive. He tried not to breathe too loudly, afraid the sound might provoke whatever lingered at the bottom. After what felt like far too long, his foot touched solid ground. Cold, uneven stone. Evelyn climbed down behind him. Together, they stood in a cramped subterranean corridor. The air was thick with dampness and the faint tang of metal. The only light came from Evelyn's phone and a dull phosphorescent spiral painted on the wall ahead, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. They followed it. The hallway twisted, turned, and occasionally dipped into gentle slopes, like they were being led along a forgotten artery of the building. At times it branched, but always the spiral reappeared, guiding them forward. The markings were never identical. Some were painted hastily, others carved with care, but they were all unmistakable. Sarah had been here, or someone who knew exactly what she was doing. Eventually, They emerged into a small underground chamber. This one was different from the archive's basement. Less official, more personal. The walls were covered in photographs, clippings, and handwritten notes. Faded ribbons pinned to corkboards. A broken pair of glasses resting on a stack of books. And maps with crisscrossing red thread. One section of the wall was completely devoted to a large, hand-drawn calendar covered in cryptic symbols and initials. Evelyn turned in a slow circle. "It's a command center," she murmured. "Her real one." John stepped toward the desk in the center of the room. On it lay a single open binder filled with notes, a small recording device, and a photo of Sarah herself. He picked it up gently. She looked younger, smiling in the sunlight, standing in front of a building he didn't recognize. He set it down and pressed play on the recorder. Static. Then her voice. "If you're hearing this, I was right. Someone is following the spiral. That means the others didn't stop you. Or maybe they're gone now too." John glanced at Evelyn. The voice continued, steady, focused, calm. "This room isn't safe forever. They know about it. Maybe they let you find it. I don't know anymore. What I do know is that the apartment building isn't just a building. It's part of something bigger, an echo chamber, a receiver. It hears things people say and hides them in its walls. Some are innocent, some aren't." There was a pause, a breath. "I traced disappearances all over the city. They all point back here. But it's not just the vanishings. It's the people who almost vanished. People who remember whispers, or footsteps, or strange dreams. I call it the Whisper Network, but that's only part of it. It's not just people. It's the place. The architecture." The recording clicked off. John turned it over. The batteries were dead. There would be no more. Evelyn had wandered over to the calendar wall. "Some of these dates match the ones from her notebook," she said. "And look, here. This is your building, labeled with letters, not apartment numbers. F, H, J. What's mine?" She scanned quickly. "Your H, marked with a dot. And Sarah's, J." He frowned. "Why letters? Maybe the network classifies people differently than we do. Not by names or floors, but by signals or behavior." John turned toward the other wall. Notes were pinned in dense clusters. Several mentioned places he recognized. The underground cafe, the old bookstore, even the used furniture shop on Pike Street. Some were circled in red. "What if this room is part of the network too?" he asked. "What if she wasn't hiding here? What if she was listening?" Evelyn met his eyes. "Then we need to find out what she heard." They spent the next 2 hours combing through every scrap of information. Much of it was fragmented, notes half finished, references to things they didn't understand. But some pieces began to fall into place. There were names, a list tucked beneath a stack of photographs. Mr. Paxton, Marlene G., Dr. A. The quiet one, the archivist, the janitor. Some names were crossed out. Evelyn tapped the list. "You recognize anyone?" "Paxton. That's the landlord. The quiet one. Maybe your neighbor across the hall. John nodded. Never speaks. Leaves at the same time every morning. Comes back at midnight. Same jacket. Same rhythm. Like clockwork. Evelyn's expression tightened. Maybe he's not just quiet. Maybe he's listening too. John suddenly felt exposed, like the walls were leaning in closer. How do we know we're not already part of it? We are, she said. That's why we were allowed to find this place. The thought settled heavily between them. They weren't intruders anymore. They were participants. John folded the list and pocketed it. We should leave. Take what we can and keep moving. They gathered the recorder, the calendar, and a few key documents. As they turned to go, Evelyn paused at the edge of the room. There, behind an old bookshelf, was a child's drawing pinned to the stone. A crude crayon sketch of the building, stick figures in the windows, a spiral in the basement. And in the top right corner, one word, help. They said nothing. Back up the ladder. The apartment above was still and undisturbed. They left through the hallway without incident, the door locking behind them with a quiet finality that made John shiver. In his apartment, the spiral journal remained on the coffee table. He opened it again. This time, a new line had appeared beneath the last message. You heard what she heard. Now choose what to do with it. John sat in his apartment, staring at the page. The words seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own, like a heartbeat waiting to explode into something uncontainable. The message was clear. Someone, or something, knew he had found the journal, knew he had uncovered part of what Sarah had been trying to piece together. But now, the decision was his. His phone buzzed, slicing through the silence. Evelyn. He answered quickly, heart hammering. John, I think someone's been in your apartment. Her voice was tight with urgency. He froze, glancing around the small living room. The air felt heavier, charged with an unspoken presence. He hadn't seen anything unusual earlier. No signs of forced entry, no obvious disturbances. What do you mean? He asked, standing up. I don't know how to explain it, but something feels off. I've been looking through old maps, and there's a pattern I missed before. The apartments, the disappearances, the calendar. It all connects to one particular location. It's on the outskirts of the city, just near the river. John rubbed his temples. I don't. John, listen, she cut him off. You need to get out of there. Now. He was already moving toward the door. I'll pack up and head to the river. Meet you there in 20 minutes. I'm coming too, she said, voice firm. We need to stick together. Trust me. He didn't have time to argue. He grabbed his coat, stuffed the journal into his bag, and headed out. The stairwell felt colder than usual, the light flickering overhead. When he reached the street, the city stretched out before him, the buildings towering like silent sentinels. It was almost as though the whole city had become an extension of the apartment building's secrets. There was something ancient and vast hiding beneath its surface, and he had unknowingly become a part of it. The message in the journal wasn't a warning, It was a challenge, and now he was trapped in the web. John's footsteps echoed as he walked toward the subway station, his mind racing. Evelyn was right. They had underestimated the scope of what was happening. It wasn't just about Sarah anymore, or the apartment. It was about something much bigger, something much older. When he arrived at the station, he spotted Evelyn standing near the platform, eyes scanning the crowd. She looked tense, alert. She spotted him almost immediately and walked over, her expression serious. "We're running out of time," she said, her voice low. John nodded, but his mind was elsewhere, calculating. "Have you ever heard of the Whisper Network before?" She frowned. "Not by that name, but I think I know what it is. The name doesn't fit the network itself, but it fits what it represents: secrets, hidden connections. It's a set of overlapping, often invisible paths that bind people and places together. I think it's tied to the apartment building, yes, but it's more than that. It's like a living thing, a consciousness, maybe." John swallowed hard. He wasn't ready to accept that possibility, but it was the only thing that made sense. "You're saying it's aware of us?" he asked. Evelyn didn't answer at first. She just looked at him, as though weighing her words carefully. "It's more than just aware. It chooses who it lets in." The train arrived with a screech, and they stepped aboard. As it pulled into motion, the city whizzing past the windows, John felt a creeping unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the eyes of the Whisper Network were already on them. The train stopped at a quiet station near the edge of the city, a forgotten part of town where the industrial buildings loomed like ghosts. They exited, following the directions Evelyn had written down. The night was cold, the streets deserted. Their footsteps echoed on the cracked pavement. Ahead, the old warehouse by the river looked abandoned, its windows boarded up, graffiti covering its walls. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. John felt a shiver run down his spine as they approached. "Are you sure this is it?" he asked. Evelyn nodded. "It has to be. The map matches everything we've uncovered." They stepped inside cautiously. The space was vast, filled with shadows that seemed to move and shift. The low hum of machinery, long silent, seemed to murmur from the walls. Evelyn led the way, her steps confident despite the dark. John followed closely, glancing around. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the air became, like they were entering a place forgotten by time. Evelyn paused in front of a large, rusted door. "This is it. Whatever Sarah found, it's behind this door." John's heart skipped a beat. He could feel it too, the sense that they were on the edge of something monumental, something that could change everything. "Are we ready for this?" he asked, more to himself than to Evelyn. She looked back at him, her eyes steady. "We have no choice." Together, they pushed the door open, revealing a dark room beyond. At first, it appeared empty, but then John noticed the shape in the center, a large, circular device covered in symbols. The design was both alien and familiar, an intricate combination of shapes and patterns that seemed to hum with energy. "This is it," Evelyn whispered. "The heart of the Whisper Network." John stepped forward, drawn by the device's magnetic pull. He couldn't explain why, but he knew this was where everything converged. The disappearances, the whispers, the cryptic notes, they had all led them here. To this room, to this machine. Evelyn turned to him, a strange look in her eyes. "We can't leave until we understand what this is. We can't let it control us any longer." John swallowed. The weight of the moment pressed down on him. "Then let's find out." And as the device's symbols began to glow softly in the darkness, John felt something stir in the air around him. A presence, one that had been watching them all along. The hum of the mysterious device in the abandoned warehouse seemed to pulse with an unsettling rhythm, each beat reverberating in John's chest. As the symbols on its surface flickered and changed, the air around them thickened. Evelyn stood by his side, her expression hard, determined. She had known this moment would come, but John, he was only beginning to understand the depth of what they had uncovered. John reached out cautiously, his hand hovering above the device. He wanted to touch it, but there was an unspoken hesitation in the air, a warning that went beyond the physical. Something ancient and dangerous lay hidden beneath this relic, something more than they had initially suspected. "Do you know what this is?" he asked Evelyn, his voice low. Evelyn stood back, eyes locked on the device as if trying to decipher it. "It's more than just a machine. It's a record, a map, and a key all at once. And it's tied to everything. The disappearances, the Whisper Network, the building." She paused, her brow furrowing in thought. "It's a relic of an ancient order, one that used to control vast networks of knowledge. And it's been right under our noses all this time." John stepped closer, his mind racing. But Sarah was researching it. She found this. She knew what it meant. Evelyn nodded, her gaze softening. Yes, she knew more than we do. She was close to understanding what the device could unlock. But it's dangerous, John. It's a map to something buried, something powerful. And I think Sarah discovered it. John's pulse quickened. "The disappearances, you think they're connected to the network?" "I do," Evelyn replied, her eyes never leaving the device. "The disappearances aren't random. The victims were all close to uncovering pieces of the puzzle. The Whisper Network is a tool, one that has been used to control people, to erase those who get too close. Sarah was one of them." John shook his head in disbelief. "But she's gone, Evelyn." She's not gone," Evelyn interrupted, her voice fierce. "She's been hidden, just like the others. The network has ways of making people disappear, but they're never truly gone. They leave behind traces. And we're standing right on top of one." John felt a chill settle in his bones. He had suspected something like this, but to hear it confirmed, to realize that the woman who had been his quiet neighbor, who had lived just one floor above him, had been tangled in something this dark, this pervasive, was almost too much to bear. He thought of Sarah, her warm smile, her eccentricities, the quiet afternoons they had shared in passing. But now, in the shadow of the device, she seemed a ghost. A person who had been swept up in forces far beyond her control, and whose disappearance had been a deliberate act, an act to protect secrets that had been kept for centuries. Where do we go from here? John asked quietly, his voice breaking the stillness. Evelyn turned to face him, her eyes full of determination. We find out everything Sarah knew. We dig into her past. We trace her steps before she vanished. There's a journal she kept, another one. I think it's hidden in the apartment. It might be the last piece of the puzzle. John swallowed hard. His mind was a whirlwind of questions and realizations. How had he missed the signs? How had he not seen the pattern earlier? The answer, he realized, was simple. He had been blind, wrapped in the comfort of his own quiet life. He had never been forced to question anything until now. But now, nothing made sense in the same way anymore. The apartment building, the very place where he had lived for years, was part of a larger, far-reaching mystery. The people around him were connected in ways he couldn't even fathom, and he was right in the middle of it all. Every passing day seemed to stretch and warp with strange significance, as if he had crossed into a world of shadows and whispers, where nothing was ever truly as it seemed. He turned toward Evelyn. How do we get back into Sarah's apartment? Evelyn gave a wry smile. I thought you'd never ask. Follow me. She led him through the maze of alleyways behind the warehouse, towards the hidden back entrance of the building. The night was silent, the city distant, as though the world itself had fallen into a quiet, waiting lull. As they approached Sarah's apartment, John felt the tension in his chest tighten. They had come so far, but he knew there was no turning back now. The device had awakened something inside him, an urgency, a pull toward the unknown. They arrived at the building's back entrance, where the old rusted door creaked open under Evelyn's touch. The air in the hallway was cold, musty. They ascended the stairs quickly, footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. John's hand was steady on the railing, his mind still racing with the implications of what Evelyn had just told him. Sarah's disappearance had been no accident. She had uncovered something much bigger than herself, and she had paid the price for it. They reached Sarah's door. Evelyn glanced at John, her expression unreadable. Then she pushed the door open. John stepped inside, taking in the familiar surroundings. Everything was just as it had been before. The same furnishings, the same quiet clutter. It looked like a normal apartment, one lived in by someone with no particular desire to stand out. But John knew better now. Evelyn began searching the room, opening drawers, flipping through books. John, too, began to look around, scanning for anything that might give them the clue they were searching for. The silence in the apartment felt oppressive, as if the walls themselves were watching. It wasn't until John opened a small wooden box on a bookshelf that he found it. A small leather-bound journal tucked away in the back. The cover was faded, the edges worn from use. He pulled it free and opened it carefully. The first page was dated just weeks before Sarah had disappeared. John began to read, and with each word, the story began to unfold. This wasn't just a diary of someone's private thoughts. This was a map, a road map of the Whisper Network. A map that detailed Sarah's investigation, her discoveries, and the connections she had started to untangle. And, as he read further, it became clear that Sarah had known she was being watched. She had known that she was on the brink of something dangerous. "Evelyn," John whispered, his voice tight with realization. She knew. She was trying to expose them, and she was so close. Evelyn turned to him, her face pale. "We have to find her, John, before it's too late." John sat down on the couch, the journal in his hands trembling slightly. The words before him seemed like a puzzle, but each piece fit together more and more clearly as he read. He flipped through the pages quickly, his heart beating faster with every revelation. The journal detailed Sarah's investigation into the mysterious disappearances that had haunted the building for decades. It was as though she had stumbled upon a secret buried deep within the walls of the apartment complex. A secret that no one, including the residents themselves, had ever known about. Each entry in the journal described a person who had vanished, each one eerily connected to the Whisper Network. The entries were cryptic at times, like fragments of a larger puzzle that only Sarah had managed to decipher. John's mind raced as he tried to piece everything together. There were references to names, some he recognized, others he didn't. He found mention of a hidden society that operated in the shadows, pulling the strings of events in the city, in the building, and beyond. He turned the page and stopped at a sketch of the building itself, a crude drawing, but one that seemed to capture the essence of the place with an uncanny accuracy. Lines marked in red ink circled certain rooms. The one directly above his own apartment was marked with an ominous X. His heart skipped a beat as he traced the markings with his finger. The significance of the circle wasn't lost on him. It was the room where Sarah had lived, the one that had been vacant for days. The journal's entries confirmed that the missing woman had been investigating the exact same building, looking for the secrets hidden in its walls. A sudden thought struck him. Had Sarah been living here because of the disappearances, or had she been drawn here because of something darker, something tied to the building itself? John turned to Evelyn, who had been pacing in the corner of the room, waiting anxiously for him to speak. "She knew," he said slowly, feeling the weight of the truth settle in. She wasn't just trying to uncover the disappearances. She was trying to stop something bigger, something connected to this building. Evelyn nodded. She wasn't just a victim, John. She was a witness. And from what I'm seeing, she was trying to expose them, whoever they are. John's eyes wandered back to the journal. He flipped through more pages, each entry more disturbing than the last. As Sarah's investigation deepened, the entries became more fragmented, as though she had been constantly interrupted or afraid of being discovered. There were mentions of people following her, of notes left in her mailbox, of strange occurrences in the building. Yet, she had kept going, driven by something she couldn't turn away from. One entry, in particular, caught his attention. It was dated only a few days before her disappearance. The whispers grow louder. I hear them at night, through the walls, in the pipes. There are eyes everywhere, watching, waiting. I have to be careful. If they find out what I know, they will make me disappear just like the others. But I have found something, a key, a way to uncover everything. If anyone finds this journal, they will know what to do. The truth is hidden beneath the floorboards. John froze. His heart thudded in his chest as he reread the last few lines over and over. The truth is hidden beneath the floorboards. He stood up abruptly, the journal slipping from his fingers. The room felt suddenly stifling, the air thick with an unexplainable tension. Evelyn's eyes widened as she noticed his reaction. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice urgent. John's mind was already racing. The floorboards. That was it. The hidden truth. The key to everything Sarah had discovered was right under their noses, in the very apartment that had once been hers. If Sarah had hidden something there, something important, he had to find it. "Evelyn," he said, his voice tight with urgency. "We need to get to her apartment. Now." They didn't waste time. The urgency of the moment pushed them both forward, and before John knew it, they were standing in front of Sarah's door again. Evelyn unlocked it swiftly, and the door creaked open with a familiar sound. The apartment felt cold now, emptier somehow, as though it had been waiting for them to return. Beneath the floorboards, John muttered under his breath, more to himself than to Evelyn. He moved quickly, his eyes scanning the room as if expecting to see something he had missed before. It was the same as it had been earlier, except now it felt like a graveyard of secrets. He dropped to his knees in the corner of the room and began inspecting the wooden floorboards. They were old, weathered, and creaked under pressure. He ran his fingers along the edges, searching for any sign of a hidden compartment. Time seemed to slow as he moved from one board to another, his heartbeat loud in his ears. "John," Evelyn called softly, but he barely heard her. He could feel it now, the sensation of something buried just below the surface. He pressed harder on one of the boards, and to his surprise, it shifted slightly. His pulse raced as he carefully pried the board loose, exposing a small, dark space beneath. John's hand shook as he reached inside, pulling out a small metal box. It was cold to the touch, and as he lifted it into the light, he could see that it was old, antique, even covered in intricate engravings. The box had been hidden for a reason. There was no mistaking it now. Sarah had uncovered something that was never meant to be found. Evelyn stepped closer, her eyes wide with anticipation. "What is it?" John turned the box over in his hands, examining it. There was no keyhole, no obvious way to open it. But there was something else, an engraving on the bottom, a symbol he had seen before. It matched the one he had noticed on the device back in the warehouse. This is part of it," he murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The Whisper Network. It's all connected." He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the discovery settle in. The truth was within his grasp, but it came at a price. The question was no longer if he would uncover the rest of the mystery. It was whether he would be able to survive the consequences. John placed the metal box on the coffee table, his fingers lingering over the cold surface as if it were a fragile artifact. Evelyn leaned over, her eyes scanning the intricate patterns etched into the metal. The symbol was unmistakable, a design John had seen before, though he couldn't place where. His gut told him it wasn't a coincidence, that every clue was leading him to this very moment. He had come to this building searching for answers to Sarah's disappearance, and now, with the box before him, it felt as if he had stepped into the eye of the storm. His mind raced, running over every detail of Sarah's journal, the whispers that had haunted her, and the connections she had made. She had known something, a dangerous secret that had ultimately led to her vanishing. And now, it seemed, the secret was within his reach. "Do you think she knew what was in this?" Evelyn asked, her voice trembling with curiosity. John didn't answer immediately. His thoughts were scattered, but something about the question seemed to crystallize the moment. He couldn't afford to let this mystery consume him any longer, not without understanding the true risks. They had to open the box, but he felt an unease settling over him. If Sarah had gone through this, if she had uncovered what lay inside, then why hadn't she told anyone? Why had she kept it all to herself? "The journal," John said, standing up suddenly. Sarah mentioned a key, a way to uncover everything. Maybe this is the key she was talking about. Evelyn nodded, her gaze unwavering from the box. "We need to open it." John hesitated. The box was old, its engravings delicate but worn from years of neglect. It didn't seem like something that would simply open with a twist of a key or a casual flick. It felt like there was a process, an understanding that needed to be unlocked before it would reveal its contents. He ran his fingers over the engravings again, feeling the coolness of the metal beneath his touch. Slowly, he traced the edges of the symbol, his eyes narrowing in concentration. There had to be something he was missing. "I don't think it's a traditional lock," he murmured, more to himself than to Evelyn. "There's no keyhole, but there must be some mechanism hidden inside." Evelyn, ever the practical one, leaned in closer. "What if it's a puzzle, like something you have to solve in order to open it?" John's thoughts flickered to the hidden messages he'd uncovered earlier in Sarah's journal. The sketches, the cryptic references, and the clues that had led him to this moment. Each piece had been a puzzle, a trail of breadcrumbs that led him further into the mystery. Could this box be the final piece? He stood up, his mind racing as he turned the box over in his hands. His eyes scanned the engravings again, this time focusing on the subtle ridges and lines that could be more than decorative. As he traced one particular line, the box gave a faint click. His heart leapt in his chest. The sound was barely audible, but it was enough to send a wave of anticipation through him. "Did you hear that?" Evelyn asked, her voice rising with hope. John nodded, holding the box steady. He was sure of it now. The box had clicked open. His hands were shaking slightly as he slowly pried the top off. Inside, nestled against a velvet lining, was a small piece of folded paper. It looked ancient, its edges yellowed with age. It was folded in a way that made it seem important, something that was meant to be handled carefully. He reached for the paper, but before he could open it, a sudden thought struck him. What if opening this paper was the final step in something irreversible? What if the box was a test, a final hurdle before the truth was revealed? Evelyn's voice broke through his thoughts. "John, what are we waiting for? Open it. We need to know." With a deep breath, John unfolded the paper. The moment he laid his eyes on it, his breath caught in his throat. The message, written in elegant, looping script, was both simple and chilling. The Whisper Network has always existed. It is woven into the fabric of this city, hidden in plain sight. To uncover its full power, one must know where to look and when to listen. It is not a secret. It is the truth that binds us all. You are now a part of it. John's mind reeled as he read the message over and over, trying to make sense of it. He had expected a clue, a name, or perhaps a map leading him to the next step. But this felt like an ultimatum, a declaration that he was no longer just an observer. He was involved now, whether he liked it or not. "What does it mean?" Evelyn whispered, her voice shaky with uncertainty. John didn't have an answer. He felt the weight of the words pressing down on him, as if the very walls of the building were closing in. He was a part of it now, the Whisper Network, the truth that had been buried for so long, the web of conspiracy that connected everything. The message had one final line written at the bottom, almost as an afterthought. "Look beneath the floorboards of the forgotten room." John's eyes widened as the words sank in. Forgotten room. Was this another part of the building? Another clue hidden away, just like the box itself? He had to know. Without thinking, John stood up, his heart pounding with urgency. "We have to find it. The forgotten room. It's the next step." Evelyn followed him as he rushed out of the apartment, the paper still clutched tightly in his hand. They headed down the hall, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the otherwise silent building. The air was thick with the weight of their discovery, and every door they passed seemed to whisper secrets. "Where do we even start?" Evelyn asked, her voice barely audible. John's mind raced. Forgotten room. The phrase lingered in his mind like a riddle. He had lived in this building for years, and yet it had never occurred to him that there could be a room he hadn't seen, a room that wasn't part of the original floor plans. Where could it be? He stopped abruptly in front of a door he had never noticed before. It was small, inconspicuous, tucked away in a corner near the back of the building. The door was slightly ajar, as though it had been waiting for someone to find it. Without a word, he pushed the door open. What lay beyond was more than he could have ever expected. The room beyond the door was unlike anything John had ever seen. It was small, dust motes dancing in the sunlight that filtered through a grimy window. The walls were lined with shelves, but instead of books, they were filled with old, faded papers, boxes, and strange artifacts, items that looked like they had been forgotten for decades. It was as though someone had deliberately hidden this room away, left it untouched by the outside world. John stepped cautiously inside, his heart racing. His mind struggled to comprehend the significance of what he had just found. The forgotten room. Was this where the answers lay? He felt a surge of excitement, but also a sense of foreboding. This room had been concealed for a reason, and he had no idea what he was about to uncover. Evelyn entered after him, her eyes wide as she scanned the room. This place, it's like a time capsule. Why was it kept hidden? John didn't answer. He was too busy looking around, his gaze bouncing from one mysterious object to another. There was a large wooden chest tucked in the far corner, covered in dust. The shelves were filled with old newspapers, faded photographs, and John's eyes narrowed. More of those strange symbols. It was as if everything in this room was linked to something bigger, a puzzle that had been set in motion long before his time. He stepped toward the chest, his hands instinctively reaching out for the handle. It was heavy, solid, another piece of the mystery. As he lifted the lid, the smell of old paper and wood filled his nostrils. Inside, there were more papers, some neatly stacked and others thrown together in a haphazard fashion, as though they had been sifted through in a hurry. Evelyn approached cautiously. "What do you think it is?" Another clue. John pulled the top stack of papers from the chest, his hands trembling. He flipped through them quickly, his eyes scanning the words. Most of it was incomprehensible, nonsensical ramblings, seemingly disconnected from the rest. But then he stopped at one page. It was a map, old and worn, but unmistakably of the apartment building. "This is it," he whispered. "The building. There's something under it, something beneath it." Evelyn looked over his shoulder, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean? Under the building?" John's finger traced a series of markings on the map. These symbols, they're showing something hidden beneath the foundation. A network of tunnels, perhaps. A secret passage. Evelyn's eyes widened as she absorbed the implications. Tunnels? What could they be for? "I don't know," John said, his voice tight with anxiety. "But I have a feeling that everything we've uncovered so far is leading us to this." The Whisper Network, It's all connected. His eyes flicked over the papers in the chest, searching for more clues. He needed to understand what this network was, what it represented, and why it had been kept so hidden for so long. One document stood out among the others. It was a letter, yellowed with age, the handwriting elegant and flowing. The words on the page sent a chill down his spine as he began to read. To whoever finds this, if you are reading this letter, it means you have discovered what was hidden beneath the surface. The Whisper Network is not just a secret. It is a force that has shaped this city for centuries. It is the key to understanding the disappearances, the key to understanding the past. But be warned, for it is also a force that consumes. Once you learn its secrets, there is no turning back. John's breath caught in his throat. The letter was a warning, but it was more than that. It was a plea, a warning to anyone who had come too close to the truth. He looked at Evelyn, who had also read the letter. "What are we getting ourselves into?" she whispered. John didn't have an answer. He felt the weight of the letter's words pressing down on him, but he knew one thing for certain. He couldn't stop now. He had come too far. The missing woman, the cryptic messages, the strange occurrences, everything was connected to this Whisper Network. And if there was any chance of finding Sarah, of uncovering the truth about the disappearances, he had to press forward. "Look at this," Evelyn said suddenly, her voice sharp with excitement. She was holding up another document, this one more recent. It was a list of names, some of which were familiar to John. He recognized the names of some of the building's residents, people he had seen around, living their quiet lives just like him. But there were also names on the list that he didn't recognize. And one name, in particular, caught his attention: Sarah's. John's heart skipped a beat. Sarah's name was on this list, along with several others, some of whom had gone missing years ago. The connections were undeniable. The disappearances weren't random. They were part of something much bigger, a pattern that stretched back decades. Evelyn handed him the list. "What does this mean? Why would Sarah's name be on it?" "I think she was getting too close," John said slowly, his mind racing. "She must have known about this network. She was trying to uncover it, and that's why she's gone. They took her to keep this secret safe." Evelyn's face paled. "So what now? What do we do with all of this?" John took a deep breath. "We go further. We follow the trail. There's more we haven't seen yet." He stood up, his mind set on what needed to come next. He had the map, the letter, and the list of names. He knew what he had to do. "We find the tunnels," John said, his voice firm. "We find out where they lead." Evelyn looked at him, a mixture of fear and determination in her eyes. "And if they're not empty?" John paused. The question lingered in the air like a silent threat. He didn't know what they would find down there. But one thing was certain: the truth was waiting, and they were going to find it, no matter the cost. The door of the forgotten room creaked closed behind them as John and Evelyn stood in the dim light, each of them absorbing the weight of what they had discovered. The papers, the letter, the map, all of it pointed towards something deep beneath the apartment building. The city, which had once felt like a simple and orderly place, now felt like a labyrinth of secrets, hiding its most sinister truths beneath the surface. Evelyn was the first to speak, her voice strained. "John, if Sarah found this, if she was really uncovering all of this, why didn't anyone warn her? Why was she alone in this?" John didn't answer right away. He ran his fingers through his hair, the tension rising in his chest. The truth was becoming clearer, but it was far from comforting. The whisper network, the hidden past, the disappearances, it was all part of a grand, dangerous design. And the deeper they went, the more isolated they became. This wasn't just a mystery anymore. It was a tangled web of power, deceit, and lost histories that had been concealed for far too long. He turned to face her, his voice quieter but resolute. "I think Sarah wasn't supposed to find this. She was digging into something that someone wanted buried. And now we're both in danger of uncovering too much." Evelyn's face paled. "So we just stop? We give up?" "No," John said firmly, his eyes locking with hers. "We keep going. We don't have a choice. If we stop now, we'll never know the truth about Sarah. And there's a chance we could still find her, or at least find out what happened." Evelyn nodded slowly, her resolve strengthening. "Then let's find the tunnels." They turned to leave the hidden room, but something inside John's gut twisted. He couldn't help but feel they were being watched. He paused, his hand hovering over the doorknob. "You feel that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Evelyn's eyes narrowed, her body stiffening in response. "Yeah, something's off." John stepped into the hallway, looking over his shoulder one last time at the door to the secret room. The building was eerily quiet, as if it, too, was holding its breath. Every creak of the floorboards beneath their feet sounded too loud in the silence. He had the distinct feeling that they weren't alone in this place anymore, that someone or something was aware of their every move. "We need to be careful," John said quietly. "We don't know who else is looking for the truth, or how far they're willing to go to stop us." Evelyn didn't reply, but her eyes locked onto his with an unspoken understanding. She was as determined as he was, but the weight of the unknown was beginning to settle between them. They didn't know what they would face next, but they couldn't back down now. The pieces were finally coming together, and the path ahead, though dangerous, seemed clearer than ever. They reached the entrance to the basement, the heavy door at the end of the hall standing like a sentinel guarding the secrets below. John's hand gripped the cool metal handle, and for a moment he hesitated. This was it, the point of no return. With a steadying breath, he pushed the door open. The stale air hit them immediately, thick with the scent of damp stone and years of neglect. The narrow staircase led down into the darkness, the faint echo of their footsteps reverberating off the stone walls. John took the first step, then the next, Evelyn close behind him. As they descended, the air grew colder. There was a tension in the silence, a feeling that something was waiting just beyond their reach. The basement seemed to stretch on forever, and every turn they took felt like they were sinking deeper into a forgotten world. The walls around them were lined with pipes, electrical wires, and old crates, remnants of a time when this building had been bustling with life. But as they reached the bottom, they found something that sent a jolt of shock through both of them. A heavy, rusted door hidden behind a pile of old furniture. This wasn't part of the regular building layout. It looked like it had been sealed off, locked away for years. John's heart raced as he examined the door, his mind working quickly. This was it, the entrance to whatever lay hidden beneath the building. The Whisper Network's heart. Evelyn's voice was low and anxious. "Do you think this is where it leads?" John nodded, stepping closer to the door. "This has to be it. The map, the letter, it all points here." He reached for the rusty lock, hesitating only for a moment before twisting it. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow tunnel stretching into the darkness. The air was thick with dust, and the faint scent of mildew filled his nostrils. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for them to move side by side, and it sloped downward at a sharp angle, descending further beneath the building. John glanced at Evelyn. Her face was pale, but her eyes were filled with determination. They had come this far, and there was no turning back now. "Let's go," he said quietly. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, winding deeper and deeper into the earth. The only sound was the faint shuffle of their footsteps, the occasional scrape of their shoes against the stone floor. The further they went, the colder it became, the air growing thick and oppressive. And then, ahead of them, a faint light appeared. John's pulse quickened. This was it. The end of the tunnel, the place where the Whisper Network had been hidden for so long. They picked up their pace, urgency pressing them forward. The light grew brighter as they neared, and when they finally reached the end of the tunnel, they found themselves standing in a large, cavernous chamber. It was unlike anything John had ever seen. The walls were covered in strange, intricate carvings, and the floor was littered with old, decaying papers. At the center of the room was a pedestal, and upon it, an object. John stepped closer, his heart racing. What could it be? What had they uncovered? As he reached for the object, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, and then a voice, low and menacing, echoed through the chamber. "You shouldn't have come here." The voice, cold and calculated, sent a shiver down John's spine. He froze, his hand hovering just inches from the object on the pedestal. His mind raced. Who was here? And how had they found them so quickly? Evelyn stepped forward, her eyes scanning the room. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice steady but tense. From the shadows, a figure emerged. A man, tall and cloaked in darkness, his face obscured by a hood. His presence was suffocating, as if the very air around him had thickened with the weight of his intentions. John instinctively took a step back, the instinct to retreat rising in him. But Evelyn stood firm, her eyes never leaving the figure. "We weren't supposed to find this, were we?" John's voice cracked, the realization hitting him like a wave. The trap had already been set. The figure's lips curled into a slow, almost imperceptible smile. "You've gone too far," he said, his voice cold as steel. "You should have stopped when you had the chance." John's heart raced. He had been so close to uncovering the truth about Sarah, about everything. And now, in the dim glow of the chamber, it seemed that the final pieces of the puzzle were slipping through his fingers. "We won't stop," Evelyn replied, her voice unwavering. "You can't stop us now." The figure took a step forward, his shoes scraping against the stone floor with an eerie sound. "You think you can just uncover the truth and walk away from it? No one walks away from the Whisper Network. Not once they've seen what you've seen." John glanced at Evelyn, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. He wasn't sure how they would get out of this, but there was no turning back now. They were too deep into it, too close to something that could change everything. "So what happens now?" John asked, his voice steady despite the fear that clawed at his insides. The figure's smile widened, but there was no humor in it. "Now, we make sure you don't leave here alive. You're a threat to everything we've worked for, and people like you." He let the sentence hang in the air, a threat implied rather than spoken outright. Evelyn's hand shifted toward her jacket, fingers brushing the outline of the small, concealed weapon she had brought for emergencies. But John shook his head imperceptibly, signaling for her to hold back for now. There was no need to escalate things just yet. They needed to think their way out of this. "We don't want trouble," John said, his voice quieter now. "We just want to know the truth. We're not your enemy." The figure's expression faltered for a brief moment, as if considering his words. But then, just as quickly, his cold demeanor returned. "The truth isn't something you can just claim. It's something that's kept in the shadows for a reason. And now you've found your place there." John took a deep breath. His mind raced. He had to find a way to get out of this situation, to turn the tables. The object on the pedestal, he needed to get to it. There was something about it that felt like the key to everything. Slowly, he began to inch forward, trying not to draw attention to his movement. But the figure seemed to be watching his every move, his gaze sharp and calculating. Evelyn, sensing the shift, subtly moved to block the figure's line of sight, buying John just a few precious seconds. Then, with a sudden burst of movement, John lunged toward the pedestal, grabbing the object. The figure shouted in surprise, but it was too late. The moment his hands touched it, the room seemed to shift. The walls, once so solid, seemed to blur and flicker. "What did you do?" the figure demanded, his voice trembling with a rare crack of fear. John looked down at the object in his hands, a small, worn notebook. It was old, its leather cover cracked and frayed, but it hummed with an energy that was both unsettling and captivating. As he held it, he felt a surge of warmth, familiar but foreign at the same time. It was as if the very knowledge within it was alive, waiting to be unlocked. "I don't know," John said, his voice low, "but this feels important. This is the key to everything." Evelyn stepped forward, her expression hardening. "You won't stop us. We'll find out everything you're hiding." The figure's eyes flickered with something akin to desperation, but before he could speak again, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. A low, rumbling sound echoed through the chamber, and the walls seemed to shift once more. "We need to leave," John said urgently, his eyes scanning the room. "This place is coming down." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Evelyn's arm, pulling her toward the exit. The figure shouted after them, but it was too late. They were already running, the sound of their footsteps drowned out by the increasing tremor in the ground. The tunnel they had come through was now filled with dust, the air thick with the scent of decay. The tremors grew stronger, and the walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own. John didn't know how much time they had, but they couldn't afford to stop. Not now. They raced through the winding passage, their breath ragged, their minds focused on nothing but the path ahead. The walls were closing in, and the light at the end of the tunnel seemed farther away than it had ever been before. And then, just as they reached the entrance, the ground gave way beneath their feet. The floor beneath John and Evelyn cracked open with a deafening roar. The ground buckled, sending them both sprawling forward, their limbs flailing in a desperate attempt to stay upright. The rush of air was so intense, it felt as if the tunnel itself were collapsing around them, pulling them deeper into the earth. Evelyn screamed as she fell, but John managed to grab her wrist just in time, pulling her toward him with a strength he didn't know he possessed. Their feet hit the edge of the opening just as the floor gave way entirely, sending debris scattering into the black void beneath them. Heart pounding, John steadied his breath and yanked Evelyn toward the wall. They had to get out. Now, the rumbling intensified, the vibrations beneath their feet growing stronger with each passing second. It wasn't just the floor that was shaking, it was the entire structure. The building was coming down, and it felt like every inch of it was being pulled apart by something more powerful than just old age or neglect. Evelyn gripped the edge of the wall, her face pale with fear. "We can't stay here, John. It's collapsing." He nodded, swallowing the rising panic in his throat. There was no time to think. No time to wonder what had caused the destruction, or why the figure had reacted with such desperation. All that mattered was getting out alive. With a steadying breath, John helped Evelyn pull herself up, then grabbed her hand, pulling her away from the crumbling edge. They stumbled forward, trying to navigate through the dark, debris-filled passage. The walls shook, sending chunks of stone and dust raining down on them. But they kept moving, their feet stumbling over jagged rocks, desperate for an escape. The sound of cracking stone echoed in the distance, a reminder that whatever had triggered the collapse was no small force. John glanced back, just for a moment, and saw the figure in the shadows, watching them. The man's face was no longer hidden beneath a hood, but even in the low light, his expression was one of unmistakable hatred and fear. He had never intended for them to escape. He had set the trap. The building was a cage, and they were the prey. "Move, Evelyn," John shouted, pulling her forward. His pulse pounded in his temples, the noise of the collapse overwhelming every other thought. He couldn't let her slow him down. He couldn't afford to fail now. But it was clear they weren't alone. The deeper they went, the more they realized the danger wasn't just the crumbling walls. It was something else. There were whispers, faint but unmistakable. A chorus of voices, distant yet clear, like an echo from the past. They could feel it, a presence, a force that seemed to be guiding them, pushing them forward. "It's here," Evelyn whispered, her voice trembling. John glanced at her, his heart heavy with doubt. "What is?" "The Whisper Network," she said, her voice thick with realization. "It's real. We're in it." The words sent a chill down his spine. They had stumbled into something far greater than they had ever imagined. This wasn't just a missing person case. It was something much darker, a conspiracy that stretched back decades, maybe centuries. "I don't know if we can get out of here," John said, his voice strained as they ran. "We need to find a way out." But as if in response, the walls seemed to grow tighter around them. The tunnel ahead had collapsed, blocking their path. Their only choice was to backtrack, but the way they had come was no longer safe. The exit was gone, swallowed by the shifting ground. John's mind raced. There has to be another way. Evelyn stopped, her hand resting against the cold stone of the wall. "There's always another way. We just have to find it." They had to think fast. The air was thick with dust and tension. The vibrations of the building's collapse growing stronger with every second. The walls felt like they were closing in on them. John could hear the faint sound of distant footsteps. Someone else was moving through the tunnels, and they weren't alone. "We're running out of time," John said, his voice tight with fear. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet rumbled again, louder this time. Without warning, a portion of the wall cracked open, revealing a narrow passageway hidden behind a collapsed stone. "This way," Evelyn shouted, grabbing John's arm and pulling him toward the gap. They squeezed through the narrow opening, hearts racing as they found themselves in another section of the building, an underground chamber shrouded in darkness. The air here was stale, thick with the scent of mold and age. It was clear this part of the building hadn't been used in years. The sound of footsteps was louder now, closer. Someone was coming. "Hide," John hissed, pulling Evelyn into a dark corner. They crouched low, trying to control their breathing. The footsteps stopped just beyond the chamber entrance, and for a moment, everything was silent. John's heart was pounding in his chest as he strained to listen. He could feel the weight of someone's gaze, like eyes watching him through the darkness. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, the figure appeared at the entrance. It was the man, the one who had tried to stop them earlier. His expression was cold, determined. He was looking for them. "We can't stay here," John whispered urgently. "We have to keep moving." Evelyn nodded, her eyes wide with fear, but she was calm. She always was. They stayed as still as possible, holding their breath as the figure stepped further into the chamber. John felt a surge of panic rise in his chest. Would they be able to outrun him? Would they be able to survive? The figure paused, and John could feel his gaze sweep over the room. He was close, closer than ever. And just as he stepped forward, a loud crash echoed through the hallway, and the figure froze. It was the building, cracking open even more. The chamber around them began to tremble again, and the figure's attention snapped back toward the crumbling walls. John didn't hesitate. He pulled Evelyn with him, and together they sprinted for the farthest exit they could find. The narrow passage twisted and turned, narrowing with every step. John's breath came in ragged bursts, his heart hammering in his chest. The crumbling walls of the old building seemed to pulse around them, shaking with the constant rumblings of the collapse above. Evelyn's footsteps were light but fast, her hand gripping his with a sense of urgency that matched his own. They had barely made it into the passage when the air grew thick and suffocating, the weight of the building pressing down on them. Behind them, they could hear the figure moving, following them through the tunnels with a relentless pace. John's mind raced. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being led into a trap. This wasn't just about escaping the building anymore. It was about survival. Whoever was behind this was far more prepared than he'd ever imagined. And they weren't just hunting for the missing woman. They were hunting for them, too. "We need to find a way out," Evelyn whispered urgently, her voice tight with fear. "We can't keep running." John nodded, his eyes scanning the passage ahead. The dim light from his phone illuminated the walls, revealing old stone covered in layers of dust and grime. This part of the building felt abandoned, forgotten, a place that had been sealed off for years. Yet now, it was alive with danger. They reached a dead end. A massive stone wall blocked their way, its surface slick with age and moss. John's breath caught in his throat as he turned, realizing that they had nowhere to go. "We're trapped," he muttered, panic rising in his chest. He looked at Evelyn, whose face was pale, but she held her composure. "No, there's always another way," Evelyn replied, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. She pressed her hand against the wall, her fingers trailing over the cold stone. "I know this place. It's not what it seems." Before John could react, Evelyn's hand pushed deeper into the stone. A faint click echoed through the chamber. The wall shifted, and with a low rumble, a section of it slid open, revealing a dark passage beyond. "Come on," Evelyn urged, pulling him toward the opening. John hesitated, glancing back down the tunnel. He could hear the footsteps approaching, the heavy tread of the figure drawing nearer. There was no time to waste. With a final glance over his shoulder, he followed Evelyn through the opening. The passage was narrow, and the air grew colder with each step. They moved quickly, their feet slipping on the damp floor as they made their way deeper into the maze of tunnels. John's mind was racing. What had they stumbled upon? What was this place? And who was the man following them? Was he the same person who had left the cryptic note? The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together, but there were still too many unanswered questions. The passage twisted and turned, leading them further into the darkness. It felt like they were moving in circles, each turn only revealing more of the same cold stone and shadows. But there was a strange sense of purpose to Evelyn's movements, like she knew where she was going. After what felt like an eternity, the passage opened up into a large, cavernous room. The ceiling was high, its edges lost in darkness. The walls were lined with shelves, old and covered in dust. A single light flickered overhead, casting long shadows across the room. "Where are we?" John asked, his voice barely a whisper. "This is the heart of it," Evelyn said, her voice echoing slightly in the vast space. "This is where it all started." John's brow furrowed. "What started?" Evelyn didn't answer right away. She moved to one of the shelves, her fingers brushing over old papers and books. She pulled down a heavy, leather-bound book, its cover worn and faded with age. "The Whisper Network," she said, her voice quiet but determined. "This is where the answers are." She opened the book, flipping through the yellowed pages with practiced ease. John watched her, his mind still trying to catch up. He knew she had been involved in this, had known more than she had let on. But now, as she stood there, surrounded by the remnants of this strange network, it was clear that there was far more to the mystery than he had realized. "The network is older than I thought," Evelyn continued, her eyes scanning the pages. "It's not just about the disappearances. It's about control, power. And this place, this building, it's at the center of it all." John felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean? What's the connection?" Evelyn stopped flipping through the pages and looked up at him, her eyes filled with a mix of sadness and resolve. "The building is a key. It's been used for decades, maybe even centuries. People come here, disappear, and others take their place. It's all connected to the Whisper Network. People who've disappeared aren't gone. They're just hidden, in plain sight." John's mind reeled. "Hidden? How?" Evelyn looked at him, her gaze hardening. "The building has secret passages, secret rooms, places that aren't on any maps. People who are part of the network use these spaces to communicate, to move in and out without being seen. It's a system built on secrecy. John took a step back, trying to process what Evelyn had just said. The building wasn't just a place. It was part of a much larger, more dangerous web. A web that had ensnared not just the missing woman, but countless others. And now, it seemed, they were in the thick of it. "We have to stop this," John said, his voice steady but filled with resolve. "We have to stop them before they get to us." Evelyn nodded, her expression grim. "We will. But first, we need to find out who's behind it. We need to know who's pulling the strings." Suddenly, a sharp noise echoed through the room. The sound of footsteps. "They're coming," Evelyn whispered. John turned toward the doorway. The figure was closer now, too close for comfort. "Stay hidden," he whispered to Evelyn, his voice low but urgent. "We need to find a way to stop them before it's too late." Evelyn nodded, her face set with determination. They had come too far to back down now. The room was eerily quiet, save for the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the passage outside. John's heart pounded in his chest as he crouched behind one of the dusty shelves, his breath held tightly in his lungs. Evelyn, crouched beside him, pressed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. They could hear the figure now, his footsteps deliberate, almost as though he knew exactly where they were hiding. The seconds stretched into eternity as John's mind raced. What was their next move? They were in the heart of the Whisper network now, and with the man outside, they were one step away from being caught. But the way Evelyn had spoken, with such certainty, she knew something. She understood the game they were playing in a way he could never have guessed. The footsteps grew louder, closer. John's muscles tensed. He could feel the tension building in the air, a crackling sensation that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. Then, just as the footsteps seemed to be directly outside the room, they stopped. John's pulse quickened. Did the figure know they were there? Evelyn, her eyes wide with fear, motioned for him to stay still. She peeked out from behind the shelf, her eyes scanning the room for a way out. But the shelves stretched endlessly on both sides of them, the cavernous space offering no real cover. And then, to his surprise, the footsteps began to recede, moving further down the hallway. Was he giving up? Or was this a ruse, a clever way to lure them into a false sense of security? John didn't dare move. He kept his eyes trained on the doorway, waiting for any sign that the figure was still out there. Time seemed to stretch into infinity, until finally, the footsteps faded completely. Silence reigned once more. Evelyn was the first to move. She stood cautiously, her eyes flicking to John as she did. He followed suit, standing slowly, every muscle in his body still coiled and ready for anything. "What now?" John whispered. Evelyn didn't answer right away. She glanced at the book in her hand, her fingers still tracing the pages, lost in thought. John could tell that something was brewing in her mind, something deeper than the immediate danger they faced. "We don't have much time," she said quietly, her voice low but resolute. "The person following us is connected to the higher-ups in the network. This building, the disappearances, the people who've gone missing, it's all part of something much bigger. And now they know we're here." John frowned. "Who is it? Who are we up against?" Evelyn hesitated. "I don't know for sure, but I have a suspicion." Her eyes met his, intense and filled with a hint of fear. "I think it's the landlord." John's brow shot up in surprise. The landlord. The idea seemed preposterous. The man was always so kind, so helpful. How could he be involved in something like this? Evelyn nodded grimly. "I've been digging into his past, and there's a connection. He's been here a lot longer than anyone realizes. He's always involved with the people who disappear. There are records that show. Well, let's just say he's no stranger to vanishing people." John's head spun. The landlord? It seemed impossible. He'd known the man for years. He'd seen him around the building, running errands, checking on tenants. He had never given off any impression that he was anything but a mild-mannered, albeit odd, man. But now, as the pieces fell into place, he couldn't ignore the unsettling feeling that had crept into his chest. Evelyn continued, "We need to get out of here fast. If the landlord is really behind all this, then we're in more danger than we realized. The network has infiltrated everything." John's pulse quickened. The last thing he wanted was to get caught up in a deeper conspiracy, but he couldn't ignore the feeling that they were getting closer to the truth. "So what now? What do we do?" Evelyn turned to him, her eyes intense. "We need to confront him, but we can't go in blindly. We need more information. We need to find out everything we can about the landlord. If he's the one behind all of this, he's the key." John nodded. "I'll start by asking around. Maybe someone knows something more about him. Maybe he's not as untouchable as he seems." Evelyn hesitated, looking back toward the entrance to the cavernous room. "Be careful. We're not just dealing with one man here. The network is vast. They've been watching us from the start. They won't stop until they've silenced us." A chill ran down John's spine. He had no idea just how deep this rabbit hole went, but he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't back down now. The mystery was no longer just about the missing woman. It was about everything he thought he knew, and everything he was about to lose. With renewed determination, John followed Evelyn out of the room, careful to stay low and quiet. The hidden passage seemed to stretch endlessly before them, but eventually they emerged into a small, narrow hallway. It was a different part of the building, one they hadn't seen before, but the same ominous feeling hung in the air. "We're almost there," Evelyn murmured, guiding him toward a staircase that led upwards into the heart of the building. "The landlord's office is just above us. We can confront him, get the truth out of him. It's the only way." John nodded, his hand instinctively tightening around the edge of the book Evelyn had given him. The answers were hidden within these pages. He was sure of it. They were close. too close to back out now. But as they neared the door to the landlord's office, a figure appeared in the hallway ahead of them, silhouetted by the faint light from the stairwell. John froze. The figure standing in the hallway ahead was no longer a distant shadow. It was close enough now that John could make out the details. A tall, broad figure, his features obscured by the dim lighting. John's heart skipped a beat. He didn't need to see his face to recognize the presence. It was the landlord. For a moment, everything stood still. The tension in the air was palpable, as though the building itself was holding its breath. Evelyn's hand subtly moved to her side, where she had tucked the small, sharp object she always carried. John felt the same instinct, the need to be ready, to act quickly. But they didn't have the advantage of surprise anymore. This wasn't a situation where they could just slip away or outweed their way through. The landlord was blocking their path, and they both knew it. Looking for something, the landlord's voice echoed softly through the hallway, his tone calm, but carrying an edge that made the hairs on the back of John's neck prickle. John took a step back instinctively, his mind scrambling for an escape plan, but Evelyn stood firm, her eyes narrowing. She was ready. She knew this was the moment they'd been preparing for, though she wasn't sure how it would play out. "We need to talk," Evelyn said coolly, her voice unwavering. The landlord tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp and calculating. About what? John's pulse hammered in his ears. This was the moment. He needed to speak, but the words seemed to freeze on his tongue. How much did they know? What was the landlord willing to admit? There was only one thing John knew for sure now. They had walked right into the heart of the conspiracy. The question was whether they could escape it, or if they'd ever leave this building alive. "We know what you've been doing," Evelyn continued, her voice growing firmer, despite the uncertainty that tugged at John's own resolve. "You've been part of something much bigger than this building. The disappearances, the network. We have the evidence. It's over." For a brief moment, the landlord's face twitched, almost imperceptibly. He didn't show fear, not even a flicker of it. Instead, his lips curled into a small, almost knowing smile. "You think you have it figured out," he said, stepping closer. His voice had dropped an octave, turning almost intimate. "But the truth is, you're already too late. There's nothing left to find." John swallowed hard. There it was, the chilling realization. He hadn't fully grasped the depth of this situation. He had thought he was in control, but now, standing face to face with the man who had orchestrated all of this, he understood the terrifying truth. The landlord was in control, and he was always one step ahead. "We're not finished," Evelyn said, her voice unwavering, though her eyes were now flickering with the slightest hint of doubt. "There's always a way to stop this. We'll expose you." The landlord didn't respond right away. Instead, he stepped aside, making an exaggerated gesture with his arm as though inviting them into the heart of his domain. "You're welcome to try," he said smoothly, his eyes gleaming with an almost predatory amusement. "But I doubt you'll make it out of this building alive. You're not the first ones to think they could stop what's been going on here. But they didn't succeed, and neither will you." Evelyn's expression hardened, but John could feel the tension in the air thickening, like the calm before the storm. There was something deeply unsettling about the landlord's lack of fear. It was as though he had already won in his mind. John glanced at Evelyn, searching for a sign of what they should do next. Her jaw tightened, and she gave a small, almost imperceptible shake of her head. She was making a decision, one that terrified him, but he had no choice but to trust her. They were already too far in. There was no turning back now. With a deep breath, Evelyn turned her gaze back to the landlord. "You don't scare us," she said, her voice laced with quiet defiance. "We're going to bring this all into the light. You can't stop us." The landlord chuckled, the sound low and cold, like the wind howling through an empty, forgotten alley. "You still don't understand, do you?" he asked. "This isn't just about you or your little investigation. This is much, much bigger. This is about power. The kind of power that controls everything in this city. And you're just a tiny speck in the vastness of it all." John's breath caught in his throat. He didn't know how much more he could take. This was beyond anything he had imagined. But there was no turning back. They had to see this through. Without warning, the landlord's demeanor shifted. The faint smile faded, replaced by a hard, unyielding look that sent a shiver through John's spine. "You've been warned," the landlord said, his voice like ice. "Now, you'll have to face the consequences." Before either John or Evelyn could react, the landlord lunged toward them with surprising speed. John barely had time to step back, but Evelyn was quicker. She shoved him aside, narrowly avoiding the landlord's outstretched arm. A tense standoff erupted between them. The landlord, towering over them, moved with a slow, calculated precision, while Evelyn positioned herself protectively in front of John. Her eyes locked on the landlord's, not flinching, not backing down. But John could see it in her, the weariness, the exhaustion that had been building for days. They were fighting not just for their lives, but for the truth. "You're not getting away with this," she said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. The landlord's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I'm afraid you're mistaken." And then, as if on cue, the faint sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway behind them. John's heart skipped. They weren't alone. And in that moment, he realized just how deep the conspiracy ran. There was no escaping this. Not without a fight. The hallway felt darker now, the air heavier, as though the very walls were closing in around John and Evelyn. The landlord's mocking smile remained fixed on his face, his stance almost predatory. The footsteps echoing behind them grew louder, but John didn't dare take his eyes off the man in front of him. Every instinct screamed at him to move, to find a way out. But Evelyn was standing her ground. She wasn't going to back down, and neither would he. Do you think you're the first to try and uncover the truth? The landlord's voice had dropped to a whisper, cold and filled with dark amusement. This building has secrets that stretch far beyond anything you could possibly understand. You're not going to win this fight. Not when the stakes are this high. John's mind raced. What could possibly be more significant than the disappearances, the strange network, the whispered rumors they had pieced together? What had the landlord meant by power? Was it something connected to the building, to the missing people? Or was this something far worse? But before John could ask, a new voice broke through the tension. A voice he hadn't expected to hear. Is everything all right here? John froze. The voice was unmistakable. It was Mr. Foster, the friendly old man who lived on the ground floor. John had spoken to him several times in passing, exchanging pleasantries about the weather or how the building was holding up. He'd never thought much of the man, just another quiet resident in a city full of them. But now, his appearance in this moment felt like an omen, one that shifted the entire atmosphere of the confrontation. The landlord's expression darkened. "What are you doing here, Foster?" Foster, appearing oblivious to the tension, stepped closer, his eyes flicking between the landlord and the two of them. He smiled, though it was tight, as though he was choosing his words carefully. "I was passing by and heard voices," Foster said, his voice steady, though there was an underlying hint of concern. "Everything all right?" The landlord narrowed his eyes, the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze momentarily betraying his calm facade. But then, just as quickly, he composed himself. "It's nothing, Foster. Just a little misunderstanding." He shot a quick glance at John and Evelyn, his eyes flashing with a silent warning. "I'll handle it." Foster didn't seem convinced, his gaze still lingering on them, before his eyes flicked back to the landlord. John could see the momentary hesitation in the older man's expression. For a brief second, Foster's calm demeanor cracked, revealing something else beneath the surface. "I see," Foster said quietly, almost as if to himself. "Well, I'll be on my way then." With one last glance at John and Evelyn, he turned and began walking away, his footsteps slowly fading into the distance. John watched the old man disappear into the shadows of the building. For a moment, he considered calling out to him, asking if he knew more about the building, about the disappearances. But the opportunity had passed, and now the landlord was no longer pretending to be calm. His eyes were like daggers, his smile completely gone. "Don't think you've won," the landlord said, his voice dangerously low. "You're in my domain now. The walls have ears." John's mind whirled. What did he mean? The walls have ears. Was he talking about surveillance? Were they being watched? Even here, in this old building that seemed so innocuous on the outside? Evelyn spoke up then, her voice sharp. "We're not leaving until we find out the truth. You can't intimidate us anymore." The landlord let out a low laugh, but it lacked any warmth. "You'll find out soon enough. The building's secrets are already in motion. Nothing you do can stop it now." Evelyn's grip tightened on the small object she had hidden in her pocket, and John instinctively took a step closer to her. The air felt charged with the promise of something inevitable, something that couldn't be undone. With a sudden movement, the landlord stepped back, his figure seemingly blending into the shadows. "You've made your choice," he said, his words trailing behind him like a final warning. "But don't say I didn't warn you." And then, just like that, he was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the hallway. John turned to Evelyn, his heart pounding in his chest. They were alone again, but the feeling of danger hadn't dissipated. In fact, it had only grown stronger. Whatever game the landlord had been playing, it was far from over. "We need to get into that apartment," Evelyn said quietly, her voice determined. "Now." John nodded, his thoughts still racing. The landlord's cryptic words hung in the air like a threat. The walls had ears. What did that even mean? Were they being watched by someone in the building? Had the landlord known they'd been investigating him all along? Evelyn didn't wait for him to respond. She turned on her heel and moved toward the door to the apartment where they'd first discovered the hidden notebook. John followed closely behind her, his mind still trying to piece together the strange events that had led them to this point. As they approached the door, Evelyn's fingers brushed against the handle. She paused, her eyes scanning the hallway once more. Everything was quiet, too quiet. She glanced at John and nodded. "I'm going in." With that, she opened the door and they stepped into the apartment. The room was just as they had left it, dark, with only the faintest light coming through the cracked blinds. The strange energy that had hung in the air before was still present, but now it felt even more oppressive, as though the apartment itself was holding its breath. Evelyn moved quickly, heading straight for the small desk in the corner of the room. John followed, his eyes scanning the apartment for any new clues, any signs that might lead them closer to the truth. But just as Evelyn reached for the notebook again, the floor beneath them creaked. The sound was so faint at first that John almost missed it. But then he heard it again, louder this time. Footsteps. He turned to look at Evelyn, his heart racing. "We're not alone," he whispered. The footsteps grew louder, closer now, echoing down the hallway like a slow, deliberate countdown. John's heart thudded in his chest, the blood rushing to his ears as he strained to listen, trying to make sense of the sounds. Evelyn's breath was shallow, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the notebook, its pages still open to the strange, cryptic sketches. "We need to hide," John whispered, his voice barely audible. Evelyn nodded, her eyes wide with urgency. She quickly moved to the side of the room, her eyes scanning the space for somewhere to take cover. There were only a few pieces of furniture in the small, sparse apartment. A worn-out couch, a coffee table covered in old newspapers, and the small desk they had been combing through. There was nowhere to hide, no easy way out. John's mind raced. The footsteps were now only a few feet away, too close. He looked back at the window. It was too late to escape that way. There was no time. The air around them felt thick, charged with the anticipation of something terrible. Just then, the door creaked open. John's breath caught in his throat. For a split second, he thought it was the landlord, or worse, someone else from the building. But the figure standing in the doorway was not the landlord. It was Foster, the friendly old man who had tried to intervene earlier. But now, his expression was different. Gone was the mild, easygoing demeanor. In its place was something darker, more calculating. The way he stood in the doorway, tall, rigid, and unblinking, sent a shiver down John's spine. He hadn't noticed it before, but now it was undeniable. Foster's eyes held a depth of knowledge, of something hidden beneath the surface. Foster's lips curled into a thin smile, but there was no warmth in it. "I see you've found what you're looking for," he said, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. John's instinct screamed at him to run, to flee from this man who had once seemed harmless. But there was nowhere to go. He had to confront this, to understand what was happening. "What are you doing here?" John demanded, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at him. Foster stepped into the room, his movements deliberate. "You've been asking too many questions, John. Too many questions about things you don't understand. But now that you're here, it's too late to turn back." Evelyn looked between them, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you talking about, Foster? What's going on here?" Foster's smile faded, replaced by an intensity that made the hairs on the back of John's neck stand up. "You think you've been uncovering secrets, but there are forces at play far beyond anything you've imagined. You've stumbled into something much bigger than you realize." John swallowed hard, trying to steady his breath. "What is this? What's happening to the people who disappear? What's the Whisper Network?" Foster didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took another step forward, closing the gap between them. John could smell the faint scent of cologne on him, but it was almost masked by something else, something musty, old, like stale paper and dust. "The Whisper Network isn't just a set of rumors or stories," Foster finally said, his voice almost a whisper. "It's not just about the building or the people who disappear. It's about preserving something ancient." John's mind reeled. "What are you talking about?" Foster's eyes darkened. "This building has been part of something much older than any of us. It's a focal point, a nexus where knowledge, history, and power converge. Those who disappear are not lost. They're being transformed. The network isn't just whispers, John. It's a gateway." John felt his heart skip a beat. A gateway to what? Foster's smile returned, but it was no longer the friendly, familiar smile from before. It was something far more unsettling, a grin that held secrets far too vast for him to comprehend. to the past, to the future, to everything in between. John's mind struggled to catch up with the implications of what Foster was saying. Everything he had learned, every clue he had followed, all pointed back to the same building, to the same cycle of disappearances. It had all led him here, to this moment, facing a man he had once trusted. Only now, he saw him for what he truly was, a part of something dangerous, something far beyond what John had ever imagined. "You're part of this, aren't you?" Evelyn's voice cut through the tension. Her words were sharp, accusing. "You're one of them. You've been manipulating us." Foster didn't deny it. Instead, he nodded slowly, his face serious now. "I've been a part of the network for many years. I've seen how it works, how it's kept going, how it's been hidden from the world. People come and go, disappear, reappear. But the knowledge, the power, remains." John's stomach twisted. He had never wanted to get involved in something like this. He had only wanted to live a quiet, simple life, free from the complications of conspiracy and mystery. But now, there was no turning back. Foster took a step forward, and his eyes glinted with a mix of pity and something darker, something more foreboding. "I didn't want you to get involved, John. I didn't want to drag you into this. But once you found the notebook, once you started digging, there was no way to stop you. What happens to the people who disappear?" John demanded again, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. "What's the point of all this?" Foster's expression softened, almost regretful. "They're not gone. They're just part of the process. Transitions. They're becoming part of the network itself." The words felt like a slap, but John wasn't backing down. "What process? What network?" Foster's smile deepened. "The network that preserves everything. The knowledge, the history. It's the only way to keep it alive, to keep it from being forgotten." He paused, his voice lowering to a hushed whisper. "And now, you're part of it, too." John felt a chill run down his spine. "No, I won't be." But it was already too late. The door slammed shut behind them, and the building seemed to close in. John's head was spinning, his pulse racing in his ears as Foster's words echoed through his mind. The network, the gateway, the power. It felt like everything he thought he knew was crumbling, and in its place, there was only confusion and terror. He looked at Evelyn, her face pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. She seemed just as shaken as he was, but there was something else in her expression now, a flicker of understanding, perhaps even recognition. She had been quiet for too long, and John could sense she was piecing things together in a way that he couldn't yet. But he couldn't focus on that now. He had to get out of this room. They had to find a way to stop whatever was happening here, whatever Foster and the others were involved in. He had no idea how deep this went, but the idea that he and Evelyn had become part of something ancient, something dark, was more than he could stomach. Foster seemed to read his mind. "You don't understand," he said softly, his voice now lacking the earlier menace. There was a strange calmness to him, as if he had already made peace with his part in whatever this was. You've seen too much. You can't just walk away from it now. It's in your blood, John. You've been marked. And so has she. Evelyn took a step forward, her voice shaking with fury. What does that mean? What have you done to us? We're not part of your network. Foster didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the floor, almost as if searching for the right words. You've already begun to understand, Evelyn. You felt it too. The pull, the whispers. It's why you found the notebook. Why you came here. This building. This place. It's been a sanctuary for those who seek the truth, for those who want to know the things that others have forgotten. It's a place where time doesn't work the way it should, where history isn't linear. And once you've touched it, once you've seen even a fraction of the truth, you can't unsee it. John felt the floor tilt beneath him, as if the very air around him had shifted. The words didn't make sense, but there was a strange feeling that crept up his spine, an unsettling certainty that Foster was right, that they had crossed a line, and now there was no going back. I don't want any part of this, John said, his voice growing louder with defiance. I don't want to be part of whatever twisted thing you're involved in. Just tell me what you want. Why are you doing this? Foster took a deep breath, and for a moment, it looked as though he was weighing his options. Finally, he met John's gaze with an expression that was almost regretful. I didn't want to involve you. I didn't want you to know. But now that you've seen too much, there's no turning back. You're already part of the cycle. We all are. John's confusion deepened. The cycle. Foster nodded slowly. The cycle of knowledge and power. The building, the disappearances, the people who vanish. They're all part of a larger process. We preserve the things that cannot be forgotten. We protect the knowledge that the world is too blind to see. And those who join the network, well, they become part of it. They transcend time. They become the keepers of what's been lost. But it comes at a price. John felt his throat tighten. He wanted to argue, to scream, to run away from this nightmare, but the words caught in his chest. It all made sense in a way that he couldn't deny. The disappearances, the strange behavior of the neighbors, the cryptic notes, the whispers in the night. It was all tied together by this building, by this hidden network. But at what cost? What happens to the people who disappear? Evelyn asked again, her voice small but firm. What's the price? Foster's expression darkened. They become part of the network. But it's not always a choice. Some are willing, some are not. The ones who resist the process are the ones who never come back. The ones who accept it, who give in to the pull, they become the new guardians, the keepers of the knowledge. It's a fate that most people would never choose for themselves. But those of us who've been in the network long enough, we don't have a choice anymore. It's all we know. John's blood ran cold. The idea that the missing people were somehow transformed, becoming something else entirely, was almost too much to process. He had seen glimpses of it in the sketches in the notebook, the strange symbols, the references to ancient rituals. But hearing it from Foster's lips made it all too real. So, you're saying you're part of this? You've been involved in this for years. Evelyn's voice shook as she spoke, her eyes not leaving Foster. Foster's eyes softened, but there was no remorse in them. I am, and I'm trying to protect you. I didn't want this for either of you. But the moment you found the notebook, the moment you started digging, you were already in too deep. John's thoughts were racing. He couldn't understand how Foster could be so calm about it. The man was speaking as if everything was part of some inevitable truth, something beyond their control. But John wasn't ready to accept that. He couldn't let this be the end. Not yet. There has to be another way, John said, his voice hoarse with desperation. There has to be something we can do. We can't just. But Foster interrupted him. You can't change it. It's already too late. You've seen the truth. Now you must decide what you will do with it. You can join us, become part of the network, or you can disappear like all the others. But either way, you'll never go back to the life you had. John felt a chill grip his heart. He looked at Evelyn, searching her face for some sign of what she was thinking. Could they really escape this? Was there even a way out? Foster's eyes narrowed, sensing their hesitation. The truth is always dangerous. It's too much for most people, but you've already walked this path. The only question is whether you'll walk it with us, or if you'll choose to run. John's gaze hardened. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't let this be the end of the story. He wouldn't be another lost soul in Foster's twisted network. And so, despite the fear that gripped his chest, despite the uncertainty, John made a choice. "We'll fight," he said, his voice steady now, determined. "We won't be part of your network." Foster's smile widened, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was something darker, more knowing. "We'll see about that." Foster's smile lingered in the air, heavy and unnerving. His words, though calm, echoed in John's mind like a warning bell that could not be silenced. As he looked around the dimly lit room, John felt the weight of everything that had been unfolding around him, pressing in from all sides. The walls, once merely ordinary, now seemed charged with an unseen energy, secrets whispered by time itself. "We won't be part of your network," John repeated, his voice growing firmer despite the unease in his gut. "We'll expose you. Whatever this is, we'll stop it." Foster didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a step back, his eyes glinting in a way that made John's skin crawl. For a moment, the room seemed to stretch, time itself feeling distorted. It was as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to bend around them. "You don't understand," Foster finally said, his tone almost pitying. "It's already happening. You're already part of it, whether you like it or not. You've been marked." John glanced at Evelyn, who stood beside him, her brow furrowed in deep thought. She had been quiet for too long, but now she spoke with a sudden clarity, her voice cutting through the tension in the room. "We don't know everything yet," she said slowly, "but we're not just going to let you control us. You think you can intimidate us into submission, but you're wrong. We're not afraid of you." Foster's eyes flickered with a strange mixture of amusement and regret. "You should be afraid," he said softly, almost tenderly. "You should be terrified." For the first time since this entire nightmare began, John felt a flicker of real fear. Foster's words carried with them a cold finality that made his stomach churn. The idea that they had already been drawn into something so far-reaching, so unknowable, was like a black hole threatening to pull them in. "You're fighting against something you don't even understand," Foster continued. "The network is not just a group. It's not a cult. It's not just some secret society. It's a system of knowledge, timeless, ancient. Those who are chosen carry it with them, even if they don't realize it." John's mind raced. "Chosen? You mean we were picked for this?" "Yes," Foster said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You were picked the moment you started investigating, the moment you found the notebook. The whispers are calling to you, John. They always have. But now you know the truth, and there's no going back." John clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "And what about all the people who disappear? What happens to them?" Foster's expression darkened for a moment, as if the question was one he had been asked many times before, yet never fully answered. "Some resist," he said finally. "Those who resist are lost. But the others, they join us. They become part of something greater than themselves. They become guardians of the knowledge that the world cannot yet comprehend." The weight of his words hit John like a punch to the gut. Guardians of forbidden knowledge? What kind of knowledge was worth losing your life for? And who were these people, these guardians? Really? Were they even still human? Evelyn spoke again, her voice sharp. "How long has this been going on? How long has this building been involved in these disappearances?" Foster's eyes gleamed with something that could have been pride, or perhaps something far darker. "This building, this place, has always been a point of convergence. It draws people to it. People like you, John. People like Evelyn. The ones who can see past the ordinary world. The ones who have the potential to understand the truth. But understanding the truth means accepting it. And once you accept it, you become part of something greater. Something that can't be undone." Evelyn shook her head, disbelief written all over her face. "You're telling us that people want to disappear? That they choose this?" Foster didn't hesitate. "Yes, some do. They come to understand the weight of the knowledge they are carrying, and they choose to join it. But for others, it's not a choice. They fight it, and those are the ones who never come back." John felt his heart race. But why? Why would anyone want to be part of this? Foster's gaze turned cold. Power, knowledge, immortality. People crave it, even when they don't understand the cost. You can't understand it now, but you will. The whispers will guide you. They always do. John's thoughts whirled. Power, knowledge, immortality. Were these the things people really wanted? And if so, what did they have to give up to get them? Foster's eyes narrowed, his voice lowering to a near growl. You can't stop it. You don't have the power. You're just pawns in a game that's much older than you. And you're not the first to try and resist. Suddenly, there was a noise, soft at first, like a faint tapping. It came from behind the walls. The faintest whispers seemed to slither through the room, like shadows creeping along the edges of the light. John froze, every instinct screaming at him to run. But he couldn't move. Not now. Evelyn reached out and gripped his arm, her fingers cold. John, she whispered, we need to get out of here. Whatever is happening, we can't stay. John's breath caught in his throat. He knew they had to leave. He knew they couldn't stay here. But there was a part of him, a deep part of him, that wanted to understand, to know the truth, to fight against this strange force that was pulling them into its depths. Foster's voice broke through his thoughts. It's already too late. You're already marked, and you will never be able to escape it. The truth is in you now. The whispers grew louder, like 1,000 voices speaking in unison, just beyond his reach. The room seemed to close in on him, and for the first time since this began, John felt the suffocating grip of inevitability. There was no escaping the path he had started down. John's heart pounded in his chest as the whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if the walls themselves were alive with the voices of those who had come before him. He felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, and yet a strange calm settled over him, as though the pull of the unknown was becoming impossible to resist. Evelyn tugged at his arm again, her grip stronger now. John, we can't stay. This place, it's not safe. Please, we have to go. Her words cut through the haze in his mind. He wanted to argue, to stand his ground, but the truth hung heavy in the air, suffocating him. The weight of everything, the missing neighbors, the cryptic notes, the notebook filled with strange sketches, was closing in. How could he walk away from this? How could he leave without understanding what was really going on? Foster stood silently, watching them, as if waiting for something. He didn't seem in any hurry to stop them from leaving. In fact, he seemed almost content, as if he knew something they didn't, as if the very act of them trying to escape was a part of his plan. You're not ready, Foster said softly, almost pityingly, his voice carrying an eerie certainty. You think you can walk away from this? From the whispers? They will always follow you. Always. John turned to look at Evelyn, his gaze filled with conflict. She was right. Every part of him screamed that they needed to leave. But at the same time, something deep inside urged him to stay, to uncover the truth that had been hidden for so long. What was this network Foster spoke of? And why had it been connected to so many disappearances over the years? We're not afraid of you, Evelyn said, her voice steady now. Even though John could feel the tremor in her hand, as it still gripped his arm. "We're leaving, and we'll make sure everyone knows what you're doing here." Foster's lips curled into a smile, but there was no humor in it. "You think you can stop this? It's too late. The truth is already inside you, John. And once it's there, you can never unlearn it. The whispers will follow you, and eventually, you will come to understand why people join us, why they disappear." The air around them seemed to shift again, the atmosphere thickening, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. John felt a strange compulsion, as though he were being pulled into Foster's words, drawn by an invisible force. But Evelyn was already moving, pulling him toward the door. "We're leaving, John. Come on." With a final glance at Foster, John followed her. They made their way through the narrow hallway, their footsteps echoing loudly in the stillness of the building. As they reached the stairwell, the whispers faded, but the feeling of unease remained, lingering like a shadow in the corners of his mind. Once outside, the cool night air hit John like a slap to the face, snapping him out of the fog that had settled over him inside. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart. "We need to figure out what's really going on," Evelyn said, her voice low but firm. "This can't be it. Foster's story doesn't make sense." John nodded, though part of him still felt the weight of Foster's words hanging over him. How could it be so simple? How could it all just be a conspiracy, a trick? But everything they had uncovered so far, every clue, every step they'd taken, seemed to point to something much deeper. And Foster had been so certain. "You're right," John said, shaking his head as if to clear the confusion still clouding his thoughts. "We have to get to the bottom of this, but I don't know how much longer we have." Foster said, "We're marked. What if we're already in too deep?" Evelyn looked at him, her eyes narrowing in determination. "If we're in too deep, then so is everyone else. We can't let him control us, and we can't let him keep anyone else from knowing the truth." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of what they were about to do settling in. They were up against something they couldn't fully understand, something that reached far beyond this building, but they were determined to fight it. "Let's go back to the notebook," John said, his voice quieter now, more resolute. "There's got to be more we missed. There's more to this story than Foster is letting on, and I won't rest until I know everything." Evelyn nodded, her expression a mix of resolve and concern. "I'll help you, whatever it takes." As they walked back toward the building, John felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world around him seemed quieter now, almost deceptively so. He could feel the presence of something lurking just beyond the edge of his awareness, a secret that had been hidden for far too long. But he would uncover it, piece by piece, no matter the cost. When they reached the building, the door creaked open, and they slipped inside. The air was thick with tension, and John felt the weight of every step as they made their way back to his apartment. He was determined, now more than ever, to understand the truth of what was happening and why people were disappearing, drawn into a network they couldn't escape. But as he reached for the notebook, a sudden realization struck him. They were no longer just looking for answers. They were now part of the story, a story that was being written for them, whether they liked it or not. The whispers had already begun. The weeks following their return to the apartment were a blur of restless nights and constant searching. John and Evelyn had dug deeper than they ever thought possible, unearthing layers of secrets in the apartment building, the city, and even within themselves. But no matter how many clues they uncovered, no matter how much they learned about the Whisper Network, the answers they sought remained elusive, always just out of reach. John sat in his apartment, the soft hum of the city outside blending with the quiet of the room. The notebook, now worn from their constant use, lay open on the table in front of him. He ran his fingers over the pages, tracing the strange sketches and cryptic messages. It had been a long journey, but there was one thing that became clearer with each passing day. Foster had been right about one thing. The truth was already inside him. It had taken time for John to fully accept it, but he knew now that the network, the disappearances, the strange happenings, all of it was part of something far greater. The whispers, the unseen forces, had always been there in the background of his life. They had shaped his actions, his decisions, even the smallest moments of his daily routine. He leaned back in his chair, staring out the window. The city looked different now, as if it had been stripped of its veil of normalcy. Every shadow, every flicker of light, seemed to carry a hidden meaning. There was a part of him that longed for the simplicity of his old life, for the quiet routine he had once cherished. But that life was gone. He could never go back to it, not after everything he had learned. Evelyn had been his anchor throughout this ordeal, her presence a steady force that kept him grounded when the darkness of the situation threatened to overwhelm him. She had always been there, supporting him, even when he doubted himself, even when he wanted to walk away. She had understood, perhaps better than he did, the significance of their discovery. But Evelyn wasn't here now. She had left, her own path leading her to a different kind of resolution. John had understood her decision. After all, there was only so much one person could handle. And now, as the last pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, he knew that it was time for him to walk away too. He had made his peace with the truth. The network was real, but it wasn't some grand conspiracy, some malevolent force trying to control everything. It was simply a collection of people, lost and forgotten, who had been bound together by a shared desire to uncover the mysteries of the world. The disappearances? They were tragic, yes, but they were not the result of some sinister plan. They were the consequences of people getting too close to the edge, crossing lines that should never have been crossed. John understood now that he had been pulled into something larger than himself, something beyond his control. But that didn't mean he had to remain in it forever. The whispers would follow, as Foster had said, but they no longer had power over him. He was free. With a deep breath, John closed the notebook, the weight of the past few weeks pressing heavily on his shoulders. He had learned more than he ever wanted to know, but he had also found something more important than the truth behind the whispers. He had found his own strength, his own resolve, and that, he realized, was worth more than any answer he could have uncovered. As he stood, preparing to leave his apartment one last time, John couldn't help but reflect on everything he had learned. He had been a part of something bigger than himself, something that had tested his limits and pushed him to the brink. But in the end, it was the quiet moments, the ones where he had found solace in the midst of chaos, that had mattered most. The soft hum of the city outside, the simple comfort of a familiar routine, the warmth of friendship. These were the things that had kept him going when everything else seemed uncertain. John stepped out of the apartment, the door closing softly behind him. The building, once a place of mystery and tension, now felt like just another part of the city, its secrets fading into the past. He would never forget what had happened here, but it was time to move on. Time to find peace in the quiet moments, the ones that had always been there, waiting for him to see them. As he walked down the street, the weight on his shoulders seemed to lift, the city feeling less heavy, less oppressive. There was a new lightness to his steps, a freedom he hadn't felt in a long time. The whispers were still there, faint in the background, but they no longer had the power to control him. He had made his choice, and with that choice came the understanding that, no matter how deep the mystery, no matter how many unanswered questions remained, there would always be moments of peace, of clarity, of quiet. And that, he realized, was enough. John's footsteps echoed as he made his way down the city streets, the familiar hum of urban life enveloping him. The city was the same, and yet it felt different. He could still feel the weight of the mysteries that had unfolded in the apartment building, but now there was a calmness about it. The strange, unseen threads of the past were now woven into the fabric of his reality, yet they no longer controlled him. The shadows seemed less threatening, the once ominous buildings now just part of the scenery. He walked slowly, savoring the stillness of the moment. It had been weeks since he had allowed himself the luxury of simply being present, to not be chasing after cryptic clues or obsessing over what might be hidden in the shadows. He had learned, through his investigation and his own personal journey, that sometimes the answers weren't meant to be found. Sometimes peace lay in the questions themselves, in the acceptance that not everything needed to be uncovered. His mind drifted back to Evelyn, her gentle encouragements and unwavering support throughout their investigation. She had been the one to push him to keep going when he was ready to give up, but she had also been the one to remind him that there was more to life than the pursuit of truth. She had understood that there was a cost to knowing too much, a price to be paid when one dug too deep into the mysteries of the world. Evelyn had made her own decision to step away, to seek a life free of the shadows, and John knew in his heart that it was the right choice for her. It wasn't that Evelyn had abandoned him, but rather, she had chosen to preserve her own sense of peace. And John, in turn, had come to understand that peace was not something that could be found in the answers to all the questions. It was something that came from within. He had spent so much time searching for external truths, for revelations that could explain everything. But now he realized that the truth he had been seeking was one that had always been there, quietly waiting for him to discover. The apartment building, with its faded walls and creaky floors, would always remain a part of his story, but it no longer held the same power over him. The cryptic note, the missing neighbor, the strange network, these things were no longer mysteries that needed to be solved. They were simply chapters in a larger story, one that had shaped him in ways he couldn't have imagined when he first stepped into the building months ago. As he walked, John's thoughts shifted to the future. What would come next for him? The past had been a whirlwind, a maze of twists and turns that had forced him to confront his deepest fears. But now, as he stood on the threshold of a new chapter in his life, he felt a sense of quiet anticipation. It wasn't about solving another mystery, nor was it about finding more answers. It was about moving forward, embracing the unknown with a new perspective. The city around him bustled with life, the streets crowded with people rushing to their next destination, each person carrying their own burdens, their own secrets. For a moment, John felt like a part of that flow, like a single drop in a river that was constantly moving forward. There was a comfort in that thought, in the knowledge that life, despite its complexities, continued on. He stopped in front of a small cafe, the warm light spilling out into the evening air. It was the same cafe he had passed countless times, but had never entered. He had always been too wrapped up in his routine, too focused on his own quiet existence to step outside of it. But now, with the mysteries behind him and the world ahead of him, he felt the pull of something different, a desire to experience life in its simplest form. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, greeted by the scent of freshly brewed coffee and the low murmur of conversation. It was a place that felt warm, inviting, and for the first time in a long while, John felt at home. The weight that had been pressing on his chest seemed to ease with every step he took toward the counter. The barista, a young woman with a friendly smile, looked up as he approached. "What can I get for you?" she asked, her tone light and welcoming. John paused for a moment, considering. He could feel the tension of his past slowly slipping away. The choice, something as simple as ordering a coffee, felt oddly liberating. He smiled back, his first real smile in weeks. "I'll have a coffee black," he said, his voice calm and steady. As he sat down at a small table by the window, John allowed himself to simply be. There were no mysteries to solve, no hidden messages to decode. There was only the soft murmur of conversation, the clink of cups and saucers, and the quiet rhythm of life moving forward. His mind wandered, but not in the way it once had. He didn't feel the urge to obsess over unanswered questions or trace the threads of conspiracy that seemed to lead nowhere. Instead, He thought of his neighbors, of the people he had barely noticed before the events in the building had shaken his world. They were just like him, ordinary people living their lives, each with their own hidden stories, their own quiet battles. John realized that he would never truly know everything about the world. There would always be things hidden in the shadows, things that were never meant to be discovered. But that was okay. Life wasn't about uncovering every secret. It was about finding peace in the moments between the questions, in the spaces where the answers didn't matter as much. As he sat there, the warm light of the cafe reflecting in his cup, John felt a sense of resolution that had eluded him for so long. He wasn't the same person who had stepped into the apartment building months ago, driven by curiosity and a need to understand. He had changed, and in that change, he had found a new kind of peace, one that didn't depend on solving every mystery. The whispers, the strange occurrences, the missing neighbors, they were all part of the same puzzle, but the puzzle no longer mattered. John had found something more important, a quiet life, not defined by the search for answers, but by the acceptance of the unknown. The evening stretched out before John like a peaceful, undisturbed lake. The city outside continued to bustle, but inside the cafe, time seemed to slow, as though it had been suspended in a delicate, quiet moment. He sipped his coffee slowly, savoring the warmth and simplicity of it. His thoughts, once a chaotic tangle of clues and suspicions, now felt untangled. He felt at ease in a way that was both unfamiliar and deeply comforting. The absence of mystery in his life felt strange, yet liberating. For so long, he had been chasing something, an answer, a truth, perhaps even redemption. But now, it seemed that his search had taken him somewhere unexpected, somewhere that had been within his reach all along. It was as if, by solving the puzzle of his own obsessions, he had freed himself from the need to constantly seek more. John looked out the cafe window, the city's lights flickering like stars in the night. He thought of the apartment building, with its creaky floors and faded walls, and how, for months, it had felt like a place full of hidden meanings. The cryptic note, the strange disappearance of his neighbor, the secrets that lurked behind closed doors. All of it had seemed like a tangled web that he needed to unravel. Yet now, he realized that the web was nothing more than life itself, with its twists and turns, its inevitable mysteries, and its unspoken truths. He wasn't sure what had drawn him to the cafe that evening. Maybe it was the quiet hum of life, or perhaps it was the simple need to reconnect with the world around him. He had been so wrapped up in the unknowns of the past few months that he had forgotten the joy of just living. The mystery had consumed him, but now he had found peace in the absence of it. The door of the cafe opened, and a couple of people walked in, their voices filling the room with a light-hearted energy. John glanced up and smiled politely, but he didn't feel the same urge to engage. It was as though he had become an observer of life rather than a participant in its constant motion. He wasn't alone, but in this moment, he felt more solitary than ever, at peace with himself in a way that he had never known before. His mind wandered back to Evelyn and the way she had stood by him throughout the investigation. She had been more than just a companion on this strange journey. She had been a grounding force, a reminder that there was more to life than the pursuit of answers. Her departure, though bittersweet, had been the right decision for her. She had chosen to leave the mystery behind, to move forward into a life of simplicity and peace. John envied her, in a way. She had made the choice to let go, to walk away from the shadows and embrace a quieter, more fulfilling life. He wondered if he could do the same. Could he walk away from the apartment building, from the secrets that lingered in the walls, and find contentment in the mundane? Could he, too, find peace in simply living, rather than searching for answers? He wasn't sure, but in that moment, it didn't matter. He had come a long way from the man who had first stepped into the apartment building with nothing more than curiosity and a sense of routine. Now, as he sat in the cafe, he realized that the journey itself had been just as important as the destination. Perhaps that was the true lesson of the past few months, that it was okay to not have all the answers. It was okay to live with uncertainty, to embrace the mysteries of the world without feeling the need to solve them. The pursuit of truth had been a noble endeavor, but the peace that came with acceptance was even more profound. As the evening wore on, John finished his coffee and stood up, stretching his arms above his head. He felt lighter somehow, as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The cafe was beginning to empty out, the hum of conversation slowly fading into the background. John paid for his coffee, gave a nod of appreciation to the barista, and stepped out into the cool night air. The city felt different now. The shadows that had once seemed so menacing were no longer threatening. The streets, once filled with questions and uncertainty, now seemed full of possibilities. He didn't know where life would take him next, but for the first time in a long while, he didn't feel the need to know. The world was vast and full of stories. Some he would understand, and some he wouldn't. But that was okay. It was enough to simply be part of it. As he walked back toward his apartment building, John felt a sense of calm settle over him. The familiar sights of the city, streets he had walked down countless times, buildings he had passed by without a second thought, were now filled with meaning. Life was more than just the search for answers. It was the journey itself, the connections we made along the way, and the peace we found in simply being. When John returned to his apartment, he found the door just as he had left it. The familiar quiet of his home welcomed him, but this time it felt different. It was no longer a place of isolation, but one of comfort and belonging. The apartment building, once a place of intrigue and hidden secrets, now felt like home. And in that quiet, John found the peace he had been searching for all along. He sat down at his desk, his thoughts quiet for the first time in months. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but for now, he was content. There would be no more chasing shadows, no more uncovering hidden truths. There was only the present, the simple joy of living, and the peace that came from knowing that not every mystery needed to be solved. And with that, John allowed himself to rest, knowing that the answers would come when they were meant to. For now, he was content to live with the questions and let life unfold at its own pace. John woke up the next morning to a soft light filtering through the curtains of his apartment. The city outside was just beginning to stir, with the hum of traffic faintly reaching his ears. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel the weight of something unresolved pressing on him. The strange sense of urgency that had once fueled him, pushing him from one clue to the next, was gone. Today, there was only stillness, the comforting sense of a day that could unfold without mystery, without any need for answers. He made his way to the kitchen and started brewing coffee, the routine calming him. As the rich aroma filled the apartment, he felt a strange gratitude for the simple, quiet life he had once taken for granted. It wasn't perfect, but it was his, and that was enough. John sat at his small kitchen table, sipping his coffee and staring out the window. His thoughts drifted back to Evelyn. He hadn't heard from her since her departure, and although he had expected to feel a sense of loss, he found that he didn't. He had learned so much from her over the past few months, not just about the investigation, but about herself, about life, and about the freedom that came with letting go. She had chosen peace, and that choice had left him with a sense of awe. How did one let go of the past so effortlessly? How did one learn to live without needing to solve every mystery? The unanswered questions remained, but now they felt less like burdens and more like gentle reminders of the world's complexity. There were things he would never understand, and that was okay. The world didn't exist solely to satisfy his curiosity. It was bigger than that, more intricate, more beautiful in its unpredictability. The sound of a knock at his door broke his reverie, and John stood up, surprised. He wasn't expecting anyone. He walked over to the door, peering through the peephole. Standing there was a man he didn't recognize, a middle-aged man with a weathered face, holding an envelope in his hand. John opened the door cautiously. "Can I help you?" The man looked at him with a mix of hesitation and urgency. "Are you John, the one who helped with the case?" John raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "I'm not sure what you mean," he said carefully. "The missing woman," the man pressed, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "I know who she was. I have information." John's heart skipped a beat. It was a strange coincidence, and yet it wasn't. The past few months had led him to this moment, to this brief encounter that seemed to pull him back into the mystery he had thought was resolved. The man stepped closer, lowering his voice. "I know you've been looking for answers. But there's more to this than you realize. There's a reason she disappeared, and there's a reason you were involved. He handed John the envelope with a swift motion, then stepped back, his eyes scanning the hallway. I can't talk here. Meet me at the park, by the fountain, in an hour. Don't tell anyone, and don't open the envelope until you get there. Before John could respond, the man turned and disappeared down the hall, leaving him standing at his door, the envelope heavy in his hand. A part of John wanted to dismiss it, to close the door and forget about the whole thing. But something, an old habit perhaps, tugged at him. This wasn't over. Not yet. John set the envelope down on his desk and took a deep breath, staring at it for a long moment. He didn't know if this was a chance encounter or if it was something more. But he knew one thing for certain. Curiosity was a part of who he was. It was a thread woven through his life, one that had pulled him toward mysteries and answers he wasn't sure he was ready to face. But he had changed, hadn't he? He had learned that life was as much about the questions as the answers. And yet, there was something about this moment that felt different, almost like the beginning of another chapter, one that he wasn't sure he was prepared for. After a long pause, John picked up the envelope and slipped it into his coat pocket. He knew that, whether he liked it or not, the mysteries of life would always be with him. And perhaps, in some strange way, that was the peace he had been searching for all along. Not the resolution, but the acceptance that there would always be more, always something to keep him moving forward. He left his apartment, locking the door behind him. The hallway seemed quieter now, almost empty, as though the building itself was holding its breath. His footsteps echoed softly as he descended the stairs and exited the building, the morning air cool against his skin. The park was just a few blocks away, a place John often passed on his way to the grocery store or to the cafe. It was a quiet, peaceful spot, the fountain at its center surrounded by trees that offered shelter from the sun. John had always liked the park for its calm, but today it felt different. Today it felt like a stage for something he couldn't yet understand. As he approached the fountain, he spotted the man waiting by a bench, his face shadowed by a large hat. He looked up as John neared, his expression tense. "Did you bring it?" the man asked. John nodded, taking the envelope from his pocket and handing it over. The man took it without a word, tearing it open with shaking hands. Inside, there was a small photograph and a typed note. The photograph showed a woman, Evelyn, but there was something odd about it. She looked different, not just her appearance, but the setting. The photo had been taken in what looked like an old library or study, its shelves filled with dusty books and strange artifacts. The note read, "The past is not what you think. The answers lie where it all began. Seek the library of lost knowledge." John felt a shiver run down his spine. He stared at the note, the words striking a chord within him. The library of lost knowledge. It sounded like something out of a storybook, but deep down, he knew it was real. The man looked at John, his eyes dark. There's a much bigger story behind all of this. If you want to know the truth, you have to go there. But be careful. You're not the only one looking. John swallowed, the weight of the words settling heavily on his chest. This was far from over. The mystery, the quiet life he had longed for, it was slipping through his fingers. And in its place was a new, far deeper mystery that would lead him into uncharted territory. But he had no choice. The answers called to him, just as they always had. John stood in front of the fountain, the chill morning air pressing against him. The photograph in his hand felt heavier than it should, as though it contained the weight of 1,000 untold stories. The library of lost knowledge. The words echoed in his mind, reverberating like a distant drumbeat. For a brief moment, he felt as if the world had shifted beneath his feet. This wasn't just about Evelyn anymore, or the mysteries in the apartment building. This was something bigger, something ancient. The man who had given him the envelope stood silently, his hands clasped tightly in front of him. There was a guarded look in his eyes, a warning without words. John could feel it in his bones. This was the beginning of something far more complicated and perhaps far more dangerous than anything he had imagined. But what else could he do? I know this sounds unbelievable, the man said, breaking the silence. But trust me, John, you've stumbled onto something much older than you realize. There are forces at play here that you can't begin to understand. Not yet. John looked at the photograph again, focusing on Evelyn's face. The woman he had come to know only through the shadows she left behind. The woman who had vanished, who had chosen to disappear. He had to find her, not just for himself, but for the answers she had uncovered. I don't understand, John said, his voice steady but filled with a quiet urgency. Why me? Why involve me in this? The man's expression softened for a moment, and he let out a long breath. Because you're the one who sees. Most people walk through life with their eyes closed, John. They never question the things they see, the things they're told. But you've been asking the right questions. And that's why Evelyn reached out to you. She saw something in you, something you don't even see in yourself. John swallowed hard, the weight of the words sinking deep within him. He hadn't realized until now how much of his life had been spent in pursuit of the truth, of the story behind the story, the puzzle that didn't quite fit. And now, it seemed like he was about to be thrust into the center of a mystery that could change everything. The man reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, leather-bound journal. He handed it to John, who took it cautiously, his fingers brushing over the smooth surface. This is Evelyn's journal, the man said quietly. It's all there. Everything she found. Everything she learned. John stared at the journal in his hands, its edges worn with age. It looked ancient, like something that had been passed down through generations. He could feel the weight of history in it. This wasn't just about a missing woman anymore. It was about uncovering something hidden in plain sight. something that had been buried for years, waiting for the right person to come along and unearth it. The man gave him a final, searching look. Be careful. There are people who don't want this to be found. People who will do anything to keep the truth buried. John nodded, though he didn't fully comprehend the gravity of the warning. The world had become a lot bigger, a lot more dangerous in the span of a few hours. But as he held Evelyn's journal, he couldn't ignore the pull, the overwhelming sense that this was his path, his journey. Whatever lay ahead, he had already crossed a line, and there was no going back. The man turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the park. John watched him go, feeling the weight of the situation settle deeper into his chest. He had been living a quiet, unremarkable life up until this point, but now everything had changed. Evelyn's disappearance had been the catalyst, but there was so much more waiting to be uncovered. John stood there for a moment, the journal burning a hole in his pocket. He didn't know what the library of lost knowledge was, or where it was hidden, but he knew one thing. It was waiting for him, and he would find it. The city around him seemed unchanged, the same streets, the same buildings, but in his heart, John knew it had all transformed. He was no longer just an observer of life. He had become a part of something far bigger. The quiet life he had cherished was gone, replaced by the unknown, by the mysteries that stretched out before him like a path hidden in the fog. John returned to his apartment, his mind racing with possibilities, each more outlandish than the last. He unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar space now feeling foreign, almost alien. The silence was deafening. He placed the journal on his desk, the weight of it settling with a sense of finality. It was time to begin. He sat down in front of the desk, the journal open before him. The pages were filled with notes, handwritten in Evelyn's delicate, looping script. John flipped through the pages slowly, reading snippets of her observations, her thoughts on the disappearances, and the strange connections she had begun to uncover. The deeper she had dug, the more she had realized how much was hidden. And yet, she had still been drawn to it, compelled by the need for truth. One page caught his attention, a drawing of a building with intricate symbols surrounding it. The caption read, "The Library of Lost Knowledge," where all the answers lie. John's breath caught in his throat. He had found his first clue. The Library of Lost Knowledge was real, and Evelyn had already discovered its location. He closed the journal, his heart pounding. This was it. The next step was clear. He had no idea what dangers lay ahead, what forces he would have to face, but he couldn't turn back now. John knew, with a certainty that had settled deep within him, that he had been brought into this mystery for a reason. He had a purpose now, and no matter where it took him, he would follow it. The library awaited.